It's my mouse that's playing up, I think. Oh, my mouse cable might be chafing. Yeah, I just had to reset some stream settings. Let me know if this still stutters. I switched it over to software encoding instead of hardware. Yeah, it's my mouse is dying. That's what it is.
There's a single Bandit Luna 5 bearing 140 for 40.
Might need a new cable for it. It's coming unplugged.
Copy, I have 2 R60s, 127. 1 R27, sorry.
Good thing it's doing it now, not during ArmA. Hang on.
Mad Lad hit me with guns, by the way, until I just raided it around.
It might be loose.
Maybe. I think it's the cables starting to die on it because I've had to replace that cable a couple times. I do have a spare mouse that I can use if this one continues shitting itself. And now SRS is shitting out because I think it's my... Oh, it's my USB ports. That's what it is. I think my USB ports are having a tantrum. Because I think now I'm using the CPU to render, it's probably doing weird shit. I don't fucking know, dude. Computers, how do they work?
I don't know if he knows what's about to happen to him, but...
Oh god, Aiden Wolf's just connected.
Oh my god.
Oh shit, I knew I shouldn't have let him move it.
Now my track IR's sped up.
Watch one.
Yeah, I'm on Cold War. What the fuck is going on today? If it's not one thing, it's another.
Alright, correct vector to Sophie, please.
Sword 270 for 30.
Are you sure that's
That was really odd.
R27 they're there, yeah.
Okay.
I have 2 R60s
Oh, that's
left.
Sakumi. For Sochi, you need to fly 2954
There we go.
150.
Copy. I'm
Captain,
getting locked.
advised there is a minstrel somewhere in the realm of 120 for 6.
There shouldn't be any Mistrals in this.
There was a single minstrel. The one I called out, sorry, was a Gazelle M, not the minstrel. The minstrel's further south.
You can look at their stats there, Mr.
He must have put it back in or something because it was removed from the server.
Yeah, he did.
I think they were all removed for the time when they were really overpowered. But,
As if that time ever ended.
they're not as bad, but they're still pretty good.
Camera's still fucked?
Do we actually
What?
know where it is, Mr. Trump?
Negative, it popped up and then I had to save the BMP, so he's disappeared. He's in the fields to your 1 o'clock in the open, no more than 6 clicks.
What the
1 o'clock,
fuck,
you sure?
dude?
1 o'clock, shit, no, sorry, other side. Probably of 10.
There we go.
I shall throw a smoke somewhere around.
99 fucking problems today. And shit's still coming unplugged. Oh, the reason I switched it over is because the trees are still causing issues, so who knows.
Yeah, there's a...
Yeah, my mouse is dying on me now.
Tats, there's orange smoke to your northeast, roughly where I saw him.
Okay, please northeast, I'm just trying to... Oh, I'm getting shot at from the ground. Shit, Bradley.
Copy that, marking.
Close
I
to
might need to
that
swap
right up at me
my
now.
wireless while I get a new cable for this one. Which is going to be a pain in ArmA because I've got a bunch of shit bound to the extra buttons. Do I have a powered USB hub? No, I don't. Yeah, it's a dust storm. That's what it is it's like dust haze.
Why did he disconnect? Damn. I wanted to have a nice chat.
Oh my god, this mouse. Please.
He'll probably come back under another name in a minute. Yep. Right, who's in the other K-50 next to me?
He's down. Oh, is he still flying? You've got a single A10 off scope, but 030 hot.
That's good. I'll just pick
for
one
3
up.
clicks.
But if the other K-15 knows about the Bradley, that'd be good.
Sabotage confirmed, almost certainly.
Taxi is now 020 for 2 hot. That A10.
Ah,
The
shit.
TAC view will probably reveal some very interesting things, I'd
I might go for
imagine.
your smoking friend, but
Well, I mean, where is it?
it's way down past our farm. Jesus Christ, we've got a 3-ship of helicopters.
I think it is actually the cable on the mouse, to be
Well,
honest.
just brought me up for them.
Because it is pretty badly frayed,
140
so-
22.
It's likely just reached the point where it can't deal anymore.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
where I am.
Copy that. You've got 2 friendly MiG-21s coming in to get attention. Oh, I see the Mistral tax. Not the Mistral, the M. Gazelle M bearing 050 for 7.
050, right, turning back towards it.
I've got to reinstall the MiG-21 sound mod as well.
It's hard to concentrate on an M when the A10's around them.
Yeah, the N10 might be exfil right now. I'm not sure. You've also got F5s overhead, but they're engaging with the friendly.
Ah, shit.
I literally cannot have a single stream without constant technical problems. It drives me forward.
M's just dropped off scope. Last bearing for you would be about 055, probably less now. Okay, no, update. He's probably seen me. 040.
040 for how many?
4 clicks. He's over the river.
Yeah, no, I know what.
I've got enemy jets around.
This server has the exact same problem now that DDCS had before the purge, except it's blue team instead of red team. And every time I say that, I think I'm being too paranoid. I'm being too harsh on them. But no, then I go to the forums and there's the same 2 or 3 people deliberately distorting things to try and get red team having stuff removed, or them getting an unfair advantage. Just like every time I think I'm taking it a bit far, it's not as big of a fucking drum as I think it is. No, it actually is. Every
Hueys
time.
okay, Hueys are
Same couple
160
people.
for 14 now. Yeah, it's really busy above you. They're dogfighting right on you, Tap.
Yeah. I've got a cannon rounds go past me and everything. I might be dead any moment.
Yeah, they're currently exfil from you. You might
Give
be
me a
alright.
moment, guys. I'm
I'm
gonna
heading 140 for the helicopter.
quickly swap
Yeah.
my... Where's my spare one? It's in this drawer, I think.
You could almost set up an ambush if you want, but
Hopefully
let
this
me give
works.
you an update. They are now, there should be at least 3 of them, 160 for 10.
160 for 10.
It's gonna fight with the other one though, so I'm gonna unplug that real quick.
Right, I'm damaged, I think. I can't get any, my ship's gone, so I can't win this one.
Copy that.
I might just power in anyway. What the fuck? Shoot a cannon.
There's a single Mistral and the 2 Hueys. You could probably just go for a ram on... Oh, hang on. No, okay, you're good. There's a single... you could just go for a ram, as I was saying. They're now 170 for 5. They're now turning hot. I think they might be onto you.
There we go.
I don't think so. 'cause I'm
AJ
behind
Linus, thanks for the follow.
Okie dokie. Now 1703. Slight left, come a few degrees left.
The sensitivity on
They are
this is a bit
flying at
high,
about
but
100 meters, which puts them, okay, a few meters off the deck. They're really low. They're just on the other side of this forest. You're probably going to engage over the top of it. Nose hot for 1.5.
Yeah. Oh, just went right above.
Minstrel is on the left, Huey's on the right.
even if blue stack join red anyway because we're being sabotaged.
Keep pre-flaring, Tats, keep that Minstrel off.
How so? Someone's in TAC Commander moving units into useless places. Again, it's not the first time I've seen it happen either. We've also had people join TAC Commander on red and then use it to shoot down our own aircraft with our own SAMs. Never seems to happen to blue team. Very strange.
Magic, this is G-Man entering AO.
Copy that, G-Man. We have a single F5.
Why isn't that bannable? Because Alpin either doesn't see it happen, or he thinks it's just someone who doesn't know better and gives them a second chance. Like, the thing is, Alpin talks a lot about banning people if they don't play the server the way it's meant to be played, but he's a pushover, he won't actually do it. I don't think I've ever seen him ban anyone and not unban them when they said, oh, I just didn't know. Like, there was a guy that bombed the airfield he took off from, and said, oh, I didn't know any better, I'm a new player, and then Alpin's like, yeah, well, don't do it again, and unbanned him, so it's like, oh well. I forgot how bad the stock sounds on this were. After this sortie, I'll probably restart my game real quick to install the sound mod. I may lose my slot, I don't know. Like I said, I always think I'm taking it too far, and there's it's just paranoia that there's shifty shit going on, but no. Like, every time I think that, it's confirmed immediately after. Like I said, there's the same 2 or 3 people, always in the Cold War thread, basically telling bald-faced lies to get blue to have shit they shouldn't have, and to get us to have stuff taken away from us. It's really noticeable. If you know what to look for, it's really noticeable. Or bug reporting things in the red aircraft and then ignoring the same bugs in blue aircraft. There's very obvious favoritism going on. And Alpin plays red mainly, so he doesn't know when he's being lied to about a blue module.
Let me just find out where you are.
I don't even know why they care so much. Like, it's all fun and games to be competitive and talk shit, but when they become so obsessed with winning that they start doing that, they shouldn't be on the server.
You want to head about 115 for 106.
And 115. Oh, hey, Zab, I see you switched to the winning team. Yeah, well, no one ever unlocked the F-14, and I don't own the F-5, so... Well, that's because you can't. The fact that we have MiG-29s means that you can't have F-14.
I thought they could still unlock them if they got the ships later.
Before anyone had anything. Yeah, if they destroy the ships before they get to port, but they didn't do that, so we get MiG-29s and they don't get F-14. That's just how the mission works. But, Kirk from Tatsel.
Hang on, Kirk is murdering Helen.
Speaking of the FOP right now, speaking of the FOP right now. Copy, I'm coming into the AO.
Still says ArmA 3 because I forgot to change the screen. Good call, Nico, thank you. Even this mouse is playing up now.
Take him down. Oh, thank you. Right, I killed one of the Hueys and the Mistrals fired all its missiles. Missile launch.
How many each side? Not sure.
You still have 2
it's pretty full though. It's weird that this mouse is playing up too, because this is a wireless mouse that's plugged into the same thing as the keyboard.
But I can kill anything they put down.
Oh god, a picket just crashed into me.
I have no idea what's going on. It might actually not be helped by the fact that my teacup is blocking it from the receiver. Yeah, I think that was it. No, that wasn't it.
Magic, is there any FOB area?
USB bug? It must be.
The far...
The eastern FOB.
The western one. The east one is currently constantly under attack, it seems.
Box 1.
111, you have them in Stroud bearing 235 on top of the hill.
Yeah, I'll have to start looking for one after the stream.
Copy.
I have a USB hub, but it's not powered, so I have to get a powered one. But then I'm not going to have enough
Damn, that's rare.
power points because my UPS is already plugged out. That's a single power point the UPS is in. The only other one's over there, which is for that lamp. I might need to put a double on the UPS on one of the power points and then run the second monitor and the hub off the double, which is probably not good electrically speaking, but that's pretty much the only option I have, so...
G-Man, you've got a bunch in your 6, just extend.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Oh yeah, put that thing in the burner.
Rossman, friendly, turn for 160 for 16, 3 times bandits hot.
160, 16.
Shulkers at the far.
There's the friendly.
You have a single Huey bearing 170 for 2.
Friendly drag left. Oh, I already got hit. Amazing. They're covering each other. They're learning.
Imagine, do I have any support, or am I still just dragging these guys?
You've got AK in front of you in the other.
Yeah, my keyboard's cutting out. That's gonna wipe out the last few minutes attack queue, but whatever. Give me a moment here, guys. This is really fucking annoying. I don't think there's anything I can unplug anyway. Where are the MiG-21 sounds? There they are. I think it's, but see, it's fine once I'm not playing DCS. It's only DCS. It's only when DCS is running. Maybe, I think I had it with FS as well, so it could be because I'm actually using the HOTAS. But with the HOTAS plugged in, because I usually just leave it plugged in, it doesn't cause any issues. But when I'm actively using it, it seems to. Certain CPU workloads, yeah. I hope they can fix it soon. I really do, because that's extremely annoying. We really need more GCIs when the team's full like that. Having one guy try and manage 25 people is not a good idea. We need like one person per 4 aircraft, really. Or at least one per, 10 or so. I don't suppose, Super Tondard, you think it might be because of the power supply being a little short. Because remember, I had to bump up my video card and I'm still on the 750. I probably technically should have got an 850 for it. Would that affect it? Or is it just the... It's a RM 750. So it is technically underrated for what's recommended for the video card, but... And somebody jumped in my slot, which is not surprising. And I don't think we can take the get out of slots, even though we own the airfield. PC had a bit of a temper tantrum there. Yeah, okay, so I can't spawn in there for some reason. So the Godauta 21 slots are locked out. My slot just got poached. We don't own Sanaki, they do. Batumi we definitely don't own. I guess we'll take the 19 out again. Can I spawn at Sakumi, even though... Yep, okay, I can spawn here at least. And there's 21s here. I mean, you could have one GCI for like the bulk of the team and then one GCI for the people that actually, you know, make stuff happen. People that know to switch channels instead of just staying on the same one. At this point, I may as well plug the old mouse back in because, mind you, it doesn't give me the disconnect alert with this at least. Which is odd.
See, isn't this the same guy? It's the same guy that's been at the attack commander slot the entire time. Which one? The one, 3BO, I don't know, the code...
Oh no, I think he was actually trying to kill things. Alright, fuck it, I'm gonna take control.
Okay.
Trolling's trolling, whether it's competence or malicious, man.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, people aren't even meant to be in those slots if they're not on comms, so...
I guess we need a list then.
Yeah. Well, because that guy kind of did join and say nothing, and he's been the only one that's been attack commander this entire time. Other than you.
Because Zap, I'm over the...
Zap, over the for you, Zap. You've got Bandit F5 bearing 100 for 21. He's heading to the north.
Copy.
Командир, колодки убраны.
Alright, I'm up from searching, gonna head into the air.
Pipe thingy? No, that's the radar screen. This is the radar scope right here.
Zap, your bandit's faded, I can't tell you where
Yeah,
it
this
is.
is the 19.
Copy, yeah. Scanning away with my own, not seeing shit.
Neither here. Oh, Zap flares. It looks like we've deployed Avengers and or captured the farm.
Like to have two GCI channels
Why
using
is it over there,
interference
bro?
and
Bring it
GCI
back over to
coordination, but nobody's wanted to when I brought it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
No,
we don't
that's
have
where
that
the
many
bandits are,
GCIs on
there's
here, and
nothing
not that
happening
many of them are
far, but they
experienced
haven't
with it.
captured it quite yet, so
So-
it must be a deployed Avenger.
And the really magical thing is when they...
Red smoke, what's that?
The really magical
not
thing
sure
is when the
what the red
GCIs start getting possessive, which I've heard on here before. Like, they'll start arguing with each other. To be honest, I've done it, but... Because one guy will be too tunnel vision, so the other one will start trying to draw away from them.
Yeah, I'm here. Disregard, no man.
And yeah, it's really hard getting Alpin to do anything, because he either doesn't know how, or he doesn't want to. He's really stubborn. It's a great server, and he's done a great service to the community by keeping it up for this long, but it can be a struggle sometimes. It really can.
We run out of them, but yeah, it's not feasible.
I can't believe that Biggin caught me with gun pods. I just came out of burner.
I think I fought Ross once and he had gun pods and his big and mad lad. God, it's so scary, dude.
It's
Oh,
worth...
wait, Ross is here. Oh, what's up?
Yeah. It's worth taking. If you're going to do air to air in the Vigan, you may as well take one countermeasure, one gun, because you don't have countermeasures without that. And at the same time, like...
He had dual gun pods.
Nah, dual gun pods is small brain.
They cause so much drag that even in full burner, he couldn't have been going more than... Fuck.
Which is what it should be doing anyway, so... I mean, it actually makes the Vigan realistic.
All I'm gonna say is I saw a 30 mil impact my wing and luckily it didn't do anything, Russ, and I'm sorry, I was 60 you in the face.
Oh, was that the other day?
Yeah. Afterwards. Yeah, I made your fuel like come out of every hole, didn't I?
Yep. I was trying to roll with the proper Cold War Vigan loadout, so I was only carrying 2 missiles and then the gun pod and the countermeasures.
Yeah, I think I flared off both your missiles. Dude, I thought I pilot sniped you and I just kept flying and then I realized, like, your DCS said that I egressed. Actually, I would have kept fighting you. I had missiles, I just thought I pilot sniped you, so I just kept flying away.
Close enough. You fuel sniped me. Same thing, basically.
Yeah, there you go, man.
I don't know.
The damage model's so broken though.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot that's broken about it. But, I don't know how they keep running themselves out of F5 so quickly. That's the second time I've gone to join Blue, because they were undermanned, and it's because they've got no F5s left. And there's, like, more than 2 hours in the mission.
Well, typically well, this is an exception, but typically you're aware that Blue outnumbers us until we kill all their F5s and they disconnect, so that we outnumber them.
No, I know, I'm slightly biased. I know Blue are bad, like, but still.
Oh yeah, brother, welcome to the club.
There's bad, and then there's we have no fighters left, and there's still 3 hours left in the mission bad.
No, there was 5 hours left, or 4 hours left when they ran out, I think.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's what happens, right? The more F5s you have, the more F5s you're gonna lose. Although, I mean, we're not faring much better. We only have less than 10 MiGs at Sochi, none at Godada, and almost none at Tsukumi.
How do you guys know where the mounts are? I never can tell where the mounts are in the planes.
You just hover over the airfield, you go to resources, and then you filter by aircraft, and you'll see.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we have a total of 8 MiG-21s. If we lose 8 of them, we're out of MiG-21s for our entire team. Sir, can you see anything on scope?
Yeah, there's a single bandit pressing up from on the west of the top.
Copy, I'm gonna fly over to Tsukumi then.
What's the British guy's call sign?
Just call him Kirk, it's okay. He has no call sign.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Is there any trade? I'm still down here by the last spot.
My idea, which I need to actually post in the thread, although Alpin probably won't do it, is instead of running out for the whole mission, you have a lower number, but it refreshes every, 3-4 hours for the longer missions especially. So it doesn't, you won't run out of fighters, but you'll lose air superiority temporarily. You know what I mean? It saves people from disconnecting en masse because they do that otherwise. Much more strict for the special planes already. Unfortunately, in a lot of missions, he considers the MiG-19 a special plane. Like, that's the problem. They have less Vigans, we have less MiG-19s, when really it's almost should be the other way around. We should have more MiG-19s and less MiG-21s, if anything. But... ah, shit, they captured the
captured it.
Yep.
Oh my god, this is driving me nuts. So I think it's because I switched to the CPU encoding. That's why it's doing this.
Update on this bandit.
But Let's see how it is over trees, yeah? Tell me how it is over trees. If it's still laggy, I'll go back to NV8. 21 versus F5 dynamic should always be the core of the server. I agree. I totally agree. But if you ask blue players, some of them anyway, the F5 is hopelessly outmatched by the MiG-21, so that's unfair, and they need A9P5s to deal with the MiG-21s. And they also need more, they need their RB-74s back, and
Bandit, turn 28043.
How are we going? How are the frames on stream?
Bandit is 600 meters, about your 2 o'clock.
Hey, Grey Wolf! Thanks for the raid, man. Welcome, everybody. We're having a technical problem kind of day here. No stutters? Okay, so it is because it's encoding on the video card, but now I've got to deal with the CPU issue. But it's only DCS that does this. Just... ED, please fix your game.
1408, single F5.
I guess if I turned my video settings back down closer to what they were, I wouldn't have issues, but also the game would look like arse. I like how it looks now. Look at that reflection on the wing, my dudes. That is real-time reflection on the wings. So, I didn't think DCS supported it on the aircraft, but it does. So why can't we have that on the cockpit, ED, where it should be? What are the issues of CPU encoding? That's what's causing the USB issue, I think. Like, I was getting 1 or 2 flickers with it on NVENC, but now it's constant, like, just constant. So my mouse and my keyboard are phasing in and out of existence, like, every 2 to 3 seconds. So it's one or the other, pretty much.
Turn for about 340.
Oh, I yeeted my fuel tank. Oh no, I didn't bring fuel tanks, did I? That's right.
Also flamed out, so do not hack.
That's probably a friendly. That wasn't a friendly, or it was and that isn't. Magic Rossmum, I just got cool merch and somebody exploded in front of me. Oh yeah, I see F5 right off the nose. Oh sorry, no. L39.
Okay. Rossmum, it might be a bit Stroud, there was one hovering around there earlier. Other than that, you've got bandits hot bearing 1506. At about 200 meters.
Yeah, I got an L39 here with me, it looks like.
Yep, you've got AK with you.
Alright, that, let me know. AK is merged.
Taking ground fire by the bridge. Ooh, and there's an Avenger there, I think. Possibly.
Yeah, we've marked the Avenger, I believe.
Good thing the MiG-19 has a very small heat signature, it seems.
I see, 2 boogers on my 12. Oh, both enemy, okay. Is there something at somebody's 6?
Ahead of you, Sword. No, we've got a friendly on an F56. That might just die here. Negative. Yeah, friendly on an F56, another F5 coming down from the north, flanking your right to left. Your left to right, sorry. Well, one from either direction.
It's Rossmum. I just had a pair of bandits called to my north. I'm heading up there now. I think I see one tracking right across my nose.
Yes, affirmative. One moving right to left, the other one heading pretty much due north. Rossman, you might be looking at Sword in the MiG-29.
Oh yeah, with that amount of smoke, definitely.
About your 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah, he just fired.
Oh, I see.
I'll run support.
That's not gonna try.
Missile on you! Shit!
Oh, yeah. I got the F5, but yeah, I'm done.
I didn't see where it came from.
There's 3 left.
Oh, now I got it. Was that the... That looks like the L39, unless it's the C101.
Yes, Rossman on your right. You just merged past one. He's merging on the
Oh,
B21
yeah.
behind you.
I see. Turning back.
Actually, scratch that. No, he's just heading south.
Kurt, Zap, interrogative.
Guys are treating me really well.
Was that
DCS is treating me quite badly, though. So because DCS is so unoptimized, I'm having to render the stream on my CPU instead of my video card, otherwise it stutters over trees. And in doing so, it's causing the bug on these gigabyte cards where the USB ports just flicker on and off because they don't have enough power going to them. So I'm going to have to get myself a powered USB hub, I think, for the HOTAS. Although actually the HOTAS is fine on the front ports, it's the back ports that seem to be the issue. Might put the camera or something on it. Rossman blind. I know, right?
Magic is currently blind as well. You've got a single bandit to your east for 15. AK, if you're not engaged, single bandit F5 bearing 2306. Rossman, the bandit to your east has turned hot. He is over the lake at 080 for 11.
080.
Needs try. Will be about your 11 o'clock. Bandit is at 100 diving to meet you. He is passing on your left now.
Tally.
Merged. AK, if you still have weapons to use, turn 240 for 10 to assist Rossman. Zap, turn south to assist Rossman.
Lost sight of him in the merge.
Negative, flame out.
Copy that. Magic his eyes on, he is on your left, still your 9 o'clock Rossman.
Anyone know what the red warning in the top right of 821 is? It's playing the airstrike's not working.
That means your service tank's empty.
500.
Top right is service tank
red
empty.
light.
Yeah, red light is a
Red
service
light.
tank. Red light is a service tank. If the top right warning light is on or flashing, you're not going to restart the engine, you have no fuel. Or you've negative G'd it.
Look at your fuel lights if you're up. Look at your fuel gauge if you're up.
AK, you're merged.
If you set the fuel gauge wrong, it won't tell him. It's not a fuel gauge, it's a fuel flow.
Yeah, I negative G'd it.
The
I was
lights...
trying to get on,
Okay, so the lights to the right of the fuel gauge will actually tell you when each tank's empty.
Rossman, second bandit merging your right, your 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I can't do much about
Slotting in
it.
on your 6.
I lost sight of the first guy.
The other F5 is engaged with AK. You're clear of the first F5. Just engaged with the one on your 6, Rossman.
I see him, he's trying to gun me. Too close. He was way too close for that to track.
Yeah, okay, hang on. Fisticuffs, turn 4080 for 9. Brakes are already nose hot. Rossman and Bandit. Bandit in the tail at 1000.
There he is.
It was not the L39 that killed me, was it, Kirk?
No, I did not.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
We're in a right-hand turn over the forest. Winning queues. I'm seeing them winning queues. He can't hold this turn with me. A couple more turns and I'll have the screws on this guy. Someone just died, Dim.
I just crashed.
Yeah,
Go for a
that's
snap.
fucking clear, well.
Yeah, server Possibly, yeah, he's frozen in the air. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Is the server up?
It's okay over here.
Okay, well, the F5 I was fighting just froze in midair, and it looks like somebody else did as well. Might be my end.
That's no fun. Yeah, maybe.
Thumbs to the Warthog gimbal. It's probably the gimbal or my throttle, or both.
Oh, no, the F5's back on your 60 crossman.
Oh shit, so he hit me. Fuck, I was distracted by the guy that fucking disconnected.
That might have been him.
No, it's someone else, it's someone else.
Oh,
He got
a
me.
bunch of people disconnected, that might be why.
God
In
damn.
the logs.
That's some bullshit, man. I fucking had him. Alright, well, we'll jump back into 21 since at least some slots are open. If we've got any left, we do. I got fucking cheated there, man. I mean, it happens, but that's just frustrating, because I had that guy. I probably shouldn't have got greedy, I probably should have kept turning one more circle, but I fucking had him. What? What? Jazz, are you sure? It's the 8th of March, my man. It's not the 25th of April yet, you've got a little ways to go. Are you okay there? Is there a smell of burnt toast hanging in the air? Oh, this shit with my mouse is pissing me off so much. Bro, please, just work.
Перезарядка по плану. Принял.
If my mouse would stop disconnecting, that would be really cool. I'd like to actually get this aircraft up and running sometime this century.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Well done, Jazz. Well done. Yeah, Anzac Day is the 25th of April, man. Super Tondard, since you actually like keep tabs on computer hardware and stuff, if they do actually figure out a fix for this shit and I have to like flash the BIOS or anything, can you let me know? Because I'm never gonna find out otherwise. Like, when I set this thing up was the first time in my life I've ever actually updated the BIOS on something. Cheers, appreciate it. In the meantime, though, we'll pick up a powered hub, I think, and we'll plug probably the camera, the microphone, and the rudder pedals into it. That might be the go. Because I think it's the back ports. The front ports are what my HOTAS is on, and they have no issue at the moment. So I'd say it's the back ports that are causing the problem. Which is weird, because I think the mic's on the same row as the mouse, I think, or it might be the one under it. Yeah, well I should have the most recent one anyway, unless it was literally a week ago. Because I flashed the BIOS before I built the PC.
Dude, what is going on?
Oh, you look at the fucking chat log of connects
Yeah.
and disconnects, it's just been an exodus.
The server's having a shit fit, I think. Probably needs a restart.
Yep.
Yeah, it went from blue outnumbering us to us being
That
about
sounds
the same
better.
number now.
That
I
sounds
started
much-
taking off, my game just froze. I'm like, cool.
Yeah, I was about to shoot an F5 in the face, and he froze in midair, and by the time I figured out what was going on, his buddy had appeared behind me.
No, the best
Yeah.
thing is, his buddy pretty much on my screen teleported into your six.
Yeah, well, because both of
Because
them...
I saw him frozen,
It's
and then
all
he just
shiny
snapped
and
across. I'm just
tech
like, oh shit.
problems be damned.
Yeah, I saw them both frozen, and then he unfroze, but the other one was still there. Cheers, Woz. Appreciate it, man. 14 months.
Server is good. Changed my mind.
It probably just needs a restart, because it tends to be up for days at a time, and it starts getting a bit funky after a while.
I believe the thing they've got on the blue flag servers is they say if you've got your server having a significant amount of events, because the server logs every event that happens, that
Yeah.
log file will get massive, and once it gets that big, it will start to murder whatever's running it.
God bless DCS.
Does the server not restart when they change the mission?
No, it just migrates the mission.
Yeah.
That's why when you look at the scoreboard, everyone's scores migrate over missions. When those restart, you know the server restarted, because those are all stored in that log file.
Yeah, it hasn't restarted in 1.5 weeks. There's a reason I have 140 kills, because I haven't gotten that in 140.
I don't think it's going to get better. With the more people that reconnect again, it's going to keep dying.
Let's see. Hopefully I can take off.
Actually, it might calm down if we manage to get rid of 90% of the players.
If anyone,
As long as we don't hit that cap.
if anyone has the 104th TeamSpeak handy and wants to jump in and see if Alpin's in there, might be an idea to tell him the server needs a restart.
I have it, I'll tell him. Damn, rip my kill total.
Yeah, I've got to jump off and test the MP3 whenever this mission ends, so I can tell Alpin if it's good or not. Else he's probably not going to change anything.
Thinking Alvin would listen to you.
I mean, I'm just going to pretty much point him to Shadow's video and just be like, look, you can get this many kills.
Yeah.
We shot his vehicle with like
He's seen Shadow's video.
Yeah.
He's just gonna say that your BMP wasn't played well enough. I know that's what he's gonna say.
Yeah, but it's like, what am I supposed to do? I get on his flank, I hose him down with cannon shells, and he can just turn around
know, right,
and
Wolf?
three-shot me.
Alright.
Not great.
Don't even start me on combined arms damage modeling.
Well, it's not damage modeling, it's just the fact
Well,
that BMP doesn't have AP rounds,
combined arms
and the
in general.
Bradley does have AP rounds.
Yeah.
To be fair though.
Well, I mean, AP rounds shouldn't really do that much to a fucking personnel carrier anyway. Like, heat rounds should rat fuck a Bradley.
No, but we don't, we just have high explosive. That's the thing with the BMP-2. If the BMP-2 had armor piercing, I'd be
Wait.
perfectly happy
Wait.
with it.
Hang on. The BMP-2, on its
The
gun...
BMP2 does have AP belts. It should have AP belts.
Yeah, it
You
should
can
have
switch
AP belts.
between.
I can never equip them. Whenever I hit E to change the equipped weapon.
No.
It's... sorry, I hit E to change the weapon loadout.
No. That's
It
not.
just
That's
says
not what you do.
HE.
That's not what you do. In the BMP, press. I think it's 2 on the keyboard, and it swaps ammo types. It's not the same way that you'd normally do it in like a tank or whatever.
Oh, you bastard.
Yeah,
So it does.
just double check the
I
bindings.
need to
But
delete a post.
Yeah.
welcome to combined
Yeah,
arms,
I mean-
where none of the controls make any sense at all.
Some of them you need to hit E, some of them you don't.
I always
Where the
forget
fuck
what
is the delete
the
button?
ATGM is.
It just it's
Oh,
like
that's
the hide. It's the hide button. I thought you weren't being able to pin a Bradley in the front with AP belts, which is like...
No, I didn't realize we had AP, because in the Bradley and everything else, you can just...
I will say that with equal health, if I run into a Bradley and we both start fucking gunning each other, usually the BMP dies first, which...
Yeah, the BMP does have less armor overall. But, yeah. What was it? The thing is, like, in the tanks you hit Q to change weapon, and E to change the selected round. So you'd expect in the BMP, when you hit Q and it brings you to the ATGM, that E would change the selected belt. But apparently not.
Well, the thing is as well, the BMP, the way it actually does it in real life, maybe they're trying to emulate this, but probably not, because this is ED we're talking about, is there's actually a switch, because the cannon's dual feed, it's feeding both belts at the same time, and so it just chooses from the other belt when you select that ammo type. The Bradley does basically the same thing.
Odd. Yeah, fair enough.
Interrogative, are we worried about these guys attacking our ships?
Not really,
There's no ships to attack. The ships are already docked at Sochi.
I think we're outnumbered slightly, but
which is the reason I'm in a MiG-29 right now. So don't worry about that.
Third interrogative, any trade?
When armor equals HP, you know it's really bad, yeah.
Either we can go over the farm
Combined
again,
arms has so much potential, but it's
we don't
just...
have any helicopters to bring reinforcements or anything. Or we can just shit stomp the absolute crap out of those people flying out to sea, because they're just A-10s and lone Vig and shit.
They own Sanaki, right?
Say again, please.
They own Sanaki, correct?
In Sanaki.
He means there's... I think they're spawning from Sanaki, yeah.
Yes,
okay.
From Sanaki, yeah.
Just throwing this out there, but Betab 500s will take care of that problem real quick.
Are you going to bomb the runway?
Tempting. I'm air-to-air loadout right now, but I can rearm.
I mean, look, I'm in a MiG-29 with full air-to-air right now. I mean, I can come in with you, and if we're lucky enough, I can slap
if you want to rearm, let's go for it.
One missile for each F5, I mean...
Just remember, they will have at least 2 Hawks around the airbase, 3 or more Avengers with more spread out in the towns, and a couple of Bradleys.
I'm not worried about the Bradleys or the Avengers, I'll come in high. The Hawks could be an issue, but it depends how close to Sanaki they are.
They will be pretty much on Sanaki airbase itself. That's the standard base defense, at least 1 Hawk on, and the Hueys will have set up another at least 1.
Yeah, but we've been fighting around Sanaki the whole time, and I don't think I've had a Hawk shot at me yet, so they might not even be up.
Fair enough then, yeah.
They run out of
think there's one. Yeah, they could need to put rearm crates down. They don't have the Hueys to do that though currently, I don't think.
Figure out what the
no, they have 2 Hueys, but the Hueys might be supplying the farm.
Hey, break, interrogative. I got something moving on my nose. Is friendly or...
Zap friendly, yep. Zap, if you want trade,
friendly
turn
left.
for
One off the nose probably as well.
26, you've got a single F5 and an A10 flying at about 17 meters off the ocean.
I think I might see them off my nose. Something's pretty low in front of me.
Off your nose, no, that's a friendly going into land.
Oh yeah, it's seen.
I tally a beautiful sunrise, or set.
That'll be Wait, it's 1 o'clock in game. How is there a sunrise or sunset?
No,
dust
he
haze.
just has that. He just has the haze. Yeah.
Oh,
That's...
Fly higher if you want to avoid it. You can fly at 1100 meters. You won't go over.
Okay, so a little heads up, the Hueys are operating close to Sanaki currently, so it's possible they're setting up a Hawk and or rearming it. The good news is, if they're only setting up or rearming it, you have 10 minutes before it's rearmed.
I'm so overweight.
any update in the F5 and A10s out to sea?
Is that hot? You're 2 o'clock for 3 clicks. They're flying on the deck pretty much. He's currently, yeah, he's at 100 meters. On your 2 o'clock, passing your 3 now. I have fence up. Yeah, Rossman, if you crater Senaki though, I assume they've run out of aircraft in the further back bases due to the early mission.
Good.
Either that or they're significantly low, so if you can destroy Senaki or the runway, you will pretty much cripple the entire force.
That is what I want to do. I know, right? Cheers for the resub, Mons. And thank you for the follow, Skyperia.
Zap, you get updates?
Zap, you're 6 left.
Oh, shush.
10 left. It's about your 7 o'clock.
Oh, shit.
Kirk, if you see any of the Loki guys there in a 2-ship. So if you see 1, assume there's 2.
Yeah, no, Zap's in there with an A10 and this F5. I can't see the A10 anymore.
We have a lot of MiGs, I don't know, we should be out of MiGs after this, like when all these kids return to base.
Yeah, let me check the air bases.
I just checked, yeah, we're out of MiGs at Sochi.
Kudada,
so
none.
Yeah, Kudada done,
none.
Sukumi none, and Sochi none, so we have no MiGs
Oh,
left.
shit. Oh no.
Yeah, if you guys die, that's it.
And I'm assuming we can't really assume capturing Senaki gives us more aircraft.
Senaki will give us more aircraft, but that's a pretty far ways away.
Yeah, I'm saying assumption. Aguila, turn 090 to help Zap. Zap, you've also got the SA6 firing. Vixie, turn 150 for 23 to assist if
We'll
21 chased by an F5.
I'm gonna be super... Actually, no, we won't risk it, because I am gonna be super overweight. I was gonna go with the, Oh shit, we're out of fucking R60s here as well.
Please be extra careful with your MiGs. Do not lose that.
But I should get them back here when I submit this.
Первый. Перезарядка по плану.
Ross, I'm seeing you stream that you're on Sukumi runway. I recommend you wait until I can fly over.
Первый. Четвертый. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
I don't even know if they're gonna rearm me.
Did you open the cup? Oh, hang on.
Yeah?
I can't see the airbase.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take off very quickly.
No, but it's surrounded by friendly forces.
Yeah, but if you can't see it, that means we don't hold it.
Wait, they're capping it. Yes, they're capping it. Yes.
Ah, shit. Yeah, I'm turning things back.
I'm getting a heat
Someone's
signature.
moved everything off.
I'm getting a heat signature
Yeah,
down the far
it's
end of the
probably a
runway.
vehicle.
Copy that, I'm moving vehicles. The other TACCOM just moved everything off it and then left.
Ah, of course. Yeah, what was his name?
What was the, I can't remember.
It's free
Free
BOJ.
Yeah.
Freebojquotes.co.uk.
Yeah, well, this isn't the first time that's happened, so...
Yeah, I'm sprinting the vehicles back.
I'm being locked.
It's a Bradley, someone dude, they're attacking that airbase hard. Damn. Wow, if we lose Sukumi,
I don't know how, though. They would have had to go through the defences, because the defences are all moving to the east. So unless it's a single Bradley, they snuck onto the coast with a helicopter.
Well, whatever the case, if we lose Sukumi, that, like, there goes the backbone of our entire team.
Yeah, I'm driving the BMPs up now. Ross,
I got
can
one
you
right with
orbit
me.
and try and work out
I've got one right with me, AWACS just called out. 228
with
for...
you. That'll be a helicopter. That'll be the helicopter that dropped him. I can't see him on my scope.
There's SAMs firing from there as well.
Yeah, the SAMs are firing at a single bandit out over the ocean.
Okay, so we still have friendly SAMs, at least that's something.
Yeah, maybe not for long, depending how long it takes for this thing to get hit.
I'm currently overflying Sochi now, so I'm coming over to Sukhumvit.
That heat signature was another 21 parked down the taxiway.
Well, that guy's gotta move. You can't rearm, dude.
Yeah,
The base is not ours anymore. You have to go.
The base is attacked by a BMP somewhere. We're trying to find it and kill it so we can recapture it.
Yeah, copy that.
Just get yourself in the air and try not to get shot. We don't know quite where he is.
Okay, I'll fly for as long as I can. I've only got about 900 litres of fuel.
That's fine. You can probably even make it to Gadara.
You can make a jump to Gadada if you take off and fly 295.
295, copy.
It'll be about 50 clicks away from you.
No, that's fine. You're flying. Okay.
216 for 20 from Ross.
216 for 20.
They're at
Yeah, 216 for 20, single F5.
over the water. What
On
the
his own, he's RCB. Yeah, he was engaged with the other guy earlier, I can't remember his name. Starts with a V maybe? He was escorting the A10, turn due south Rossman for intercept.
Yeah, I see him.
He's just off scope again.
Yeah, he's really low, but he's up my nose. He's actually hot, it looks like. Battery's really diving low. Yeah, he's hot.
Still off scope.
And I lost sight of him in the merge. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, break 290. It should be fine.
290, copy, thank you.
Can I go neutral just because we moved units away from the airbase?
Possibly.
Alright, I'm going to drive back and see if I can get a unit near this thing again. Rossman, you've got Aguila and Vixie coming in to assist at about 5 clicks.
For some reason, I don't have any countermeasures either. I think we must have been out of pods. Okay, I got this guy super slow, super low. He's getting really greedy.
Yeah, you've got 2 friendlies in with you. There's an R60 that just disappeared into nowhere.
Narrowly missed it. Yeah, don't fire head on. Whoever that was, don't fire head on. They're rear aspect only. F5 just fucking went into the dream. Rest in peace.
Nice. Yeah, if you guys head north again to the airbase, I'm gonna see if I can cap it. Yeah, I think it's ours now again. Can you lot see it on the map?
Wait, when I gotta rebuild my speed.
Yeah, no problem. So?
Yeah,
So it's probably making a sandwich. Oh,
Yeah,
can you see Sochi again? Takumi, sorry.
Yeah, I can see Sukhumvit.
Copy that. So it wasn't at Bradley, it was just because they moved all the units off it.
Oh, copy.
Yeah, no MiG-21s, a couple MiG-19s, a couple MiG-15s, and a few hits, and a couple Su-25s.
So,
I'll let you know if I'm AFK, by the way. I'm not just gonna go.
what happened there has been happening over the past couple months. There'll be somebody jump in a TACCOM slot on red, they won't be on comms, and they'll either shoot down our own helicopters at the FARP with our own stingers, or, sorry, fucking Iglas, or they will move units off of bases so we lose them. Like, it's very suspicious.
Yeah, we've come to dealing with people who team kill like farts or shit. We just shoot them down.
Well,
We just blow them up. Yeah.
This is not just like someone that doesn't know how to tell friendly units from enemy. This is, I'm pretty sure, when blue are losing hard enough, somebody goes and bat phones in a friend to come and start sabotaging shit, because it just happens too often to be a coincidence. I'll catch up with chat in a minute, guys.
Yeah, base is on if we want to rearm there, and then we can make our way down to Sanaki and put some craters in the runway. Be advised, if we do that, we probably need craters in the taxiway that runs parallel.
The Betabs make bigger holes, but the S-24s are pretty good for it too, and we can carry more of them.
If anyone's free to jump in oh, Server's already in an SC-25. Just have him load up a couple of labs.
I don't think Server's ever on comms.
Don't think so, yeah.
I know, right? Like, I'm all for clever little counter strategies, but that's not a clever counter strategy, that's just bullshit. Like, sneaking units in behind bases and shooting people on the ground, that's funny. I do that, that's fun, but when you're getting to the level that people join the other team just to, like, fuck with their ground units so that they won't win, fucking try-harding. Absolute try-harding. And the thing is, I have yet to see it happen to blue, so I am, like, convinced that it's somebody that plays blue regularly that's doing it to us, because I have never ever seen it happen to blue. Yeah, should be. But Alpin either isn't on when it happens, or he doesn't see it happen and he just takes the defense of, well, they're probably new to the game. Like, no, they know what they're doing. It's intentional. I guarantee it. I guarantee it's the same couple people. Whoop. And there are a couple players on blue who will do whatever it takes to win. Like, I don't get it. I get, like, being competitive. I get that. I'm a very competitive person, but when you get to that point, just fucking go outside. Like, get laid. Seriously. Yeah, people don't think it's real because they don't see it. But I play on here often enough that I do see it. I see it a lot. Especially over the past couple months. It never really used to happen, or if it did, it was an obvious griefer, but like over the past few months, there's been too much of a pattern of it. It's when blue is losing, or there's a stalemate, suddenly red ends up with somebody shooting down our own aircraft, or our ground units being moved. Now, in at least one case, I had my units moved by someone who didn't know better, but they were like a red player, and I told them stop, and they stopped doing it. But there's, like, these guys are never on comms, they never respond when you tell them to stop doing shit, and they'll constantly move units out from under you. It's the, literally, it's the exact same shit DCS used to have to deal with until they purged all the shitters that used to play on red team. We have the exact same problem here, but it's blue team that does it instead of red.
Kirk, can I get a bug it up?
Oh, my legs are killing me. Yeah, I don't know, Kang. I don't know. Some people, like, tie their entire fucking identity to it, I guess.
Gazelle somewhere, and apparently he sees me, so I'm very, very scared.
Like, I enjoy winning, and I talk shit when we are winning, but, you know, it's more important to me to have fun.
No, he does. He very, very eerily called out my location pretty exactly. Huh. What is the range on that Mistral? I want to know, please.
I mean, he must be right
About
over
5K.
the base. Yeah.
They're very easily duped by flares.
Yeah, they've been patched.
I'm
sending some BMPs back towards Sagumi to see if I can work out where he is.
Yeah, I don't know. He's far.
How far though?
I'd like to know what it was Alpin discovered or what made him decide to put it back on the server, because it's been off for a long time because people used to just sit at the end of the runway with it.
South. I think I see him. Hold on, I think I see him. I'm gonna mark him.
Yeah, if you mark him, I'll kill him.
I think he's there.
Where's there? Oh, right. Copy that. I'll send something over to see.
We'll use the S-24s to start with because it's safer for me. Don't want to lose the aircraft. That was a B, wasn't it? I don't think it makes much difference in DCS, but...
I'm currently turning the last Strellas around to run them back, but I'll send a BMD to see him.
Not sure if you heard about this, we once cleared a mission in barely 30 minutes. It was a mission where you can only take the shitty IRs and some dudes on Red were like, fuck it, we'll do it quick so we don't have to play it longer. Or look, air-to-air in the fucking 19s and 15s were the only ones doing air-to-air.
Is there something high? I just had something on radar, like 70 seconds.
Still probably the coolest drone strike
yeah,
I've
there's
ever
an
done.
A10.
Nice.
It's high, like 5k.
I've only played the old-timey
4.6.
missions a couple times.
Oh, right.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah. This guy's about to get clapped. Yeah, I do feel bad. I mean, it's an A10 going head-on with a MiG-29.
People have a shit ton of chaff though, so the 27Rs might not track well.
I mean...
People who do whatever it takes to win, they sure don't win much, I know. That's the amazing part. Like, even with all the underhanded shit they do, they still don't win. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, like, I don't want to sound like I have too high an opinion of myself. I am bad at this game, right? But there are people who are worse at this game than me. So for all these people who are so committed to winning and so sure they're amazing, it really says something when I go to join because they've run themselves out of F5s and no one else will fly for them, or I go and join them and none of them know how to use their radar, and they don't know when they've got someone right behind them because they don't know how to use their RWR either. Like, this is the thing. Blue lose because they have bad strategy, they have bad comms, and the vast majority of them don't understand how to use their aircraft. Like, this is the thing people don't realize. The average F5 player doesn't know the uncage button exists. Like, imagine trying to fire Sidewinders in close combat in an F5 and not knowing the uncage exists. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. How can you fly something that often and not know, like, the most basic features of it? Do we have our... No, we don't. Oh, we're still refueling, probably. Did they acknowledge my request?
I actually wonder if this A10 is self-aware.
She'll have the RWR, so...
I mean, I've locked him for the past 50 kilometers and he hasn't turned. He's still hot.
I think...
Oh.
Take this with a grain of salt, because I haven't confirmed it myself yet. I've got to test it later, but I think there's a bug where the 21's radar doesn't give a lock warning when it should.
I'm in a 29. There's a bug by the
Oh,
way.
That's true.
oh, okay. Well, if you're in a 29, that just means he's dumb, which is...
Rip! Yeah, he's not
Yeah,
over
the A10 thought he could pop a lot of flares and dissuade an R27R.
Oof.
What a hero.
Yeah, that's like the F5 classic where they see an R3R coming at them, knowing it's the only all-aspect missile at the moment,
Head-on,
and they just flare
yeah.
and don't maneuver. Don't read the fucking manual? I didn't read the fucking manual and I know that that exists. It took me a couple sessions before I figured it out, but I did figure it out. They didn't acknowledge me, did they?
I was getting locked up by the MiG-21 earlier, and I was not getting an RWR notification. I was in the MiG-29, but yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
I'm still not getting any acknowledgement from the ground crew.
Have you opened your canopy?
Mm-hmm.
You have.
It doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter. Like I get.
Yeah,
No,
but-
yeah, but it's easier just to have it, so because then they can confirm. So you
Is
can
there
tell something
anybody?
happens.
Is there anybody in the air over Sakumi right now?
Gweel is currently on the ground. There's no one in the air.
I was gonna say,
Gotham Security 19 and...
did you happen? Okay, well that's weird. I was gonna say, did you happen to see if they bombed out the ammo depot? Because that's the only thing I can think of.
We've got no R60s if that's what you're trying to load.
No, I'm
No,
not.
I saw him trying to load anything, and they won't do it. Yeah.
it might be... I don't know, there might be like some bug on this mission based on where you spawn, because I remember I had this issue with the 29 once. Which means I'm going to have to go all the way back up the coast. Happy days.
Hold on. I'm getting locked. I'm only like 50 clicks out to Sukumi. I'm getting locked. I'm assuming that Hawk is back up. At least the surface is up.
Might be a mud spike. 1 sec.
Might be the. I think they're setting up
got me.
at the far.
No, it is a Sam. It is a Sam. I mean, I would be able to tell
No,
Hawk.
no, that's
Hawk on me.
Sam.
Mud spike.
Yeah. Can you tell where it's coming from, Yink?
It's coming from Sanaki River.
I do occasionally forget that in the F5, but then I see the little thing flick over to up, and I go, oh right, I'm in an F5, and I put it back to auto.
Because I keep seeing.
But yeah, no, there are a lot of people who...
There, so either they're dropping
I've heard people ask, do you
or
use
they're
flaps to
setting
turn in the F5? It's like,
Hawk.
if only there was some auto flap function in the aircraft that controlled that.
About you.
Oh, he's talking shit?
No, he's talking quite the opposite. He's talking love, I guess.
Okay, I'm just joking.
Oh no.
He's nothing but praise for you, Mr. Notch Master. I checked out your YouTube, don't worry.
Oh no. He's on to me.
Sneaky prawn, thanks for the
Oh
follow.
yeah, I've
Welcome.
already doxed you.
MSFS doesn't have a 737? I think it does. I think it has the next generation. Like a 737-8 or something.
I guess I can just drain the Hawk or something. I think I got
Or actually, no. No, I'm...
You still,
It might not. I might be thinking of the A320 Neo.
Yeah, the chopper low is the Gazelle Mistral right now.
Oh, okay.
There might also be a few Hueys, so.
I'll just stay at 40k here then.
Yeah, I'm just below you at, well, not just below you.
40k, okay, that's 40k feet, got you.
Yeah,
40k
Yeah,
to
in
I'm
space,
refueling at Sputnik, dude. Well, Jesus. So, how much longer?
You're gonna fly past right now on your right is hostile. I think they've got a bunch of SAMs there.
Yeah, that's
I think they have Avengers, though. I don't think they have radar.
Yeah,
The 25T is just flying over it, so oh rip, there's no longer a 25T.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that solves the question of do they have SAMs there?
Yeah, no, we always knew there was SAMs, we just didn't know.
I just saw him splatter to the river. That was pretty sad.
Oh no. I mean, oh, it's a shame you're in the fucking 29 sword, or I would have asked you to give strafe the Hawk.
we gotta take off Sanaki.
It's an Avenger. It's an Avenger at their
No, the one at Sanaki.
Do they have
Oh,
much
yeah,
left
I would.
in the way of aircraft? Because, I mean, if they're not really putting up many fighters...
They have Kabalodi F5s and Sanaki F5s, that's it.
Yeah, I can hop on the other track, come and just grab numbers if we want.
I was just going to say, the MiG-29 can be quite an effective high-altitude bomber. Just bunk some BETABs on it, come in at fucking Mark 2, 60,000 feet, and just wipe out the runway. They won't be able to do shit to stop you. The Hawks won't even hit you up there.
Yankee, you've got a single F5 hot bearing 170 for 9 clicks. He's at 1,600 meters. Sword, same bandit bearing 105 for 30 at 1,600 meters.
Don't dive yet, Yink, because they have a Mistral and a Avenger done.
Hawks on me. I'm going northbound.
737 had a keylogger in it. Amazing.
I'll give he's just faded off scope. I'll give a shout when it comes back. Oh, they got tapped as EWR. Bollocks.
Hey Salamord, long time no see. You say keylogger, I say flight data recorder. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just cruising at like 50, or not 50, I'm just cruising at 80% RPM, just saving as much fuel.
I'm being intermittently locked by something, flying up the coast.
Single F5
big Hawk launched.
Yeah, it's just a Hawk. I can't believe the radar signal is that strong. You're getting it from there, but
Yeah.
it just
I think it's the F5 behind you.
Oh, there's an F5 behind me?
F5 behind Ross?
Yink, hang on. Yink
Oh, that was
is the
Ross,
F5.
not Yink. Yeah,
Ross, if that's you, guess that's the fault, somehow. Yink, the band's just faded, but okay, no, he's back.
Doing alright.
He's 1863, tracking to the northwest at 1,800.
Sorry, there's one cold boy helicopter.
It's literally in
In an
lower
SA6
orbit,
and
like...
smack 3 F5s
I know,
outside
I'm
of
giving him
these.
updates.
Yeah, I got him 4 o'clock.
Yeah, they really underestimate the
Is he
coup.
coming up?
Really
Yeah,
underestimate
is
it.
he
Yeah, you
coming
did
up
hear
for me?
Yank.
I don't know.
He's in space.
Bounce
In the
stable
19.
2,000 meters.
2,000 meters, so he's
Yeah,
not.
stable 2,000 heading north. He's following the call out.
He's probably coming for me then. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I've got
following
another
here,
F5 now, the Loki guy.
I'm gonna stalk him.
Got one of the Loki guys in a single A10.
I see you up there still. I don't know where this F5 is.
Am I conning? He's on my nose.
Yeah, you are. Nose low, copy.
He's turned west. Sword is hot bearing 070 for 13 at 1700 descending.
He should be in this valley here.
Doing
Yeah,
Mach
copy.
0.95, and I wasn't even no
Following the
thrust. I love this plane.
Following the valley that
Look at that.
because there's a
We
valley
are
right in front of me.
just
and
barely
I-
subsonic.
The next one over. The next one over. Keep flying.
And we've got 4
You
missiles.
can come to your right, make a gentle turn
Mind you,
right
we're
to
pretty
slot in
wide.
behind him.
I don't want to do that because they're farping right there.
Okay, copy that. He's disappeared. No, the FOP's
He's on my nose. He's on my nose.
20 clicks away from you. He's within 10,
See
within
whoopsies, I
5,
think we
sorry.
just slipped through the sound barrier.
Oh, copy, yeah.
Break some windows.
He's off scope currently. He'll be in the valley.
So I'm going to go up and land at Sochi and see if I can rearm there. So I think I have a suspicion that there might be a bit of a bug on this mission where you can only rearm at the airfield you spawn at.
Okay, he's
but I could be
opposite.
wrong.
He's
So
turning
if I can't
onto
rearm
your
even up
6
there, then I don't know what's going on. I'll have to like
Send it to
respawn.
the
something.
Yeah. Tally.
I'm on your nose. If you want to keep the circle flat, you might be able to get a shot here.
Oh, I just locked Ross. Oh, God, okay.
That's Yink. That's Yink.
Okay,
Ross
come
is
left,
nowhere near
come
you.
left.
Coming left?
Bad shot.
We really need
Well, I don't even know where he
a
is,
new
so-
model and texture for
He's
the R3R.
about your 8 o'clock, moving
Poor
7 now.
R3R. God's missile.
Heading north.
Left neglected.
Yink's all over. 9 o'clock.
Yink is a god in anything.
That's 2,000.
Yeah. I got you.
Okay, break. You've got 2 F5s in hot to join the fight. 10 clicks, 146. The 2 Loki
Yink
guys
and Davey
diving
are
in
probably
from
the 2
3,000.
best MiG pilots on this server.
Your bandit has faded.
Get on them, I'll get on these.
So now 140. 43.
Krupp plays as well. Actually,
Merge with lead on your left.
about 3 months ago, I saw Krupp and Shafi on here, but then Shafi noticed that there was limited lives and she noped out.
You've got the second.
I don't know why,
hostile
it's not like she was going to lose any.
You're in a verbal with 3 hostiles.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Maybe she was feeling some sort of mercy for her victims,
Okay,
or worried
cross it
that
up,
there
I
wouldn't
don't
be
know.
any targets left, which is a
So
fair
still your
worry,
left, 9 o'clock.
actually.
2 bandits.
It
Slow
does
and
get
low.
that way sometimes.
Sorry, slow, not low. 2,000.
Fox. Splash.
Yink splash 1.
Splash. Oh, this is going right way.
Yeah, sword merge with another 2. Yink, they're behind you now.
Yes, sir.
Got one with gun.
I'm baiting. One on my nose going high. Is there a third one?
No,
I
2
just got
down.
the one on your 6. Here, I got the one on your 6. Look
Okay,
for the
okay.
one on your 9.
Yeah,
One
my
left,
10
one
block,
left.
10 block, left turn.
Copy. They're coming around on his head
Heading
now.
south. Heading south. He's continuing south of running.
Yeah, I think we're Judy.
Fox 1.
Oh, Fox, oh, he's fucked.
Oh yeah, he's so dead, yeah. Rip. Ah!
Copy that, picture clear.
Sounds like someone just got sandwiched.
Copy, I'm on the...
Hi, Alpha Gang. Yeah, I figured she would be.
Good job, Yank. We did it.
Sword for you, you're looking towards about 290 for 168.
Can you get ours at Snot or Tsukumi?
Yeah, no. I have to go all the way back to Sochi, but I don't think I have enough. Well, I have 1,100. I'll try.
That's up to you. I'm just gonna let Tsukumi here.
Shafi.
Yeah, I fired 2 R60Ms at the guy in your 6. None of them tracked, so I had to get him with the guns for 30 mil to right
Yeah,
hand.
I saw that.
Just go side. Man's got clapped.
Nah, fucking P's are garbage. Literally all you have to do to evade a P is turn. It's actually
And
fucking
the 19? Yeah, the 19's heat sink is really small. Really, really small.
Like, it's nice versus P's because, you know, the 21, you can, like, do, like, a mini extend and recommit and they don't have a chance to shoot at you. You can just flare on the turn and it's just not gonna hit you.
Well, there's also the constant blue F5 issue where they don't know how far out they need to be to fire the things. And they fire it at half the range. Yeah, I know, right? Tone equals shoot.
They fire it where like their round or the shot doesn't even arm by the time it reaches the MiG.
Yeah, I know. I love it. It's my favorite thing.
Great.
They still haven't learned. Like, some of them have been doing it for years and they just don't learn.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I was in the fight with Ying, and like that one dude, foxes at less than 2k feet, and it's like, yo, what are you doing?
I'm like a high-speed looping 29, like, okay, good luck.
Yeah, like...
Bro, it ain't an R73.
Literally. Or an AIM-9X.
Yeah, really.
Imagine it, you're just going to come back and fly back to base, and your ground crew is just going to look at you and say, why the fuck is there a AIM-9 just lodged in the side of your aircraft? Fucking skewered your wing or something.
Well, hold on. If the AIM-9 hits you, even if it doesn't arm, it's still gonna destroy your aircraft.
Yeah, it depends where it hits.
You gotta believe in the Fresco, dude.
Depends how much energy it's got and depends where.
Well, assuming that it's fired, that it doesn't even arm, it's probably above Mach 1, and that's a Mach 1 object coming and hitting a sharp Mach 1 object, hitting your aircraft. It's gonna do something.
Let's just laugh if it just lodged itself in one wing and just caused you to continually roll as its rocket motor kept firing. Just imagine that.
Перезарядка по плану.
Please?
Перезарядка по плану.
Please?
Well, I mean, this is how, tank projectiles are. They're really, really fast kinetic objects, right? That carry a lot of kinetic energy. So a missile is effectively like that, except it has an explosive.
So this is a fun
Go
bug.
to the Chinese.
I can't rearm anywhere, not even the base I spawned at, so I'm gonna have to reslot, I guess.
Well, if you reslot, you're gonna give a MiG back, which is decent.
Here, hold on. Tell me when you reslot, I'm gonna steal it from you.
Hey, there you go. He's gonna willingly tell you so that you can steal his MiG.
We don't have...
Joke's on him, I just grabbed the next slot on the list. That's really odd though. I had that happen in the 29 on this mission once, but I've never had it happen before in the 21. I didn't think it could happen in the 21. I don't know if they're flying high enough to warrant the R3R. Probably not. Let's take 60s. Oh, we do have 60s here. We were just out at Tsukumi. Okay, that's good.
Перезарядка по плану. Принял.
Please. There we go. Yeah. After the stream, I'll have to check out powered USB hubs and grab myself one. Probably just order it in. Because it's fine off stream, but obviously with DCS hogging the shit out of my CPU, whether I'm streaming or not, it's not going to help much.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
No, just on the base. With the FARPs, you have to be either on a pad or within a certain distance if it's the invisible FARP. But for an airbase, it should just be on the ground at the airbase. I think it's within like a kilometer circle of the airbase or something. Any of the parking spots, certainly, you should be able to rearm. Help and limit the fog of certain weapons on the Cold War. I mean, almost certainly... What the fuck just happened there? Almost certainly will be limited to the R-23 instead of the 24, because the 24 is a much better missile. But as for like being, say, limited to heaters only, I kind of doubt it. If it is limited to heaters only, that's kind of silly, in my opinion. Plus we have 29s and F-14s with radar-guided missiles, so I don't think that'll be an issue. It'll probably just replace the 29. And then the F-1... The F-1's not an equal for the MiG-23. The F-1's kind of closer to an equal for the MiG-21, but slightly better BVR.
How much fuel do you have?
I'll make it. I'm at 800.
I'd say the true...
Well, I'm talking about if you have to divert to kill an A-10.
I was going to say the true opponent for the 23 is the Phantom, but you know what? There isn't one.
No, it's just because you're both going the same place. So
The,
you can make a slight divert, hit him, and then head back.
The 23 is more capable than the Phantom, but the Phantom carries more missiles, so you end up with the same thing you have with the Tomcat, where the aircraft carries a lot more missiles than anything we have. So you got to kind of account for that, basically.
I just took off security.
Need the Sentry series? I agree, completely.
They are where the mark for our EW1 is. They are about.
Especially the F-106, because Interceptor Gang.
What the hell are they doing down there?
They are trying to attack the ships, because if they destroy the ships, they get access to the F-14 slots. Unfortunately for them,
more chicken.
they need to kill the ships before they dock,
Oh,
which they can't
classic
have
game.
done because we only get the 29. Yeah, we only get the 29 if they dock. It's very much a one-sided thing.
I think if you lose one ship, they get 114, we get 129, but yeah, this late in the mission, it's not going to help them anyway.
Both. Yeah.
What heroes?
Who's this? Am I going clock?
Okay, I think we're more or less configured. Just make sure that's aligned. Got our weapons. Yep, we're taking all R60s this time.
I wish I could have gotten to 150 kills, but I'm not sure that's gonna happen. Unless server restarts in 2 days, which means tomorrow, I have 7 kills to get and I'm at 150.
Damn, he really does have 7 to get and he's at 150, that's impressive. I don't know how many I've got, because the fucking scoreboard hasn't reset my kills yet, it's only reset my deaths.
Where are these kids?
Cowering and peeing themselves.
Yeah, literally. Dude, otherwise known as what Blue does 24/7. I'm sorry, dude, it's just fact.
It's true. I know.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Well,
I'm
it's
just
not bad,
ambushing the fools that they're pushing up towards our airbase, sorry.
Can I get vectored on these guys?
Yep, they're off scope, but you're probably looking about 275, 64.
Okay.
Oh, perfect music for the 21
It's
here.
pretty easy to see. I should see him down here.
Yeah, he's off scope though, so I can't give proper updates.
Are you heavily breathing because you're about to kill an 810? You're like, yeah, 810.
I have specific experience shooting A-10s on modern servers.
Okie dokie, Yink, I have pop-up for you. The A-10, he's now at 280 for 66.
66? What is this kid doing?
66 kilometers.
God.
So,
Still.
yeah, they're trying to hit our ships. Yeah.
But they can't hit our ships, they're going
No, I
for a
know.
ghost.
I mean, the worst case scenario is they realise they can't hit our ships. Our airbase is right there, and we've got a couple of aircraft on the ground.
The thing is, it's worse than a ghost, Yank, because those ships don't even exist. A ghost at least would have to exist for you to find it, so...
Next time on Ghost Hunters.
There you go. More like looking for empty atoms.
Oh, that was probably salt, it just wasn't put into chat.
You probably want to head about 300 to intercept them. Rossman, are you doing air-to-air or air-to-air?
Air-to-air at the moment.
I'm still trying to rearm.
No, I got a new
Rossman,
plane.
if you want to do air-to-air, turn 220 for 34.
220, 34, thank you.
Single A-10 and the F-86 at about...
F-86.
Fucking hell, 10 meters off the deck.
Hey, Amorphous. I know you want to climb 21, but we need to go straight and level here, buddy. This thing is still a pain to trim. It will never not be a pain to trim. Good enough. Let's told a little forward pressure on the stick.
Rossman, turn due west.
Turning
Due
west.
west for about 15. Rossman, they're about your 1 o'clock now for 10 clicks.
Tally 1.
Hold on, I literally have something on radar. I have something on radar, like I'm landing Sochi, there's something on radar.
Are you sure that's not the other MiG-21 on the ground?
Unless the, no. On radar, 25 clicks out from Sochi airfield. Something on radar.
Yeah, that's probably that.
Oh, fuck.
Could also be me, I'm slotting in behind them.
I don't know, it's pretty easy to IFF into my
Oh yeah, true.
You still on my
I've
scope?
lost sight,
25
something
clicks
just
from airfield.
splashed off my right.
Rossman, the F-86 might have hit the water, the A-10 is still
Oh, I see him.
between your 12 and your 1.
Yeah, I see him. He has no idea I'm even here.
Fuck him up. Disrespect, go for kill.
That would be a guns kill right there.
Very nice. We still got the Loki guys over to the far east now. About 150 clicks away from you.
I love this plane so much.
Oh, you made him disconnect, good job.
Oh, you know what that means, guys. You know what that means.
Class is so fucked.
Let me just get this thing stabilized a little. There we go. I almost feel guilty about that. Almost. I wonder what I was chasing before then, because I saw a dot way out to sea, and that's what I thought was them, but they were a lot closer than I thought they were. So the Sabre that was escorting him went into the drink of his own accord. I didn't even have to do anything to him, and then the A10 just straight and level right in front of me. Very kind of him. I mean, if you want to do that, Super Retarded, I could just put the file up in my Discord. Wait, one. We'll set a straight and level recovery mode. I'm going to need to tab out to get Discord running, and that didn't work because my keyboard didn't register. Now my mouse isn't registering, thank you DCS. See, my CPU's not even that heavily loaded, but I'm still having issues with this, so it's definitely a DCS thing. I'll DM you it, is what I'll do. Radar off earlier, but whatever. Possibly, Steve, I'm not sure. Okay, belly tank's empty, we'll get rid of it. We got any trade in the air, or are they still hiding?
No, we've got one just to the south of Secumi, engaged with Fisticuff.
It does, doesn't it? Sea just got a little bit saltier. It did, it did. I like that one. No basic computer control, I know, right? I'm just glad it wasn't doing that in ArmA. If I had been losing my keyboard and mouse in ArmA, I would have got very angry.
I'm gonna take up from Sochi now and hopefully clap these kids and not die to a Mistral. See, the biggest meme would be if the Mistral had Yink. I would laugh very, very hard.
I almost got a chance to shoot at like a Mistral.
How many players are there?
Ever since they
Not that many.
75, we got visuals, it's kind of rough. We should use the Maverick. That's the best way to go.
I mean, that's the best way to kill fucking anything, the way that used to be.
Yeah, wait, I mean, we tried to keep sub armor, we didn't shoot an aircraft or anything up there. We just shot a helicopter.
I think my favorite was the fucking ship-to-ship missile mode on the Viggen.
Okay, become a javelin. Just park on the cadets off. Just rifle off Mavericks and constant reload.
Whole lot of nothing happening. Oh, we got a wingman. Is that you off my left wing?
What? Yeah, just
line up.
Not my tanks, I'm not gonna go high.
Can I please just clapping up?
The F5 is currently getting slapped by the airbase defenses.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
fucking hell, he just took 3 hits in a
See you
second.
later.
SA6?
Oh, it's jealous.
Oh.
Use the last 29, I think.
No, we definitely have
Oh,
one.
no.
Small brain.
No, we have none.
Really? Even on my shop, we have none.
0 out of 12 on my cop.
Crash on landing.
Who crashed on landing?
You should.
Fuck is that?
No, I'm good. What, do you want me to make it more challenging for Blue? Sorry, less challenging.
They might need it.
Well, they've always needed it.
Hey guys, the Minstrel might be around Sakumi, I don't have eyes on. I lost him a little while ago.
Mr. might be around 60. I will say this much. He is.
Nice.
Follow me and we can grab radar. See his ass.
Just stick it up into the sky, and if you want to take a shot, I'll have to fly high enough the defenses can see him. And I'm going to spread him out a bit more to get better coverage.
Yeah, you should fly higher and
Spread him out.
Well,
Yeah, it was an eBay notification.
I think you might put a Mistral in your tailpipe before you do that. The thing is, you don't have flares, so, you know, he does fire a Mistral.
I got
kind of dead.
just,
Well, I'm thinking at the right time. Yeah, I mean, well, hey, if anything, it lets me know where he is, okay, so I can come and
Dude.
R27 him, but...
19 doesn't need flares, just cut throttle, nothing will hit you. Like, no joke. That thing... Missiles don't like it. They avoid it for some reason.
It's called superior technology.
But Yink has a fat butt, so...
That's called radical modules. Did Body show you pictures too?
Yeah, he did. Your only fan.
Fantastic. Thanks. Like and subscribe.
Well, it's a membership, so I can become a member. I thought you'd know that.
Care picture.
Первый, четвертый. Дайте курс на ближайший.
Is it a joke? I'm a joke. Well, that's true.
080 for 25 from me, cold. That's, what, out near the FARP in the valley?
080 for how far?
25.
Oh, negative, that'll be the Minstrel.
Who's out in the open?
That's the Minstrel, yeah.
Well then.
I have an F5 as well if you want to deal with him first.
Yeah, sure.
The F5 from you, Rossman, is directly over the F5 at 10042. Yink, that F5 is 11044. He's currently flying at 3,500 meters. Hot.
Our SA6 is opening up. I'm getting
Negative,
bad.
not
spike.
I didn't bring any of God's missiles with me, so...
Did you not have any? You just didn't feel like it.
Didn't feel like it. I figured we got... Oh, merged!
That'll be a helicopter.
Probably with the Gazelle.
Yeah, that'll be the helicopter. I'll have a look on the map to see if you
I see him, he's dusting.
Go for him.
Kill the Gazelle?
Right by the bridge. I could try, you want me to?
Yeah, fucking go!
Yes, do it.
I don't think he'd shut up about it if you managed to kill the Yink in a thingy.
Who the fuck is locking me?
Walk site,
the
maybe?
F5 still.
It's the Hawk. The Hawk is going ham. Go kill the Gazelle now.
That F5 is still close. He's within 10 clicks now. Rossman, he is 094 for 12.
The thing is, the Gazelle will get you if you're engaging the F5, so you need to kill the Gazelle.
SA6 engaged.
Merged. No joy on
Rossman,
F5 yet?
yes, you're left. Left. 10 o'clock, coming 9 now on your left by about 500 meters. Oh, fuck me then. Okay, no. I thought that was a Hawk being launched. No, it was a Hawk.
I got no joy.
still about your 10 o'clock, he's proceeding due east, 26054. He's at 900 meters. Come right, come right. Rossman, he'll be about due east from you. He's just faded. Last seen, Rossman was about 3005.
Now's not the time, mouse. Come on, work. Yeah, I got no eyes.
I'm coming in. I mean, I'm a bit far, but I'll help out. Is he dead? No.
Negative, negative. Pop up. Yink, Rossman, bearing 27015.
279 from me.
Bandit turning hot at 1700 climbing. He's chasing after Rossman.
No shot.
Rossman, about your 1011.
Still don't see him.
Rossman, come left, come left. Break left and defend. Merge now.
Man, what is wrong with me today? I can't see shit.
Yink, slight left, you'll notice.
Oh, I see.
11 o'clock.
Judy.
I see Yink, I don't see the F5.
Right below me. 10 o'clock.
Oh yeah, I got him. Turning in.
Taking lag, he's still in his left turn.
Yeah, he's reacting to me. I don't know if he's seen you.
Coming in to assess.
Just come back the other side.
Yep, getting ready for a shot. Thank you. I'm cutting in between you. He's got his fucking nav lights on. Auto start Andy over here.
What a hero.
He might stall it. Fox 2. What the fuck?
That one.
Yeah, really. Fox 2 again.
I just saw that in your stream. That was the weirdest thing.
Ground heat, maybe?
Kill Sue.
He dead.
Copy that. What's happened with the Gazelle?
Gazelle, I think, damaged.
I hit him. I dove straight on top of him.
043 for 1. That might be the
Either
Rector.
that's the wreck or the Gazelle.
Alright, well I need to RTB for fuel, so I'm gonna go land at Sukumi.
Is there nothing else on scope?
Eldor, thanks for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream.
Negative, nothing on scope.
Welcome everybody, we're on the tail end of a run of Battle of Sukumi on Cold War. Most of blue team left because they weren't winning. Foreman,
Why
thanks
this
for the
guy
follow.
type dash help in chat? What a god.
I think that's some of the stuff around blue flag.
Yeah, blue flag players.
Yeah, you've got dash time. Anytime you see them putting blue or red, they're blue flag as well.
Nice.
I
I gotta get back on that.
We want to fly an FAT.
Next time there's a fucking rotor smash.
Side switch requests.
It's blue, and then they type red, and then they disconnect.
The best one was on Growling Sidewind a couple of weeks ago. I was playing with Pom, and we had a guy in there who was, what was it he typed? Rules. And he typed every combination of the word rules and symbols that he could think of, alternating capitals, everything, to try and get it to come up. And after about 20 attempts, he just disconnected.
God.
Some reason cannot use the knee border on Corks's. Any idea why? It might be double bound or the bind might have broken. That happens on some modules, but it should work. It shouldn't depend on map.
I'm getting something 124 for 50, 40 cook.
Yeah, I got that call too.
124 for 40. Helicopter,
Yeah.
that's up.
Ooh, I don't want to engage a helicopter. Where's the 5?
Stop blocking.
There was
I'm not locking you. That's a hawk.
Joke. More piles coming.
There was a concentration of friendly units, Bra 049 for 18 miles from Sukumi. I assume that's a friendly farm. The question is, which one is it? Say again, please. The farm that's to the northeast of Sukumi. Which one is that? Yeah, like that's a friendly farm. Let me double check. Go ahead.
So do you see the thing that's on my 12? I have him on radar now. He's
Yeah, that's an
freaking
A10.
hot. Okay.
That farm, let me double check it.
14, right?
That should be the Zenny fart. Actually, no, hang on. It's just they're called Fart Valley 0102. Probably Fart Valley 1. Zenny 1, I think, is the one on the river. Alright, cool.
Aww. Oh, yeah. Yes, A10, turn hot.
Yeah, he's just cruising. Nope, nope, he's not cruising, he's turning.
No. Yeah.
He ain't happy.
What a cuck. Oh, I've just been launched by something.
Probably the whole.
Hawk, I'm actually.
Catch you later, man. Have a good evening.
Oh my god, that hawk is right there. They have a new hawk they just set up.
Whereabouts is it?
Marking soon, hold on.
Just go down the tracking radar.
Yeah, I'm gonna be cleaning that in.
Yeah,
John,
the
you
last
got
one as well.
load, select your gun.
Well, I'm aware of how to do both of those things, I just don't want to. Hey, dude, you're in the most expendable aircraft known to man, please.
I think Stinger might have just strafed it.
Заправка по плану.
Marked.
Nope, Stinger's
Перезаряжаем.
dead.
Прием.
It's marked. Approx, but within a 5k radius.
Within a 5k radius. Great.
I mean, look, man. I just saw white smoke.
You pretty much told us it's on this side of the river, but I don't know where.
It's right over a ridge. It's really hard to.
Oh, okay, I can work with that. Let me find the.
Oh, you can see the enemy's resources? That seems a little
Next to
broken.
the town, right?
Yeah, just north of it. Or yeah.
North. Okay.
Yeah.
Might be in this one then. Hang on.
Or west of the Trubor town.
Okay. Let me delete my mark. Yeah.
We'll pretend this is the
Another one down,
KGB
I
doing
think they
some
might
good
have done.
work here.
Oh, I've got eyes on Mistral.
На ближайшую цель.
None.
Where's the Mistral? Well, I don't want to fight
Just taken off out of the fart. He's climbing.
Oh, so I did kill him.
Yeah, you did.
No, it's a different one. It's not.
None.
Oh, what a
So
fucker.
it's not Conquer. Okay, never mind.
Negative. Sword from you. He is dropping in and out at 1, 2, 3,
None.
25.
For what it's worth,
Yeah.
the only airfield they have that has any F5s left is Sanaki. It's got 16 or 17. Everything else is out of F5s.
So we need to put
Well,
a bomb
16 or
straight down
7. Hold on.
into like.
16 or 17 is the max number they can have, not that they actually do
Yeah.
have.
Yeah, but it's showing, it's actually showing 17 of 16 somehow, but everything else is 0.
Yeah.
Well, that's because somebody probably landed an F5 and returned to spectators,
Yeah, true.
and then left the F5 there.
Either way, I'm gonna load up some big boy bombs.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I'm just cruising, just doing capstone. I'm just watching out for white smoke. Never know when a gazelle is on your 6. Goddamn sneaky ass.
You'll feel it.
Cocker 4.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Yeah? Can I feel you, Geek?
What? Oh, yeah, dude. You won't feel me at all.
Oh, yeah,
Jesus.
because you're a ghost.
Getting a bit lewd in here.
Перезарядка
Take
по
a little
плану.
mouth.
Oh, right.
Прием.
Yeah, I feel like your name is like a racial slur.
My entire life is a racial slur.
Yeah, there you go.
Can I
I think I
not?
just cringed really hard, not gonna
Okay,
lie.
let's stop talking about my racist past, dude. Start talking about my racist future.
Look at the size of that bomb.
Hey man, I'm sorry you're mentally ill, okay?
What is going on
Knowing that
means
fascism is the only way forward.
absolute
sorry,
memes.
that's
A10 is back. A10 is back.
Made me sound like a fascist.
110, 26.
Yikes. Yeah, I copied luck.
500.
Sorry, the only way forward is capitalism, my dude. Amen. Oh, I think I just figured Ross. Rip.
So be advised, The guy who just got killed just thinks all this A10 is doing is communicating with the ground commanders to loop over their FARP and drag you in.
Yeah, I know.
I've now got eyes on the Mr. Stroud.
KGB time.
Bearing 122 for 18. Yeah, just
Oh shit,
extend
there's
away.
2 of them.
KGB, more like NSA agents in our team.
Yeah, true, really.
Covering everything.
We got like, what, an hour left in the mission? Maybe an hour and change?
Something like that, yeah.
Damn,
Two and a bit, almost 2.
If by chance I get shot down, I will jump in a Mi-8 and I'll see if I can sneak something over near their FARP quickly enough. Say like a Estrella, maybe?
You can't. There are
those Hawks.
so many defenses
they
there.
don't like me.
You're
Have been
implying.
running up Bradleys and anti-aircraft.
Yeah, but you're implying I'm going to actually push to try and capture the FARP. I'm not. I'm just going to hide it in a forest somewhere that can see them, and then shoot them down as they try and lure us over it.
Oh, so you're like tats.
You
Yeah, pretty
might
much.
get away with that, but it's gonna be... If you look on the map, the forest to the west of it, you've got the 2 sort of holes in the coverage on the northern edge of the forest, sort of central but the northern half. I think those are pretty much the only places you can put them down with enough coverage that they'll be able to hit the A10.
I'll figure
This
something
A10
out.
is literally just, this A10 is actually just, yeah, their ground commanders are just like, oh my god, Big 29, oh my god.
How'd you know he sounds like that?
That's just the average blue player, my dude.
Tapped into enemy SRS.
Yeah. Well, didn't Ross say KGB time a bit ago? I mean, it's fine. You know how they sound like, they're all like... They somehow played this game for 7 years and they still launch AIM-9s at 500 feet.
We also have an F5 heading in. Yes, sir. There's an F5 heading in from their FARP is 24 clicks.
South, northeast, west? Oh, I just got the call.
Southeast. From you is about, I don't know, 136 to 47.
Yeah, copy. I just can't because
I hope they fix the ask. It shouldn't be giving me bombing cues. Rockets, yes, not bombing.
I don't know what happened, because I don't know if he respawned.
Bombs are all off tables in the
home.
21.
No, I don't know, I think, maybe.
Because if Yink hit him with the vertical attack, he's definitely damaged his rotors.
Yeah, those 2 R3Ss right on
I
top.
told you to give me the other
which means
R60,
he's
dude. Whatever.
Probably not in any way going to be able to fly or fight. So if he hasn't respawned, he must just either be limping or just literally scooting along the ground with skis.
I
The
have
A10 is just still cruising.
I have a single R60 because the ground crew hate me apparently. My other one's still back at the airfield.
Sword 140 for 30 F5 hot. If you make an orbit towards the north in your left hand, you can turn back in by the time you clear of the wall.
Copy. I mean, that's what I've been doing. I've just been orbiting for like at like 80% for the past 30 minutes. This thing has insane loader time if you work with the throttle as well. It's pretty bloody good.
If anyone's near-ish to Sanaki or the FARP right now, can you let me know if you see a launch on me?
Yep, we'll do.
I am staring at it like a hawk.
A hawk is staring at a hawk. There you go.
Right, so plan for you if you want to turn in 150 for 19 at 4,000 climbing at 1,000 kilometers. Hot.
Oh, he's going.
Yeah, I
for
hope they
Yink,
fix
think.
that too.
Nope, he's going to Yink is way to the north of the farm. He's coming straight for you, so Ross,
Uh-oh.
turn 040 0 to assist.
Wait, update.
I'm not air to air.
Sword bearing 153 for 10. Copy that, Ross. He's at 5,000 currently. He's starting to down.
Yeah, I need an update when he merged.
Copy that. He'll be on your left, I reckon, unless he's going for head up there. Merging on your left now. Actually, no, he's just going. Yeah, no, he's just going.
The S24s, yeah, they're monsters.
326 for 11, he's just running.
Oh, what a gun.
Oh, Ross, I found Conquer. It appears they don't have anything less than Far.
I think the Hawk's trying to shoot me, but I can't see it.
No, the Hawk just murdered a friendly. Yink, do you want Minstrel to kill again?
I will do
I am getting locked.
anything for you.
Son of a Yink. Yink, if you want him, you need to head about 170, 30, keep it low. You've also got that 8 in open FARP still. But the FARP is going to be covered in air defense.
Yeah, I'm getting locked off my left side. I think it's coming from the FARP, but I don't see any shots yet.
Left side will be the Hawk. You're above Hawks. Okay, you can just turn direct for about 150.
I'm just on this F5, but the Fox 1M.
Yeah, he's chasing after a friendly. He's chasing after an MI8 that just sat down, I think, for a FARP. Yeah, he's just
He's about to die. He's about to die. He's dead.
MI8 appreciates. Sword, if you want to go kill the A10, he's now loitering out
Pick up
at
some
140
speed.
and 37.
Copy that. Hold on.
R23 is the MiG-23's medium range missile.
He's just orbiting
Air to air.
still, but yeah.
Well, one of them.
He's pushing out a bit more. I think if you keep your radar off, you might be able to kill him now.
You say that like they actually pay attention to their RWRs.
Yeah. Yink, your Minstrel is now 156 for 15 at 150 meters, which
Oh, hello, Sanaki, you beautiful thing.
oh, he's only like 4 meters off the deck. So he must be
Well,
resting.
actually, their RWRs actually their neckbeard GCR.
I don't think I have one. Oh no, they do. Do they?
Yeah,
they do.
the moment I launched with that F5, even though I unlocked the entire time, the moment I launched the GCR, I was like, 29, 27. One more time?
Jesus Christ.
Yink is now
The memes.
160.5. He's climbed
Oh,
up.
yeah.
He's now
God's missile is
very
amazing.
close, actually, he's about 40 meters off the deck.
Dude, legit. It is God's missile. People underestimate that thing so much.
F86 at 156 for 17, and yes, we are.
Rossman merged
where's
over
the
Sanaki.
Oh, probably because it's the airbase, brother.
Yeah. Sword, I think you're a bit too far away to help. No, 66 seconds.
Oh, really? I thought
Yink, you've got a single bandit F86 bearing 156. He is turning cold. He is at 200 meters,
Oh.
heading
I got hit.
due south.
Worth it though.
Farther below me than he is.
Can I merge with your Sanaki?
Please hit. Where'd they go off? Did they go off? Bruh. Where'd my betabs go? Where'd my betabs go? Oh no, I missed. So that's my aircraft there. How did I miss though? Did they not? Oh! Tactical drop switch. I completely forgot. You know the really insulting thing? I'm pretty sure I can see them. Oh no, that's a runway light. So they would have landed right here. I'm not saying I forgot to arm my bombs, but I forgot to arm my bombs. I don't even think they can hear me. Hello, F5. We have more aircraft to play with than they do. This is why I do air-to-air. I don't know how to air-to-ground. Yeah, no, you're right. I got shot right as I was about to arm them. Totally. That's what happened. Well, my actual aircraft wreckage looks like it wiped out the airbase early warning radar, so that's something. Alright. I don't know if we got any 21s left. If not, I might jump in a 19. Or actually a Sushka would be really good for this. So that's what I'm gonna do. Sushka, if we have any left. We do! We fucking do.
Nah, Castro, you're fine.
Thank you.
I currently have the totally fair vertical acquisition mode on.
He'll be over to your right, if anywhere. To the east still. I reckon he would have looped around the big mountain over to the river. Okay, no, he's still proceeding north, due east for about 6 clicks, sorry. He's at 2,000 meters, heading due north. It's about your 1 o'clock low. 1 o'clock high, sorry.
I had a whoopsie.
You would be merged in about now.
Did you get dead?
Yeah.
I did get dead. I got hit by I guess an Avenger, and I forgot to arm my bombs. Wouldn't you know it? I've been practicing. They fell, but they didn't arm, because I've been practicing with the nuke, so I haven't been flicking the tactical drop switch, because the nuke doesn't use it, and I completely forgot that the bombs do use it. That's okay, because I'll take
I'm about to die to an A-10. Where is he?
He's on your 6, you flew right past him, I thought you saw him. Extend to the west, get some separation.
I'm just looking for missile launchers now.
Yeah, no, he's not looking.
This is going to suck to fly, because it's going to be so heavy.
Yeah, come back to about 040.
I see him,
He's heading up to the mountains, and then I reckon he's going to loop down towards the far.
Oh, actually I should take I should take the high drags, which I think are these ones. So I'm probably going to come in pretty slow.
Yeah, sounds good.
And I might take a multiple ejector rack, maybe? Mission's nearly over anyway.
Knock it on the head there, it's a little late over here.
Alright, backer.
See you guys.
Gotcha.
Alright.
Bombs. Ooh.
Who's climbing up in cars with me here?
Tempting.
Not a friendly. Good luck.
Oh, come here.
Oh, aggressive.
Which one is it I can put the multiple ejector racks
Oh,
on?
it is an enemy.
That one.
I said not a friendly.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, let's do that. Put the MERs on. 7 and 4.
Actually, I'll come back. I mean, I
Su-25A.
won't have R27s, I'll just have the 2 R60s. I'll try to gun everything, I guess. I don't want to leave you hanging, you know? I care about you, Ian.
I can see that.
Yep. Good, I'm sure you can see a lot of things.
Перезарядка по плану.
Like this guy's contrails?
Прием.
Because I can definitely see these. Come here, bitch.
Hey, if you need help, I can come, but you're the Yinkster himself, so...
So I haven't been flying so great today, but we've had fun at least. That's the main thing. Have fun. Got a couple kills, had a lot of spills. Good enough for me.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Where's this guy going?
Oh, I see him. Get him.
That's
I
a whole
have no clue what he's
squadron on
doing,
blue.
where he's going, or what his plan is.
I'm going like 1.3 right now. I should catch him pretty soon here. Within 10 kilometers here.
I freed up a 21, by the way, Ink.
Where you getting in? Am I 8?
Sushka. I figure if I jump in an 8 now, I'm probably not going to get a unit there in time, so I may as well just take this and try and do a pass.
You just got really trying to use decisions with me at fucking 10k. Mach 1.3.
That's some boom boom.
What is it, F5?
Unfortunately, I can't carry any R60s because there aren't any at this airbase. But I had the last of our R60s basically on my 21 there, but
I guess I'm going down?
should be good.
No, I think it was a... yeah, I guess. I don't know, something killed me on the way to Sukumi.
Hawk shooting me. Wonderful.
I mean, at least it's a Hawk, they're pretty easy to get rid of.
Yeah, that's fine.
Having said that, I'm sure I'll now fly into one. I'm probably gonna need most or all of the runway with this loadout. So how's the stream been, by the way, like performance-wise? Have we had any more stutters over trees? Because if it isn't improving the situation rendering on the CPU, I'll go back to... No stutters? Okay, so it is the fucking video card getting choked out. That would explain it. So I'd say what was happening was DCS was loading up the video cards super badly over trees or over cities, and then it was choking out OBS so it couldn't render properly. That was probably what it was. One potential way of fixing it is to go back to 30 frames a second, because then it's, you know, rendering less, but we'll see how we go. I may need to do that temporarily just until I get the USB issue sorted, but again, it's only DCS that seems to cause the problem, so I'm not overly concerned. This is the main thing I stream, but it's not the only thing I stream, so... South of the runway, huh? Yeah, it is weird. It's really weird. Just downloaded this, I'm scared. Don't be. Just jump in.
Обнаружена цель. 1-0-0. Удаление 90. На 8000. Сближайтесь. 55-й. Первый. Обнаружена цель. 1-0-2. Удаление 80. На 500. Дистанция не меняется.
Oh, because it didn't register the key press, that's why. That may also explain why I ended up belly landing the Bonanza in FS 2020 last stream.
Дистанция не меняется. 255-й. Первый. Обнаружена цель. 098. Удаление 60. На 500. Дистанция не меняется. Первый. Обнаружена цель. 58. Удаление. Обнаружена цель. Удаление. 0. Расходитесь. Дистанция не меняется.
There's no reason to be nervous about playing DCS, guys. Like, you don't need to be amazing to play this game. Anyone that tells you should be a certain skill level to play in multiplayer, like, yeah, it helps. And yeah, we might talk shit about people that clearly don't know what they're doing, but we were all that person once. Like, the reason I can do the things I do, like, fuck up repeatedly on stream, is because I played this game a lot. It just comes with experience. It'll be rough at first, but it gets easier the longer you play. Unless you're me, and then you wake up one day and you just have a bad day for DCS. Like, I have good days for DCS and bad days for DCS, but it's still fun to play, regardless. Just seems daunting. Yeah, a lot of, like, certain aircraft are daunting to me, but a lot of the ones that seem to be the most daunting to people are actually the easiest to learn. Like, a lot of people look at the cockpit of the MiG-21, for instance, and they see all the switches and buttons and steam gauges and they freak out. The MiG-21 is so easy, I could teach someone to fly it in about 2 hours, like, if that. So, don't let it fool you. Uh-oh, that's a little sight. I just got called merged down the coast.
Okay, I'm in the mountains. I'm heading back to security right now. Where do you take off from?
Security, I'm heading down the coast. Got called merged, don't know what by. And I have no missiles, I'm bombs and gun only.
Okay, I'm coming. Can you work where?
Oh, I'm being shot at.
Got it. I'm coming in. I'm kind of low fuel, but it's fine.
Don't know if that's the Gazelle or a plane or what.
Did you see a missile pass by you or something?
Yeah, right over my shoulder. I think it's a Gazelle. He's right by that city, like, a little down the coast.
I got eyes on. It's a helicopter.
Yeah, that's what it was. Nearly out of flares by now. Yeah, if you need help, just ask. Like, if you need anything about the MiG-21, just ask me. I cannot shut up about that plane. I love talking about it, so... There are certain things about it I don't know, but, like, generally speaking, I can get people proficient in the MiG-21 pretty easily. Thanks for the follow, by the way. The more modern stuff is outside my wheelhouse, but there are plenty of guys that hang out in chat here that fly that kind of stuff, and they'll be able to help you with it. Being locked by air defense to my rear now. Possibly sideload by ours, I don't know. What's connected to my headset? That's a track IR. So this has 3 infrared LEDs on it. Or they may even be ultraviolet now because they appear purple on the camera. But there's another camera next to my webcam and that detects where those 3 lights are. And uses that as a kind of way to figure out where I'm looking. And then it transfers that in-game, so I don't have to look around with the mouse or with the hat on the joystick or anything. I can literally just turn my head.
500 meters. You want me to RTD or you want me to do
do whatever, man. I'm past him now. I'm being shot at by Hawks instead, so...
Yeah, the Gazelle's dead, so... No problem.
Gravy, thanks for the follow.
Обнаружена новая цель. 012. Удаление 40. А-500. Дистанция не меняется.
Figure out where Sanaki is, which is not easy from low altitude. I think it's off my nose somewhere. I gotta look for orange smoke. I don't think it's behind this hill, I think it's behind the next one. But I could be wrong on that. Oh, I've got... Oh. I'm blind, yeah, you're asking him. My bad. I got plenty of modules, but you guys know that. Damn, I wish I could read. Best bit about it, you can try it for free? Yeah, exactly. I still really think they should add the Me Too, or the Car 26, as like a free trial helicopter. Kind of like a helicopter equivalent of the TF-51. I really think that would get a lot of people into the game. Merge again twice right over Sanaki, or like slight west of it.
Обнаружена новая цель. 3-3-1. Удаление. 35. А-0. Дистанция не меняется.
I'm probably gonna get popped before I can get to the runway. I may even get popped by airfield defenses at this point.
Обнаружена новая цель. 1-6-3. Удаление. 50. А-0. Дистанция не меняется. Первый. 255. Дайте курс на
Me Too.
цель.
I love the Me Too. It's an adorable little helicopter.
55. Первый.
I think the guys I merged with just flew right past me.
Удаление. 10. А-0. Расходитесь.
I gotta remember these bombs are very powerful, so I don't want to be too low when I drop them. Me Too in Chernobyl terrain stuff? Yeah, I saw that. There was also a guy that redid the terrain for Pripyat and Chernobyl on your favorite flight simulator, so I downloaded that the other day. I haven't flown over it yet, but it looks much better than stock. Because stock turned the radar array into a very long, thin apartment block, amongst other things. That's pretty funny. Yeah, twin turboshaft. It's very small, but it's a turboshaft. Watch me run out of flares on my fucking ingress here. Those are hawks! Jesus! Oh, that's clever. Okay, well, we can at least aim for the runway here. They got me. But that should hinder them slightly. They'll probably use a taxiway anyway. Again, this is why I don't do ground attack. I'm not very good at it. So they've got a hawk site right there. Possibly two hawk sites, it looks like. Because I think I see two pairs or two groups of launchers. Two trailers, yeah. So they got two hawk sites right at the end of the runway. There's a guy starting up. And then they've got Avengers further down. Walk up to it? I'm going to walk up to the fucking F5. Take a 19, run them out of hawks at high alt. Yeah, but they're probably just burying more ammo into them from a Huey quite close by. The 29 would be ideal for that. You go in at 60,000 feet and just drop on them. There's another pilot there. That's not my previous one. My MiG-21 pilot would be standing over by the radar on the other side of the runway. I don't know who that is. One of theirs, maybe. Too bad they can't see you walking there. Oh, they can. They can. Like, this F5 pilot will see me walking up to him, I'm quite certain. Stand around and feed intel. I mean, pretty sure that's what some of them do, so... Mission will change pretty soon. How many people are on? A few. 4 for 11. Man, we're having a dumpster fire today. Yeah, teams are thinning out a bit. I think there's like an hour left in the mission. I might hop back in the 21 if I still have it. Otherwise, I'll hop in the 19. They can now? I think they can. Because I did this to someone, like, last year. I landed at their airbase. Like, I physically landed at their airbase, got out my plane, walked over to them, and stood next to them, and I could see their pilots looking at me. So I think they could see me. I think they just see him sliding. We'll see. If we see them, like, track me with their heads, we'll know they can see me. I know, right? Yeah, I really hope that that is actually a thing that they can see me. Because it opens up many possibilities for shit-talking people. One of them's looking at me. I think one of them looks like he's looking at me. Yep, they're looking at me. Knock, knock. He's pretending he doesn't see me. He's pretending. We'll go over and harass the other guy. We'll do a tank man. Yeah, he's looking at me. Look, he's following me with his head. They can see me. I'm pretty sure they can see me. It's ROC, it's the default in most missions. I'm pretty sure they could see. Alright. MiG-21s. I think we're out of them pretty much everywhere, but we'll try... There's no spawns for them there. There's none at Godauda. I know they're already out. Let's try Sochi. Sochi's out. We're out of MiG-21s. Oh, no, there are security slots down there. My bad. And there should be one, because I left mine there. Nope. That's gone too. So someone got it shot down. We're out of 29s. I don't even know how to start the L39 up, so there's not much point. Let's take the 19. Pair up with the ink.
Перезарядка по плану. Прием!
Yeah, but then getting the weapons set up is a fucking nightmare. Which I guess is a good thing in a combat trainer, because you don't want the recruits accidentally shooting each other down, but it's kind of a pain in the ass in actual combat.
Убрать колодки. Принял. Командир, колодки убраны.
Alright, I'm back in the 19. My little bombing raid didn't go so well. They literally have 2 hawk sites right on top of each other at the runway threshold.
Nice.
However...
I'm merged with an F5.
Alright, I'm gonna scramble.
Oh, he got splashed.
Alright, never mind. I'll take my time.
Yeah, I might land. Here, get some more fuel.
I made sure to at least damage their runway. The fucking wreckage landed smack in the middle of it. Then I went and annoyed a pair of F5s by standing in front of them. Hey, Seal. Guess a Black Shark den operation. Nice, man. Hope it went well. Might as well close the lid now. I said close the lid now. There we go.
Обнаружена новая цель. 119. Удаление 130. На 0. Сближайся.
I keep getting bamboozled. That's not a taxiway, that's a parking area. Gotta go a bit further up to the taxiway. Reset the tracker because it's a little off. Survived long enough and didn't get lost in the briefing dock, so it was good. Glad to hear it. We've had a very messy and very interesting session here on Cold War. Yep, MiG-19. We're out of 21s. And then nearly out of F5s. But the mission's just about over anyway. Man, now I can actually turn on the SSLR, which is the reflections, like the real-time reflections. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. The MiG-19 is just, oh. Like, it looked good before, and now it looks amazing.
19 on the runway.
Stay left.
Sorry, no one's been using this shit. I've been really lazy. You're fine, there's plenty runway.
Oh yeah, this thing needs like nothing.
Yeah, if you still the left side, you should be good. Yeah, you got up with like 300 meters to spare. I'll be up in a second, just put all the stuff on.
Gotcha.
Are you coming out of Sochi or something, or where are you coming out of?
That was... What? I just took off a Sakumi.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah.
That was so nice. That was so because you're bronze, dude.
075 for 10 miles.
075.
Oh, I thought the other guy was the other 19. Okay, whatever. I get it now. F5 on the back heading west.
Okay, I think he's looking me.
Ronald 050. He's close.
Merge call, I don't see him yet. Double merge, S2.
That's 3 miles 020. Keep turning left. Level left check.
Still not seen, I'm level left.
12 o'clock, 800 feet.
Yeah, tally one.
He's got a whistle on him.
Not a good day for spotting today.
Bigger Brown 070 for 3. Okay. K8 and SA6. Yeah, like a trigger.
A little bit of a frame drop with this radar on. Just a little bit.
There's an 810 from Sukhumi, 115 for 50 miles, heading towards Sukhumi, 810. Okay.
How's the MiG-19? I like it.
Go pretty far out. You would have to overfly the park, which is crawling with elephants.
It rate fights really well. Like it is the king of rate fighting on the Cold War server. At the moment, it doesn't pull really good alpha. Like as soon as you pull the nose, it stalls out. But that's a flight model bug, and that will be corrected hopefully before too long. And once that is corrected, it should be a real monster. I may as well turn the search part of the radar off because we're so low. I'm not going to see them on it anyway, I'll just leave the lock on. See if that picks up anything.
No more mistrals.
No more mistrals. See a missile up on somebody right off my nose.
It's probably on me.
Yeah, probably. Looks like it.
It's on me. Defending.
I'm just going to orbit low around here. Wait for that A-10 to get closer.
Let's just drain this hawk.
Are you low right now?
Yeah, I'm on your 6. Low.
Okay, well I just saw something off my left, like 10 o'clock. Faded now though.
Okay.
Not close. No 21s, no. We ran out. No 21s, no 29s. But they're very low on F5s as well. Like I said, it's been an interesting session.
You are in the zone of potential IR air defenses.
I'll turn back around.
I got shut down just about there. And T10 is your bra 090 for 8 miles.
090 for 8 for the A-10?
Yeah, he's heading right towards you. He's heading west, so if you just make one circle, he should be close enough.
Yep, doing that now.
And Reaper, you're Brow 150 for 8 miles. Hey guys, I'm just draining the Hawk right now. Still got close to the fight though.
Okay, I don't see the A10 yet, but I got a speck off my
He's on the
nose.
southwest side of this hill.
Yeah, I see him. I see him. He's turning in on me.
Reaper, you're Brow 127 for 5. Judy.
Why is he turning away? He's just turned away from me. Possible IR, Sam?
Nice.
Splash.
Hey, flow west. Your body just went down.
Yeah, I saw the IR, Sam, so I'm just gonna get away from here. Oh, that one nearly hit me.
There's one F5 coming out of Sinaki, heading west, but no factor right now. Whoops.
Actually an octopus, yeah. Must be.
I should make it out.
Yeah, Hawk's engaging me. That's adorable. I'm just gonna drag it. I assume it's a Hawk. Something's got me locked. Oh yeah, it's a Hawk. Coming out of Sanaki, I see it. Surprised it's holding lock on me. Need to try fly the... I need to fly the MiG-19 more. Yeah, it's a nice plane. Once they do fix that flight model issue, it should be absolutely incredible. It's already good, but it will be really something special then, I think. Because even as it stands now, this thing will outrate anything in this server, except the Tomcat. Maybe, well, Tomcat and 29. But the 21, the F5, Vigan, it'll outrate all of them without trying. It's amazing. As we nearly demonstrated earlier before the guy dropped connection.
Should we start doing ground strike or something?
I don't know if there's much
Or should we
point.
just clean these guys up?
They've got so many SAMs set up around Sanaki that if we try and do any ground strike, unless we come in at fucking space altitude, it's probably not going to go well.
So should you just wait for a restart or something then?
I mean, you could try, you just have to come in either really, really high or really, really low, because like I said, they've got a pair of Hawks right at the end of Sanaki's runway. So if you try and bomb down the runway, they'll hit you, even if you're low. I do use it. Just in this situation, I'm so low to the ground, the radar's not going to be able to see the target. But I have used the radar gun sight. I don't usually trust it, but a couple times I've got pretty good kills with it. I definitely don't use it, the 21. The 21's radar gun sight's horrible. Designed for killing bombers and not much else. You know, the 21's a fighter. It's not an interceptor, it's a fighter, but its weapon system is not ideal for dealing with other fighters. Especially the gun sight. Gonna see if I can drain these hawks a little. Yeah, if you want to come in, do air to ground, I'll hang up around here and try and piss them off. Looks like there's a hawk out on somebody, not me though.
It's one of our buddies. I'm basically still securely.
Actually, it may be out on me, but I should be getting a warning for it. I think it's someone else.
We're gonna have to like strike it. Snarky. Like just sure.
Oh shit, that is for me, what the fuck? Yeah, SHORADs and then aircraft on the ground. I'm not getting warnings on these anymore, that's interesting.
MiG-19 have any RWR? Spoke to UCs out the rear.
I thought... Well, I know it's supposed to see out the rear, but I thought it was modeled in this so it could see most aspects.
No, it's pretty good actually.
Okay. Well, good thing I saw those then.
Circus pop-up contact 156 for 17 miles, F86 for 1,000 feet.
Yeah, I've got a call out from AI for that as well. I'm just going to hang around here for now.
Second Bandit 140 for 20, F5.
I'll try and see where their air defense is, and then if they come for me, I'll bait them back into the hills. There's a pair of hawks. Now we're getting a warning. Oh yeah, you're right, it is rear aspect only. Cool. So there's a hawk site just on the back slope of the hill above Sanaki, just on the north side.
Circuit Bandit, you're 2 o'clock F86, hot on you. Bearing at 204.
204, gotcha.
And a 5 for your nose. Now F5, you're 9 o'clock. 7,000. He's well above you. Turn left. Turn left 10 o'clock, 11, 12 o'clock now, 7,000 feet.
Is he straight and level, or is he oh, I see him.
He's climbing.
Probably won't have the energy.
Doesn't see you.
I lost sight of him.
He disappeared off my scope. Scope's clear.
Might have dived. 1 minute I saw him and the next he was gone. All the Hawks aren't engaging. Gonna need to RTB for fuel anyway. 202 for 13 off the AI.
Oops, Bandit popped up against surface, your bra 2.0 for 10.
Yeah, that's right over a Hawk side, it's not worth the risk.
Oh, I didn't know there was Hawk.
Yeah, okay, so they've got the hill that covers the north of Sanaki, or sorry, the western hill, the one west of Sanaki. There's a Hawk at the top of that near the FARP. There's another 2 Hawks at the end of Sanaki's runway covering each other. See if the AI sees anything that he doesn't. Wait, one thing. Yeah.
You're dragging the Bandit, F5 is now heading north towards you.
Alright, well that's good, because I need to RTB for fuel anyway. Yankee, you airborne?
Yeah, I got bombs and rockets on the 19. I'm gonna hit the airfield real quick.
Alright, I'll distract these guys for you. I can't keep the Hawks off you though.
Alright, sorry.
Oh, my legs are killing me. Really need to raise this desk up so I'm not sitting in as awkward a position. What am I flying? A MiG-19. Rust bucket. It's pretty shiny for a rust bucket. Very shiny for a rust bucket. 115 for 11. Yeah, he is following me. 115 for 11 kilometers flanking.
He's closing slowly on you.
That's fine, I'll drag him over to our airfield. Oh, I just got a merge call actually.
No, you're clear.
Double merge.
Oh, you're not clear, but...
It's possible, by the way, the AI may see things you don't. I've had that happen before, so... It could just be him, and it's calling it merged really early, or it could be something else. Somebody's got a SAM out on them. Yink, possibly you? That might be him. That's probably him. I think we got a SAM up there.
Yeah, there's the even Strela, but fired not on him, but on some other target, I guess.
Could be a Saber. I'm getting locked by something.
Yeah, that's the SA-6 firing at the F5.
I'm
F5
blinded.
is now your 330 for 4.
330 for 4, okay.
He's heading dead west. Now 290 for 6.
Okay, I don't see him yet, so I might need you to talk me on.
Yeah, just 10 degrees to the right. Maybe 5. So 286 for 5.
Altitude? Is he above or below?
He is below you, he's at 4,000, you're at 6,000. He's now 2,000 feet, dropped a lot.
I see him.
Turn a little left, now you're
Yep.
270 for 6.
I got visual on him. Yeah, I think he knows I'm here. He's reacting to me.
around, now heading east.
Lost sight behind a hill, but I know roughly where he is.
Oh, he's turning your 9 o'clock, he's turning hard. May want to RTB if you don't have to fuel for this.
I can try. I've lost sight of him though in that turn.
It's 292 for 2. Turn right. 290, 280, not your 12
I see him.
o'clock.
I just lost a missile, I think. I keep losing sight of him in these valleys.
Yeah, he went off my scope too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna head down the coast, go home.
Oh, you're 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 1 mile. Now you're 10 o'clock, slightly below you.
No joy.
Still on your 6, turn left, hard left. And now you're 9 o'clock.
Yeah, he's shooting at me, I see. And then I lost him against the trees again. Oh, there he is. He's so difficult to see.
Fucking Avengers or something.
Told you they had a lot there.
Yeah, it's just idle nose on, 19 so that hit.
I lost him again, god damn.
Yeah, I'm blind too.
I'm just gonna climb. I'm gonna have to glide for him if I stay in this much longer. Going over there.
Circus, if you want, you can turn south for Sumi. I have a MiG-15 supporting you.
Gotcha. Catch you later, Josh.
You're 355 for 10 at southbound.
What's his best speed for the MiG-19? 800 kilometers an hour.
Southbound, he's getting spiked by a 36 here. And we now you're 12 o'clock, 5 miles, 4,000 feet at 5. Shooting. The second one is friendly.
I'm on short final. triple merge call. Oh boy.
Yeah, there's an F-86 coming from the east. Like there's a MiG-15 possibly supporting you.
This guy ejected like a coward.
Reaper Jim Chink, F-86 over 6.
I see him.
Can you stop sticking, please, mouse?
He's still over 6, but you can outrun him.
I'm just trying to set up for the 15 here. Sick, alright.
Second guy is on MiG-15, but he can't get a shot on him.
And I see him.
We'll just rearm in the middle of the taxiway because ain't
I
good
just
down.
want to drag him over the S-86.
That would just be the easiest way here. I'll just do that.
Заправка по плану.
SA6 on. I'll try and keep an eye here.
Прием.
There we go.
Yeah, S-86 coming in.
Uh-oh. Smack.
See you later.
Beautiful. Do I remember to... I don't think they've modeled the oxygen valve yet, so it doesn't matter if it's open or closed. But I think that will be happening at some point. That was a Cub SA6. Something just exploded over there. I wonder if one hit a tree or something. I think we're gonna have it fly past. Oh no, he's landing. Fuck me. Do you want to land any faster there?
I split S, I got greedy.
Командир, борт заправлен.
I think I ripped my chute. I tried to pop my chute in the air.
Yes, you did. I'm surprised you didn't lose your tires at that kind of speed.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Huh? Are we out of missiles? I think we are. We're out of missiles for the 19s at Sakumi.
Already.
Gun time.
Air-to-air rocket.
If you can kill an F5 with those, I will be absolutely amazed. I mean, given it's air-to-air rockets, I think it counts no matter what. The question is, do they actually do damage air-to-air? Because I know a lot of the air-to-ground rockets don't.
Yeah, you like direct hit like a Hawk radar and you might kill it.
Oh no, you can like direct hit an aircraft with an S8 and it will do nothing to it. Helicopters it does, but fixed wing stuff it seems not to.
That's the best part about IL-2 is bombs actually do stuff.
Oh god, yeah. Watching someone fly under a bomber and just get sledged by a fucking 1,000-pounder is amazing. Which server is this? This is Cold War 1947 to 1991. This is the main server I play on. Wonder if you manually place those. No, the server's named 47 to 91, but the plane set is more like mid-70s, pretty much. Server's only popular, and there's some 80s stuff. There's MiG-29s in very limited numbers, and F-14As in extremely limited numbers and with no Phoenix. Yeah, it's only populated in the morning our time, Seraphim. It's mostly populated by Europeans and some North Americans, so... It does sometimes fill up in the afternoon, but not often. Oh, he's got fuel tanks as well. Their main plane is the F5. No Harriers. Well, I think some missions have Harriers, but they're kind of getting taken out progressively because they're way too advanced. So the main focus of this server is MiG-21 versus F5.
Poor F5. It's gonna get gangbanged.
They also have A-10As, not the C, just the A. Vigans and F-86s. Then the Huey and the Gazelle for helicopters. Yeah, the F-86 is a wonderful plane. AIM-7's only on the Tomcats, and they have a very limited supply of them. In some missions, the Tomcats and MiG-29s are only available if you complete certain objectives. In this mission, they didn't, so they have no F-14s. They would normally get two, but because they fucked up, they have none, and we had MiG-29s, but we've run out of them. So there's limited airframes. The reason I'm in the MiG-19 right now is because we ran out of MiG-21s as well. But the MiG-19's also just fun to fly anyway. The MiG-21's my main module that I fly.
I'm not seeing any Hawk launchers or anything. Looking clean.
I think we're outside the range of the nearest site anyway. It's that ridge line just off like 11 o'clock. So it's not Sanaki, but it's the ridge next to Sanaki that has the Hawks.
Okay.
And then Sanaki has two of its own, and then they've got Avengers all over. There should actually be Avengers somewhere off our nose. I'm going to kick it a bit more south. Yeah, really. Realistic though, that's the reason nobody except the Americans were using machine guns for aircraft after World War II. Everyone else went to cannons. The rate of fire and the flat trajectory of the machine guns is nice, but they just don't have the hitting power. Not a peep.
Первый. 196. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
There's only 2 F5s left, so they may not even be in the air.
Yeah, scope's clean. Okay, we had a call out for a 0. That was a takeoff. Maybe you saw it on the gun or something for a sec. I don't know. It's knocking on your 090 for 20 miles.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can bait some hawks. Yeah, it would. A lot. I still prefer my cannons though. It is possible, since they don't have any Hueys slinging, that they don't have ammo for the Hawks anymore, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. Alright, I got Sanaki off my 10, 11, no launches yet. They could well have run out. Not as much as you'd think. I like to set mine to like 200 meters. In a nice tight pack, so I get close to somebody and just dissolve them. I mean, yeah, being able to infinitely customize it is a bit ahistorical, but being able to customize it at all is nice. Nothing. I think I see an F5 on the ramp. I'm about to do something very silly.
There's Avengers north of the airfield. They're gonna smoke you if you go in there.
I know there are. I'm just thinking if I get above their ceiling and then just do a diving gun attack, maybe. Merged? Yeah, I just got a merge call. But it's for the ground. They're both on the ground. I see them both.
Okay.
Hawk out. From behind, I guess.
Yes, from Kentucky.
Yeah, I got hit by one. Oh well. We got some hits on them. They're not going to take off, they're just sitting there. And the server's emptying, so we might call it here in a minute. Oh, there goes a Hawk on Yink. Fucking keyboard. They both disconnected. Had a cry and disconnected. And they'll probably go post on the forums about it. It literally says in the rules, unless Alpine has changed it recently, which I doubt, don't attack primary airfields, but secondaries are viable. Where have we got it? Never attack main air bases. Yep. Yep, never attack main air bases. That and the fact that I've had Alpin literally ask me to strafe people on secondary airfields before. He can cry about it, I don't care. Fucking, he's got nothing he can do about it. Oh, looks like Yink took a hit. He might join me here in the ground. I think he just went in. Anyway, I think it is time to hop off. Yeah, that was Smoke Jumper. As it is, I don't like the fact that the airfields are not considered legitimate targets. I think they should be. I don't think there should be any rules against attacking airfields or strafing people on the ground. I think if people can't, especially on a server where you sling load, like on the Korean server, where you can't sling stuff, okay, it makes sense. But on here, if you don't have adequate defenses at your airfield and nobody's providing cap over it, tough shit. Too bad. Fucking deal with it. I mean, us on Red Team, like a year ago, before that rule was put in place, we had to deal with Vigans constantly bombing our runways out. We just took off from the taxiways instead. So now that Blue Team have had a massive whinge about it, it's against the rules, right? I don't see the point. If you can't defend your own airfield, you don't deserve to be taking off from it. Like, I don't care. If that sounds harsh, then that's because it is. Too fucking bad. Either defend your airfield or deal with the consequences. What else we got? I don't want to go on DCS just yet. Not with my keyboard playing up. It's pretty empty. You know what? We'll call it there for DCS for the day, and I'll go do something else. I need to get this keyboard and mouse issue sorted. I disagree, because I remember those days very well. I remember them very well too. It was a lot of fun. I used to enjoy getting vectored onto like last-second intercepts on Vigans that were bombing our runway. It was a lot of fun. Like, I don't mind the airfield getting bombed once in a while if it means we actually have some air-to-air objectives to do. And it forces them to not sit on the ground at theirs, you know, jacking each other off and then crying when they get shot at. No fun if you can't even take off anymore because people earlier in the mission when you weren't even there failed to defend any area. I think, okay, so I think it should perhaps be against the rules to bomb spawn points at main airfields. So no parking space bombing at the main airfield. Secondary is a fair game as far as I'm concerned. But runways are fair game. Taxiways to a point are fair game. I don't think that there should be anything against it. If your airfield gets bombed out, taxi to a straight piece of road and use that. But really the problem is Alpin doesn't provide enough air defense for the airfields in a lot of missions. You know, there might be a couple of Strellas and a Kub site, that's it. But I think it's fun to hit airfields sometimes. And it gives you an objective outside what's already in the mission. And yes, we do. Betab 500s, they're fantastic. But we don't... The MiG-21 can carry 2 of them. The MiG-29 can carry 6, I believe, 4 or 6. But, you know, the MiG-29 is typically only used for air-to-air in that server. And the Su-25 can carry a shitload of them, but Su-25s are very vulnerable. That will change. That will change. We'll have access to all kinds of fun toys eventually. But, yeah, for now we just have the Betab. And the S-24 is quite decent against runways as well. I think it should be within reason. Like, you shouldn't be able to just hang around over their airbase strafing people as they spawn in. That's a bit cheap, but runway strikes and things like that I'm fine with, honestly. It adds fun to the server. I kind of feel like playing Flight Sim for a little bit. We'll do that, I guess. Anything to avoid having to finish Halo 4. Yes, Warp, I agree on that. It absolutely should be the case that if you're doing like skin temp or skin over temp kind of speed, any IR missile, even a fucking GAR 8, should be able to track you head on with that kind of speed. But they won't do it, because then people cry about it. Again, I mean, I say this like every other stream, but there are definitely people who play Red who cry about not having the most Gucci up-to-scratch stuff, or they don't want to adapt their playstyle or whatever. You know, a lot of people are like, ooh, I want R77s on the MiG-23 when it comes out, or, you know, why can't the Su-27 carry more R27s, or why can't it carry a 77 or whatever? Why can't we have this? Why can't we have that? There are a few people like that, but overwhelmingly in my experience, it's blue players. They complain if they don't automatically win. They complain if they don't have the most up-to-date version of the plane, even if only 2 of them were upgraded. They complain if they get shot down by anything on Red Team, especially if it's an older aircraft than theirs. Just fucking pampered little fucking snowflakes. No, Super Tona, that is not happening. That is absolutely not happening. I uninstalled it, I hid it from my Steam library so I don't even see it when I scroll through the list. That is not happening, ever. That was the session? Oh, Yink, were you there for the, like, real shady shit at the start of it? We had a guy with a name that you would expect for someone trying to grief, moving all our air defense units away from our bases, and moving the ground vehicles off the bases so we lost the airfields. I had to fucking fly back and forth for about half an hour because we kept losing airfields because he was moving shit. But, you know, blue team cry that Red doesn't play fair and it's so uneven for us and how are we supposed to ever win? Meanwhile, every other time Red has a huge advantage just by playing better. Mysteriously our units get moved to dumb places. It's okay though, because I'm sure they'll gaslight us about it later. That's their other thing they like doing. Why have I lost my cursor? There it is. Okay, there we go. Just make sure it picks up the right window. OBS, please. OBS? Come on. I believe in you. Oh, we can get rid of SRS. We don't need that anymore. Come on, OBS. Come on. Yes! There we go. Took a while. Sorry about the green screen, by the way. It was a little low on the chair there, so I think you were copping some power of the sun from behind me. Spitfire's okay. The flight model still seems like the Spitfire's flight model's okay. It seems to model accelerated stalls to a degree, but it's still, I don't know, it feels like it gets a little slow a little easily, if that makes any sense. Let's do a flight along the coast to the UK. We'll make it daytime though, so we can actually see what we're doing. We'll set it to like 6:57, I guess. Set as departure. Few clouds. Yeah, that works. Want all our fuel. As best I can tell, the reason the payload is set so low by default is because the payload accounts not only for gun ammunition, but also accounts for bombs, drop tanks, all of that. In FSX, a lot of the modules I had that were military modules had things like bomb load, pilot, you know, extra fuel tanks, whatever. This doesn't yet. I don't know if that's going to be added at some point or what. We'll see, I guess.
You can teach pause monkeys to fly better than that.
Thanks for the bits, Steve. You can indeed. Have you tried Fiat? I have not. '85th anniversary of the 300's first light. Yep. K5054. And they tried to release this on the same day. In fact, it was released on the same day. We weren't bothered with failures. I normally like to play with failures on, but you have to enable them individually. I'd rather just have random failure. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. What is this one's? What's Muscat's serial number? I don't know. Because otherwise, is there a way to preview it in this screen? I don't think you can. I know there's a way to preview it, I just don't know if you can do it in this, because I'm going to change that. And then it's 5JK is the letter code. Put in the weights for guns and ammo? Yeah, absolutely, dude. Actually, I could probably look up as well what the tail, or what the serial is. ML214. So we'll assume like 150 or 170 pounds for the pilot. So 170 plus whatever the payload for guns and ammo is. 650 pounds, so that's 820. I think. I'm good at maths. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Oh, and I don't want to start on the runway. I want to start in the... start on a medium ramp, because the Spitfire is probably bigger than some of the general aviation stuff. It might be a little difficult to get it running, because I kind of need to hold down two things at once, which I don't know what they're bound to. We'll see how we go. Apologies if I keep wiping out the green screen. I am sitting much further back from my camera than I used to with my old setup, because I have to, otherwise I smash my knees on the bottom of my desk, so I'm going to be fidgeting a lot, and I do apologize. I can't sit still. Let's get some Merlin music happening in here. Total HP around 7,400. When you spawn in, it spawns with the tail wheel off the ground. That's something I've noticed. But it drops into place once you're spawned in properly. Okay, we are going to get the electrical power on. Leave the throttle kind of cracked for now. Four, 5, 6, that should probably do it. Wait, hang on, no, I need to change my mouse back. The scroll wheel on this one's way too sensitive. Give me a minute, guys. I'll probably flood the engine by the time I'm done with this. Okay, we'll turn you off. And we'll sit that over. No, I'll put it back in the drawer for now. Since I know it's not the mouse that's the problem, it's the fucking USB. Give me a second. I wonder actually if I put it on this header down here. I think that's a separate one maybe. So I've got 2 on each row instead of 4 on the top row. And I will take this opportunity to be right back. Should probably actually get something to eat, but I can do that after the stream. What I will do even though it's a bit early for most people. I'll crack one of those. There we go. Now, I'm not actually sure how many strokes of the primer I got in there before the scroll wheels decided to sketch out on me and lock it back up. I guess we'll find out one way or another. Just get myself set up back in my seat here. Again, sorry for the constant fidgeting, but it is what it is. Right. So, it should have a bit of that. We'll give it a couple of wobbles. Oh, the fuel pressure light's still on. Never mind. Okay, so we'll just... Oh, God damn it. Fucking scroll wheel. Why is it saying locked? It shouldn't be. There we go. So the way this works, it's like the A2A Spitfire. You have to scroll on it to unlock it or lock it, and then click it to actually draw the primer out. But it's definitely going to spit some fire at me now. But it can be a little dicey because my scroll wheel's kind of fucked up. Okay. We need full revs. Need to get my throttle fixed still. We need full mix. That shouldn't really do that, but whatever. So I've got the mixture bound on the slider, but I'd prefer if I could just leave it forwards in this. And then we want to pop these open. I think technically we should have enough in there to get it going, but we'll see. You're meant to hold both of those in at the same time, but I kind of can't, so... Yeah, she doesn't want to do it. If I can maybe... Magnetos, you're right, I'm dumb. What am I doing? Imagine remembering the magnetos. Because I was so hung up on trying to hold this in at the same time. So what you do when you start the Spitfire is you hold the booster and the starter at the same time, which I can do in DCS because it's home and end on the keyboard. But in this I have no idea what I bound it to. There we go. That's what she's meant to do. God damn it. Been flying jets too long. We want to warm her up at about 1100, 1200 revs. We will put the lights on. The gun sight in this doesn't work. None of the gun sight stuff's clickable. I don't know if they plan to make it clickable. Probably not, because it's a Civi Sim. But at least it does have the gun sight modeled. So that's something. The mirror is not a real-time reflection, which is really odd, because FSX does do really nice real-time reflections. It's not even a rendered target camera, it's just a cube map. So the mirror won't reflect stuff, which is a bit of a letdown, but it is what it is. They're probably worried more about making the rest of the aircraft look right than the mirror, because you're not supposed to be in combat in this, right? If they made it work, it wouldn't be collimated anyway. I think you can do collimated graphics in Flight Simulator. I know you could in the older titles, you just had to do it like a certain way. It was kind of easier to just skimp out on it. Give her a little while to warm up. Give her a little bit of right rudder trim. You don't want to give her too much in this. The trim's really sensitive. The controls in general is super sensitive. And I think that's partly in Flight Sim thing, because I've noticed it's like the curves are fucked up. They're almost the reverse of what they should be. You get basically nothing until full deflection, then it just goes straight over. But the Spitfire was also renowned for being very touchy on the pitch axis. less so on roll, and it is like that in this add-on. So I'll just check everything works. The other thing is, and this is something I've got to check up, it's not still a work in progress, or it's not some option I can uncheck somewhere. The ground handling is too easy. It doesn't feel like it feels like a tail dragger, but it feels like a tail dragger that has tail wheel steering, which the Spitfire does not have. The Spitfire's tail wheel's free castering, and you can't even lock it. You have to hold the stick back. That kind of locks it, right? I feel like DCS's ground handling is too difficult. It just seems like it's difficult for difficulty's sake. IL-2's is okay. The original IL-2 wasn't very good, but the newer one's pretty good with it. And this just feels too easy. So, default cars are 50% on the Warthog. That would explain a lot. I need to adjust those. Definitely need to adjust those, probably before next stream. Go ahead and close the side hatch. Okay, we should be warm enough now. So we're going to go ahead and parking brake off, but we're going to hold the wheel brakes in because I don't want to go on an adventure into that hangar. We'll swing it away from old mate there because I'm sure he doesn't want to face full of prop. See, I'm turning just with the rudder now. Look how sensitive the rudder steering is. I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be doing that. Like, it's so easily controlled on the ground just with the rudder pedals. I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be doing that, but I've never flown a real Spitfire, so obviously take that with a lot of salt. At least the binding system's not as fucked up as FSX was. God, that was a train wreck. The worst part was, on the new PC, I had to rebind everything because it didn't recognize my inputs. So in DCS, I can't even taxi the Spitfire, let alone take off a lander without breaking it. In IL-2, it's easy. In this, it's way too easy. She's also not really making much of an effort at nose standing when I slap the brakes on. The cockpit lighting works? Yeah, it's just 2 floodlights though. I don't know why they don't appear to be... Ah, there we go. You have to turn it off and then on, I think, so it's a little glitchy. Or no, you have to turn the left one on first, I think, that's right. And then the right one. So we do have cockpit lights. Proper RAF procedure is to leave the cockpit open until you're off the ground, so that's what we're going to do. Now again, because the tail wheel's behaving as though it's steerable, it makes taking off in this a breeze. You barely actually need to counter with the rudder, nowhere near as much as I thought you would. I do have a little bit of right trim on, which helps, but... There we go. Whoop! Never mind. A little messy. Oh, no. DCS brain there. I tried to close the canopy with Control-C. Too much power? Yeah, it probably was. I have a bad habit of using too much power in the Spit when I'm taking off. Now I've got to manipulate the RPM by hand because my throttle's still broken, so this will be interesting because the click zone for it's very, very small. That'll do. Give her about 8 pounds. Yeah, I found the 109 taxis much easier than the Spitfire and DCS. It took a while to get used to, but it was because the server I was playing on didn't set up the prop pitch properly, and neither does the auto start. Once I realized the auto start wasn't setting the prop pitch to automatic, that was where I stopped having trouble taxiing and taking off the 109. Need more trim. More trim. There we go. A little bit more, but we're close enough. So something else I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to see if I can adjust the rate at which the trim bind actually manipulates the trim, because it's super low. It's not sensitive enough, whereas DCS is too sensitive. So this is all just auto-gen scenery around here. We probably won't see much photogrammetry until we get towards London. Bring it back to 4 pounds boost. Sitting at about 2650 RPM, so we're about right. And we'll start heading east. Well, it's just because it's a dark cockpit, Jazz. That's the way they actually are. I don't know how common it was for them to be painted over with luminous paint, but the Spitfire does have a very dark cockpit, which has never really helped it. Is this on MSFS store already? I bought it off the Flying Iron website. I don't know if it's on the store already. When I bought it, they still had a work in progress thing on the install instructions from the site. Now, of course, we have no aileron trim in the Spitfire, so I'm holding the stick a bit left, and because the curves are fucked up in this game, that's going to make my arm really sore really quickly. So that's definitely something I need to adjust after the stream. Does the boost mean the amount of water going into the engine? It means the amount of pressure in the engine, like the amount of pressure it's producing. Or going into it, rather. But it's basically engine power, so RPM is the prop, like what kind of speed the prop's spinning at, whereas boost is raw engine power, pretty much. If you had a fixed pitch prop, RPM would be, you know, a measure of the engine, but on this it's a measure of the prop. Again, you can stick your head through the aircraft, which is something that I hope they fix at some point. It's not an issue with the Spitfire, it's an issue with this sim. You can do it with all the aircraft, including the vanilla ones. Yeah, this is supercharged. It's got a 2-speed supercharger in it. So if I climb up, you'll see that red light next to the boost gauge come on right there as the supercharger switches to second gear. That's a warning to tell you not to switch it to first. Oh look, rich people. But yeah, Spit's 2-speed supercharger. And she wants to climb. She really wants to climb. Lift for days. Hey, Canadian Captain, cheers to the follow, man. Good to see ya. I'm not entirely sure about that tree placement, but we'll let it fly. To be honest, the auto-gens impress me. It's not perfect, and it's going to have some things that really badly fucks up. Jasper, I think we saw just how badly. But for what it is, it's quite decent. In a lot of areas I didn't expect to be well done, they were well done. So it has some really bad hiccups, but it has some really amazing moments too. Touch slow. 408 miles an hour ain't slow, my man. I mean, I guess if you compare it to like 1944, 45 piston engine fighters or jets it is, but for mid-war this was one of the faster fighters around. Flap indicator works? There is no flap indicator in the Spitfire. I think some of the early Mark 1s had one, but they got rid of it to simplify production. Oh, you mean the one on the wing? Yeah, no, that works. You can actually, if you go to the external camera, you can see the flap control linkage come up, and that's what pushes the indicator up. Oh, I'm not even in DCS anymore. This is Flight Simulator. It should be showing on the stream unless it didn't save the information. But yeah, the Spit's one of the slower planes in DCS because everyone else has, you know, late war planes and the Brits got stuck with an early Mark 9. Not that there's anything wrong with that, I love the Mark 9, but they got a bit shortchanged. Go full send and test the top speed. At this altitude we won't get that fast. At sea level, yeah, we could try it. I just don't want to blow the engine. A little bit of catch up there from the constant speed unit. See it overran 3000 then dialed back. Yeah, I'll have a look in a bit, dude. There was some very sus stuff that happened today. $335. Looks like we're doing about 330. At this kind of speed, she really doesn't roll very well. Let's pick up some altitude. We'll do a bit of a zoom climb. We'll come back on the revs. I'm going to have to, again, manipulate it with the mouse because of my busted throttle, but... There is a bit of pop-in on the scenery, like you just saw there with the cliff faces, but it's not too bad, and it's not as noticeable as it was with FSX. Which is nice. Okay, we'll come back. 4 pounds boost, we'll dial the prop back a bit, if I can reach it from here. Can't actually see it. M1 Combat, thanks for the follow. Doesn't cause a USB bug. I think it did it like very briefly once or twice during my last stream of it, but it didn't seem to bother it. And that was while I was rendering with NVEnc, so now I'm on the CPU, it may not cause it at all, who knows. But it goes to show you just how unoptimized DCS is, right? The fact that DCS causes it, but this doesn't, yikes, my dude. One thing I will say is, you notice, like DCS, the canopy frame cuts off the water reflections. I think that's just because of the way the SSLR works. It's cut off by occlusions. It almost seems like I don't know how SSLR works, because it's, you know, new technology for me. I still think in, like, 2000s era generation for graphics technology, but yeah, it seems like it's basically behaving like ambient occlusion would, but not. Ambient occlusion, but for reflections. Yeah, hence the name screen space, I guess. Sounds really good. I don't know what any of the view controls are, otherwise I'd give you a flyby. Yeah, the edge of the screen does it too, because again, if it's not on screen, it can't reflect, right? We could actually do that. There you go. Although, unlike IL-2, I guess because IL-2's descended from a World War I game, right? The wind noise doesn't increase as you stick your head out, and that's one of the features about Great Battles I really do like. I think DCS does it too. Yeah, this flight models do a tail slide without exhibiting control surface authority at no speed. Haven't tried it yet. We will test that in just a moment. But for now, it's not a bad engine, but it's optimized for World War I stuff. So the damage models work really well for soft body aircraft. They don't work so well on rigid body World War II aircraft. Let's give the town a victory roll. Get a bit of altitude. Yeah, the AI is quite terrible. But it is in most modern sims. Really, if you want good AI in a combat sim, you have to go back to the old days. Okay. Dial the revs back a bit. Again. We'll dial them back to about 2650, close enough, or 2700. Okay. Bring the power off. Bring the nose up. Probably a little low to do this safely, but whatever. We're in a Spitfire, I'm not too worried. Left wing goes first. She's going to try and throw herself into a spin, but the Spitfire recovers itself easily. Something I notice is the prop pitch is moving without my hand on it by more than I would expect it to. Now, one thing I do want to check, we'll actually pick up a little more altitude for it again, is how it behaves under G-loading. Because that's the big elephant in the room with the FS 2020 flight model, right? Is it doesn't seem to model G-loading at all. Accelerated stalls are literally impossible in the vanilla aircraft. I tried, trust me. So we'll see how she goes with that. We won't go up to combat power, we'll just go with this. About 16 pounds of boost should do it. So I'm not quite full back stick, but I'm close. Okay. Full back stick. Hey, there we go. There's an accelerated stall. Whereas if we go not accelerated, let's just come off the power and hold the nose up. Like I said, it still feels like you get a little bit slow before she starts doing it, but at least it does it when the vanilla modules don't. So there's about 80 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, and the left wing goes and the nose drops. So yeah, she models it. Put power back on and let's get out of here. Yeah, it was a hammerhead, but it wasn't a hammerhead I had choice in. The left wing stalled on me, so I had to go with it. I mean, we could try again. We'll see if we get it to do it. But I think one wing or the other is going to go before we can do it. Because its tail slides are kind of difficult to do in these World War II planes. They're not really aerodynamically perfect enough to do it. See, if I just hold the stick to my gut, she goes into a spin. And we're going to come out of this low, but we got room. It's a Spitfire, we got room. Climb rate at plus 18 boost. Alright, let's give her about 2800, 2850 revs. Plus 18 boost, so that's, I can't quite see it because it's dark, but about there. And 160 miles an hour. I came into that with some speed, so I'm kind of cheating here, but... well, the VSI is pegged. I can tell you that much. I'm losing a little speed, so I'll drop the nose a touch. Absolute rocket. Air defense gang. Yeah, she happily climbs at this power setting. Happy as they come. There's some of them nice fluffy clouds. They do look a little bit like fairy floss, just because I think the way the lighting applies to them, but they certainly do look good. Just like they're a little bit grey, I think, is all. That's the only flaw they have. Canopy scratches? Yeah, the ground crew kind of did a number on the canopy. Must have cleaned it with a Brillo pad. But man, she climbs like an absolute dream. Alright, let's level off here. Bring it back to about 4 pounds. Bring the revs back a bit. That one, please. Thank you. It seems like the clickable positions for it have actual notches, which is nice for me, because I can just notch it back in 2650. Time to get 47,500 feet. You get higher than that with the spit. You have to get the climb just right, but you can go higher than that. Now, where are we? Let's see if I can recognize where we are. I'm not so good with West Coast geography. The eastern side I'm pretty okay with. I know where I am generally, but the west is a little bit more of a struggle. The wing doesn't help. She has a very big wing. A bit like those trademark DCS clouds. I think they use basically the same technology to do it, so yeah, I'm not surprised. I like the DCS World War II planes once they're in the air, but on the ground they're a bit much. There we go. Should probably turn the radio on, not that I think anything can communicate with this, but... that's right, we've got a... yeah, I think we got a 66 in this, because it's an LF9. Same as DCS. Yeah, the live weather is amazing. The live weather is absolutely fantastic. The identification light doesn't work, no, sadly. In fact, the textures on it are pretty dog shit too. Like, the instrument panel's gorgeous, but you can really tell they skimped on the parts of the cockpit they don't expect flight simmers to look at. Like the reference card over here, the identification light, a lot of the weaponry stuff. Mod, this is the Flying Iron Spitfire LF Mark 9 for Flight Sim. Thanks for the follow, by the way. So this just released last week on Friday. Does this cockpit have anything clickable? Yeah, plenty of clickable things, just not the combat stuff. Can it shoot? No. I don't think anything in Flight Sim 2020 is capable of doing any sort of weapon firing at the moment. It might come later with an add-on, like the TAC pack for FSX and P3D, but... Deluxe Edition, yeah. I have got some add-on scenery, but none for the UK, I don't think, other than the free stuff. The only, like, payware add-on scenery I have is... I have some for Russia, I have... Actually, I have London, so I have one for the UK, which is London, and then a couple for Australia. G91 can sort of drop bombs and drop tanks just for the effect though? Oh, gotcha. I'm not expecting them to add like any serious weaponry stuff, but it would be fun to have a little bit you could play with. It's like the gun sight collimating lens is too flat. Good eye. It is in fact dead flat. It's not convex at all. That is a really good spot. Well, I mean, even FSX didn't have really good combat stuff. The TAC pack was still very limited. I mean, it was better than nothing, but it was very, very limited, so... What are you doing right now? Just flight from A to B? I'm just chilling on the British South Coast. We've done a little bit of mild aerobatics to test out the flight model. Test out the climb rate, a few things like that. But mostly just chilling. A little low on oxygen. At this altitude, we're like 7,000 feet, dude, we're fine. Oop. Stuck my head through the perspex there. So the scenery in this looks really good from this kind of altitude. Really, really good. So from about 10,000 feet, DCS I kind of feel like you need to be above You need to be somewhere between 20 and 30 in DCS before the terrain starts looking good. Below that, it's not detailed enough and it looks too copy-paste. And above that, you can notice tiling textures, and there's not enough detail there. DCS, you need to be higher to see better, and then once you get too high, you lose your draw distance. But in this, it's quite nice. And then once you get to... The other thing is, once you get to low level in this, the auto-gen is just good enough that even in areas that they haven't handcrafted at all, it's good enough, it passes. Like, I found my parents' farm out in the middle of nowhere because of the arrangement of the buildings. Like, it's that good. It's not perfect. We all saw, those of you who are watching Jasper's Magical Waterfalls last stream, but in most areas it seems to be quite good, and then in a few areas it completely misses the mark, but I'm sure they can brush them up with time. Rate gauge works? Yes, it does. Yeah, like, I think this sim still has things that need working on, the flight model being the big one. Especially as more military modules come, so people aren't going to be flying straight lines anymore, they're going to be pulling Gs. But, the actual basis of this is really good. Like, they've got a great basis to build on. I think that's pretty important. So while it may not be a perfect sim, and some of the other sims may actually still technically be better for flight simming, with the right add-ons, this with no add-ons is as good as some of them with hundreds of dollars worth of add-ons, and I think that's pretty big. Live in Brazil, tough country to buy sim yokes. I don't use a yoke, I just use a HOTAS, because I usually do combat stuff, so I have a Thrustmaster Warthog. Most of what I fly has a stick rather than a yoke anyway. Like, I fly single-seat fighters more often than not. Yeah, there is no good place to buy sim gear right now, unfortunately. Oop, stop sticking my head out the plane. Microsoft tends to support shit forever though. They aren't Google. They don't support my old keyboard anymore, the bastards. But that is true, they do support things for a lot longer than most companies do. There is also, I mean, it's Microsoft, so it may not happen, because they might say, no, you're not allowed, but there is always the faint glimmer of hope that when they finally do abandon support, they'll say to someone, look, if you have the server architecture to fucking host all this, go ahead. I doubt it, but it's possible. How'd the tail slide go? I couldn't get it to do it. Like, one of the wings is going to stall first in the Spitfire, usually. So she'll either go into a spin or she'll hammerhead. I mean, we could try again. Let's try it again here. We'll bring it back. We'll try and fight it with some rudder to keep it roughly straight. But I can tell you right now, the control authority does depend on airspeed, because you can't roll this thing at high speed worth a damn. Okay, let's go straight up. I have no control authority, really, at that speed. Yeah, straight 90 degrees, okay. Yeah, I had no control authority there, the nose just dropped by itself. Let's do a little bit of a spin. So I'll bring the power off, we'll drop some speed, and I'll just pull the stick to my guts like I'm a DCS MiG-21 pilot that doesn't know what they're doing. I was pushing the stick forwards, yeah. I don't know if it was moving backwards, because I don't have a good reference point for whether it's moving backwards or not. Okay. I'm gonna hold stick to my guts. She doesn't really want to spin. Now she's gonna start one. There we go. But the Spitfire is one of these planes that as soon as you let go of the controls, she recovers herself, much like the MiG-21. So if you ever get yourself into a situation you don't like with the Spitfire, as long as you've got the altitude to recover it, just let go of the controls and it sorts itself out. Revs are a little high, but close enough. So for those who aren't regulars here, my Warthog throttle's broken. The right throttle works, but the left throttle sensor is fucked up badly. So if I want to do any sort of RPM control in a warbird like the Spitfire or whatever, I have to do it the old-fashioned way. I can't actually use my HOTAS for it, which is very annoying. Very, very annoying. It broke 1 month after the warranty expired, of course. Supposed to do spins in a 172 with an instructor soon, avoiding at all costs. Spins aren't that bad. I mean, I haven't done them in real life because I haven't flown something rated for them, but as long as you don't do anything silly, you should be fine. If the airframe's rated for spins and you don't, like, turn into a monkey the moment it happens, you'll be fine. Just remember, the aircraft wants to fly, so let it. Don't fight it, you know, don't over-control it, which is what kills most people in the MiG-21 in DCS, is they over-control it when it stalls on them. Just, if it wants to do something, and you've got the room for it to do that thing, let it do it. Don't argue with the plane, because it's gonna win. It's always gonna win that one. And if it doesn't, the ground will. Took me like a week to get over the vertigo on landing. Spins are going to kill me. See, I have terrible vertigo. I'm really badly afraid of heights. I won't go within about 10 meters of the edge of a building or a cliff. But when I'm in a fixed-wing aircraft, I'm fine. If I think about being in a fixed-wing aircraft, I get vertigo. But when I'm actually in one, I'm fine. It's weird. I don't know why, but... Whoop, stuck my head through the canopy again. God damn it. Hopefully that does get fixed. That's a sim level issue, it's not with this module. Don't be a hogget pilot. Exactly. Hate microship with the fury of 1,000 suns, so I'm a huge skeptic of this game. It's understandable. I mean, there are definitely things about it that, like, for instance, end-of-life support. What's going to happen? I don't know. You know, we might end up basically having the shitty, like the really shitty old-fashioned auto-gen scenery, at which point we just got FSX but with better graphics and a slightly better flight model, mostly. But in terms of potential, while it is supported, I think it's going places. Like, I do think it has a lot of potential. I think that there are a lot of valid criticisms of it, some of which you've brought up before, some of which other people have brought up, but I think that this as a basis to build on is very good. As long as they build on it, instead of just, you know, leaving it. But they seem to be supporting it so far, even though it was rushed out the door. They are kind of fixing a lot of the stuff that wasn't working correctly, so I'm hopeful for it. Rock climbing camp was horrifying for me. Oh yeah, dude, I can't deal with that shit. If I'm, like, more than my own height off the ground, I can't feel my feet anymore, and I just want to remove myself from that situation as quickly as possible. Oh, my back's killing me. I have to kind of hunch forwards because of the way my desk is set up. So, I've got to get some spaces to raise this thing up by about probably 3 or 4 inches. Then it should be comfortable. And then my monitor will sit at the right height as well. Maybe it becomes better if you expose yourself to it. Not really. I've tried the exposure therapy route with heights, it doesn't help. Check fuel. Top tank's empty. Good call. Very good call. Let's look for a field. I may have overestimated my endurance slightly. And we have no direct 2 in this, so, oh boy. I mean, the Spit's endurance isn't that bad as long as you keep it off the power, but I haven't kept it off the power. I've been going nearly full tilt the whole time. Where exactly are we? There's bound to be a World War II airbase somewhere around here. But there's plenty of fields. I mean, man, you can land this thing fucking anywhere. Cheers for the bit, Steve.
Box leader, break it off. Home and tea. For once you deserve it. Well done, everybody.
I love that scene so much. Put it on a beach. I don't know, dude. See, my first instinct, if I'm gonna land on a beach, is wheels up. Maybe you could do it in like a Cessna or something, but landing a Spit on a beach wheels down sounds like a bad time. It sounds like a good way to end up on your head. Mind you, the same thing with a field, unless it's a nice flat one. We're not gonna have a choice here in a minute. And because my West Coast geography is so bad, I have no idea where I am. I know there's an airport at Exeter that I could have landed at, but I think we passed that long ago. Yeah, always wheels up. I'll just keep the engine dialed back. We might get a little bit more endurance out of her. We might see an option come up. Some of those fields look okay. So something that I was taught when you're doing forced landings, you always look at the colour of the field. And this may not be relevant to the UK because they have this stuff called water. But here, if the field is lush green, avoid it because it's muddy and you'll sink into it. If the field is brown, it's probably dirt and you'll sink into it. If it's like a kind of a greyish green, it's probably short pasture grass and it's perfect to land in. Not too soft, not too deep. Shouldn't be like super bumpy. What's the general area you are? Somewhere on the west coast. Where exactly, I don't know. Actually, yeah, I don't know how far along we are, but I guess we'll find out. Just trying to think, because my sense of scale isn't real good either, especially at this altitude. Just trying to think exactly how far along we are, because there are a few areas I know where there's airfields I could land at. Actually, hang on. Hang on. Is that Torquay? I think I know where I am. Sorry about the zooming back and forth. There's not an axis bind for zoom. You have to use a button, and it either overshoots or undershoots, and I don't want to be reaching for my mouse. I think that's Torquay, but I could be wrong. Because I seem to recall it's, yeah, like the coast should be this shape, and then Exeter is like over there. And Exeter has an airport. I don't know where the airport is in reference to the town, but I know it has one. Where are we? Somewhere lost over the southwest of the UK. Looking for a runway because your boy forgot to check his fuel until it was already nearly empty. I keep doing that. That's not the bind for opening the canopy in this game. Yes, I did just use the G word. You notice you get flickering reflections quite a bit on perspex surfaces. It's not too big of a deal, but it is a thing. I am. I'm just possibly not in airport territory. Simulator and a game, yeah, exactly. I never understood people who get, like, really triggered by calling a simulator a game. It's a game. It's a simulation game. Like, especially if it's not, like, a commercial or military grade simulator. Like, if it's got any sort of user-friendliness and it's commercially available, it's a game. It's sold as such. That's what it is. Airport, please. Maybe. Oh, I think I see one. Yeah, I think that's Exeter. I'm not sure, though. So that would be Torquay, that would be Exeter. Bournemouth would be over there. So I was nowhere near as far along the coast as I thought I was. The UK is very small compared to Australia, but I forget that it is actually, you know, a reasonably large place still. Is that a runway, or is that a sports field? It's going to become a runway, whether it likes it or not. Yeah, that's not an airport. I mean, we can use it as one, but it's not. And I don't see one around here. Unless... Yeah, fuck it. That is exactly what we're about to do, Jazz. I'm not sure which direction the wind's at. It'll, you know what? I bet you that was an airfield. I bet you anything that was a World War II airstrip. It looks like one. Does the mirror work correctly? No. It's just a cube map. It's not even like a render target camera or anything. Watch the engine die right here. Okay, if I come in diagonal from this corner, that should give me enough room, ideally. Still a little fast, so I'll come off the power. 160 for gear, 140 for flaps. Okay, that's the gear moving. That's the flaps. We'll give her a bit of side slip just to bleed off the extra speed, because we want to be touching down around 80 miles an hour. And we're coming in way fast. I don't think we're going to have enough room. Yeah, that's a very long landing. Please don't die on me yet, engine. This is just auto-generated scenery, by the way, Jazz. What the fuck is he doing? That guy down there in the cul-de-sac. I was going to do that if I had to land on a beach, Korchak, but that looks flat enough that I'd be happy to use wheels. I just don't think I've got the distance I need. Because I came in too fast. The Mark 9 does pick up speed pretty quickly. Highway, not straight enough. And I don't know if I don't think the traffic like has collision damage, but I don't trust to find out. Watch as there's like an airport somewhere easily within my range that I just didn't see. I'm sure there will be. Okay. This is a little steeper. There are trees on this side. I may actually hook around the other way. I think that diagonal gives me a bit better approach. Third most viewers stream MS 2020. Oh my god, I'm so sorry guys. You came here looking for competent pilots and you got me instead. Yikes. Okay, we're getting a bit slow. We're getting a little close to the stall, so we're going to put some power on just to get her over the hedge. And if we miss this, we're ending up in somebody's living room. Come on. Ooh, ooh, there's a little bit of a gully there. Please stop floating. That was a bounce. No. No. I should have actually planned that flight. Oh well. I thought I had enough space there. That is my first... Okay, no, that's my second crash in this game. My first was me attempting to fly between the tower bridge. Turns out the tower bridge just has one giant hitbox, and I face planted straight into it. So I hit an invisible wall with my face, and that's my second one, because your boy can't judge landing distance. Retract flaps, force plane down. I probably should have, to be honest. But then I would have probably picked up a bit too much speed. Because the Mark 9, oh, she likes to go. Eden Project? What's the Eden Project? Oh, is that the like, fucking sustainability thing? So I think I ended up... That's Exeter there. Was I in Exeter? I think I... No. You know where I was? I think I was like here. So I was just shy. They need a combat mode in this, they won't get one, probably. If you want to be anal, the only true simulators are the ones defense forces or governments have? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like, you have game simulators that are more commercially friendly, and then you have, like, actual simulators that have horrible, obtuse UIs that no reasonable human knows how to use, the graphics are bad, so on and so forth. And they only simulate one thing, because that's all they're designed to do. Wonder if the flaps get pushed up with airspeed. I wouldn't risk it on the Spitfire because the flaps are quite daintily built and they drop almost 90 degrees. I think they're 85-degree flaps, same as the Hurricane. They drop all the way down. And the Spitfire's quite delicate. Not super delicate, but quite delicate, so I wouldn't risk it. You'd probably bend something and they wouldn't come back up properly. Doing well in the MiG-19 early? I don't know if I'd say well. Really don't know if I'd say well. See, I was thinking we were coming, like, up on here somewhere. I thought we were way further east. I suppose if I actually climbed more... Well, no, because piston engine, I wouldn't get much more economy out of it. In fact, I probably wouldn't get any more economy out of it. But if I didn't go full pelt along the entire length of coast, that's what I did, is I flew the entire length of coast, so I was going into all these little bays and inlets. If I just flew straight lines, I'd be able to get probably at least to the Isle of Wight, if not further. Best cruise at 1300? There you go. It's actually lower than I was flying for most of that. Because I know in, like, playing Cliffs of Dover, I can take off from fucking, Hawkinge, or even from Manston. I can take off from there and I can make it as far west as about Bournemouth, and I still have enough fuel left to find an airfield and land. So, I don't know. We'll try it. We'll try it. We'll go, we'll start from a little further east this time, though. Start down here. Dover to Calais? Yeah, could do. 170 miles an hour, Jesus. That's slow for a Spit. Doesn't have a lot of fuel, 85 gallons between two fuel tanks, top and bottom. And the top one is the smaller one, I believe. It empties quite a bit faster. There's no gate or parking here, so we're spawning on the runway, which means we'll probably already be started up, but that's fine. We can deal with that. We'll change the flight conditions a bit. We'll go high-level clouds. We'll give ourselves a bit of wind here, I think, because that preset has some wind in it. Should make things a little more interesting. Newton Abbot Racecourse is where you landed. There we go. Close to best climb speed, yeah. I think best climb speed for the Spit is 160 and the best climb angle is 140. Best angle is if you need to clear terrain, basically. You wouldn't normally use it. Oh, it spawned me with the nav lights on as well. So we're basically ready to go, except parking brake. Make sure that our props in the right setting, mixture's good, we'll turn the radio on, not that it matters. Navs are on. Anything else we need? Not really. Oh, canopy's closed. That won't do. There we go. Yeah, looks clear. Yeah, the Spitfire's mixture is automatic. I usually just leave it. Come on. Would have been nice if we could stay on the runway, but, you know, good enough. We didn't hit anything yet. Technically we should stay at about 2850 to climb, but we'll just wind this back now, because it's going to be a pain to do otherwise. I actually did bring it back to about 2800, so that's good enough. And we're heading west at the moment, which we don't want to do, so we'll turn around. Solar farm down there. Is the naval compass probably properly modeled? I have not actually checked that yet. That's the one thing I haven't had a look at. Because it comes with the directional gyro pre-aligned, so I don't bother. Because it's such a headache to set up in Clissadova. Oh, yeah, for sure, Korchak, for sure. Especially, like, out bush, it's actually really good for it. Like, I can VFR my way basically from Bathurst to Canberra and back in this, because I can recognize the towns and recognize the different roads, recognize lakes. It's great. In FSX it was a much more difficult proposition because you had Lake George and that was about all you could recognize. Give her a bit more back trim because she's wanting to descend a little. So we could have a look. Uh-huh. Looks like it is. Ooh. Oh, actually, you know what? I can't see the needle in it, so maybe it's not fully modeled. God. And I just fucked up my heading. The mouse wheel on this drives me insane. It seems the controls for the floodlights are a little iffy at times. There should be a needle, yeah, there should be, but I can't see it. It's there, I can see the needle, it's just super faint because of the dark cockpit. So north... I'm not descending, am I? No, I'm climbing. Good. North... should, theoretically, be, not that way. God, I can't see what I'm fucking doing. And because my fucking... So my mouse wheel is very, like, sticky, and it needs a good clean. and it makes it very difficult to use the scroll wheel. And this game uses the scroll wheel for a lot of stuff, and it's very finicky to do. So excuse me, as I've now got myself completely off course and managed to screw up both my navigation instruments. Like I said, I really hope some of you guys didn't come expecting to see competent flying, because this is not the place to see it. It's probably good enough. And then I'm heading... That's what... 110. It's 108-ish. Oh, I'm fucking seriously, I swear to God, with this scroll wheel. And then I can't remember how much you had to subtract for magnetic fucking variation at this latitude. Whatever. Good enough. We know which way's east. If the coast is on the left, we're going east. Good enough for me. Got a little too much power on, so I'll back that off. We will bring the prop back a little if I can click it. Thank you. Give her about 72, which seems to be about 2,700. Maybe a little less. 68. There we go. 2650. Yeah, it does. It does. Certainly on the art side of things, they've done a really good job. Flight model seems good. Certainly better than the default flight model for the sim. You know, most of what you would expect to be clickable in a civilian sim is. It's missing some features, but they're generally military features that aren't going to matter here. I would have liked the identification lights to work. That would have been a nice little touch, but I understand why they wouldn't bother with them. You know, that's fair. Your presence makes me want to drink, Pom. That's all I can say to that. Drunk stream? No, it's 1:20 in the afternoon. It's too early. Wait, what the fuck? It's 1:20 in the afternoon? I just accidentally, like, lost half a day. Oops. This is fine. Got up to stream ArmA at like 5 o'clock. Well, woke up at 5 o'clock, started streaming ArmA at 6 o'clock in the morning, and it is now 1:30. Oops. I also haven't eaten today. What even is self-care? Not something I do, that's for sure. We're definitely not at best cruise at the moment, but we should at least be burning through the fuel a little bit slower. No, we're not. I tell you what, this actually seems to consume fuel at a much greater rate than the Spitfire either in DCS or in any of the IL-2 games. The fuel burn rate seems very, very different at reasonably similar engine power settings, because this is about what I cruise about at. I usually cruise at 240. 2650 RPM, anywhere between 4 and 12 pounds boost, and I get a lot more endurance out of it. So I don't know if their fuel burn rate's off or if everyone else's is off, but it does seem different to me. And I'm pretty sure I filled the plane all the way up. Who needs food when you have Merlin sound? I know, right? Actually, I know there's an external view, but what's the external cinematic view key? Or is there a clickable function for it? ArmA. Showcase, there we go. I don't know if there's a flyby, but... Oh, whoops. Reset position. I have no idea how to rotate the drone. Oh, here we go. A bunch of fixed cameras. 3 camera. This is a drone, which, again, I don't know how to make it go into a flyby mode. It actually disables the controls when you go into this mode, by the way. In Showcase. In External, you can still fly, but in Showcase, it disables them. Take it out ahead. Yeah, I could do that. I suspect the flyby sounds aren't going to be amazing. But, who knows, we may be pleasantly surprised. But again, I don't know how to turn the camera around, so... Yeah, flyby sound's not that great. Pretty ordinary. But that's not too uncommon for sims. Really, the only sim which out of the box has good flyby sounds is DCS. That's the only one that I know of. About half a tank on the bottom. Pom, we can do those next. Once I land this thing. Once I find somewhere to land it. We got a major motorway here, so we can always nav along that. It will surely take us somewhere important. Farming salt and tears at industrial levels through the Mark 14 is going to be hilarious. Salt and tears from its own pilots, too, for the ones that don't realise the Merlin and the Griffin rotate in opposite directions. Would you recommend this Spitfire add-on for MSFS? Yeah, it's pretty nice. I was going to wait for the A2A Spitfires to come over, because I have them for FSX and they're fucking amazing, but this is really nice, too. It doesn't have all the extra functions that the A2A ones have, like being able to maintain the aircraft and customize it and stuff. This has custom liveries, but that's it at the moment. I don't know if they plan to add any more. You'd have to ask somebody else. I bought this on a whim yesterday. How much does this one cost? Like 30 bucks Australian, so I think it was it 30 US or 30 Australian? Or 35 or something. It's not much. Really not much. Yeah, A2A is like on their own plane of existence when it comes to how much complexity and quality their modules have, so... the clipped wing version's already in. I just don't fly it, because clipped wings on a Spitfire are heresy. Especially on a Mark 9. Now, because my... Oh! You look... suspiciously like you might... No, because if it was an airfield, there'd be lights, surely. No, never mind. Oh, that's for fucking sure an airfield right over there. 35 Australian, 27 US dollars. That's pretty good. That is a good price. Of course, because these guys are Australians, they would set an Australian price, so 35's the reference, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. You get a couple liveries with it. You get the clipped wing version as well as this. It's nice to fly. The flight model seems quite good. The artwork is very nice. The sound is good. The externals, It could kind of use some work. Again, I'm not going to criticize them on the flyby sounds because very few sims do flyby sounds well. Probably the only thing I'd like to see on the internal sounds is a bit more resonance. Like, I don't know if the Spitfire does it, I assume it does. Most aircraft I've been in do it. But when you hit certain engine power settings, the engine starts resonating with the aircraft. That's what, like, you get that buzz through the canopy that you get in some of the vanilla flight sim modules. And I also had that a lot through the Jabiru back when I used to fly that. The Bristol did it too. So I would assume the Spitfire would do it because every fucking plane I've flown in does it. That would be nice. It's not necessary, but it would be nice. Okay. I hope that's still an airport and not like... Yep. Looking kind of sketchy. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's a construction site or something. I'm a little fast still, so we'll do some S-turns. Okay. Gear. Little bit of a slip. Flaps. We're like 2 miles an hour over, who cares? Canopy. Give her a bit more slip. Those are trees at the end of the runway. That's not very considerate. That was a bit close. Little bounce. Oh, big bounce actually. Boomsa-daisy. It's enough to make you weep. There we go. Whoop. No, you don't. Stay straight. No, no. She really doesn't like slowing down, I've noticed. Okay, there we go. We didn't crash it this time. Oh, that's something I can show you guys, actually. So, let me just get her stopped. Whoop! She does tail or nose stand if you slam the brakes too hard. Keep that in mind. I nearly did it there, but I caught it just in time. Okay, parking brake set. External view, please. We'll go showcase. Oh, no, showcase. There we go. Camera drone, and then I want to... How do I make the camera drone go down? F. There we go. So you see this little guy here? See this? Watch this. Is she gonna... Oh, not in the showcase, I guess. No. I want control of the aircraft. Can I get control of the aircraft in this? I don't think I can. Let's see if I have an external camera view where I can show you what I'm about to demonstrate. Kind of. Okay. So you see the linkage there when I put the flaps up? See that? So that's what actually causes that indicator to come up, is the actual arm that moves the flaps. I've got to bind my camera controls to something more accessible. I haven't bound it yet. There's a lot of stuff I haven't bound in this. I've just got the basic flying controls set up. Okay. Go ahead and... kill the fuel. I had that on the whole time. Or off, actually. And then we want to kill the electrics, which is this little switch under here, if I can get around the throttle for it. Right there. There we go. Flight ended. So yeah, good price for it, and it's quite nice to fly. Like I said, the ground handling is the kind of suspect thing for me. The Spitfire never had any kind of tailwheel steering as far as I'm aware, certainly the Mark 9 didn't. It was just a free cast ring tailwheel. The way to lock it was literally to just pull back on the stick. But in this it behaves as though it has nose wheel steering, but on the tailwheel. So you can just steer with the pedals at any speed. You can be moving like snail pace and you can still steer with full authority with the rudder. Which you shouldn't be able to do. I don't know if that's something they're going to correct in the future. I don't know if that's something they did just so that the, people that aren't used to tail draggers wouldn't freak out and lose their shit. I don't know if there's a hidden setting somewhere for me to change that. I'll have to read up on it later, because I would prefer to have more realistic ground handling. Not least because it's going to teach me bad habits when I go back to IL2 and DCS. But once you get it into the air, the ground handling is not a concern anymore, and the flight model feels pretty good. The stalls and spins feel good. It doesn't feel like scripted at all. I mean, it shouldn't, because the flight model in this game is pretty in-depth. Unlike the base game, it does stall at higher speed. Like, you can accelerated stall it. You can, if you're pulling huge fucking amounts of angle of attack, you can stall it. But at the same time, it does feel like it takes a little bit too long to bleed off the speed if you just pull the stick to your guts and hold it in a level turn. And that's common with all the aircraft in the game, but I think the Spitfire at least is less effective. Because if you try it with the stock aircraft, you will see the stall speed does not change. If it stalls at, say, 40 knots in level flight, it will stall at 40 knots in 90 degrees of bank with the stick in your guts. Whereas the Spitfire, she was stalling up around 120, 140. I think I saw one at 160 earlier. So it's an improvement on the default flight model. I still feel like it could use a little tweaking. Imagine the Xbox kiddies trying to land a realistic tail dragger. Yes, good luck. Good luck. Imagine them trying to land the DCS tail draggers. Right, Pom wants to see Gerben, so we will go over. We'll go back to live weather once we set it up. Where am I? Where am I? Over here. What is even? There's Mary. Which was the base for the Soviet aggressor program, like the aggressor squadrons that they used to combat train pilots with. What should we fly? Let's take the Jabiru up. It's slow as fuck, but it's something I actually have flown, so I'm a bit more used to it. And it's good for sightseeing, because it's a nice, easy plane to fly. I will take the 170. Oh, no. 170, 170, thank you. I don't like how this list automatically scrolls when you click something. That's kind of annoying. Okay. We'll set that to 170, close enough. We'll set it to full. We're slightly overweight. Nearly full fuel. I don't think we're going to need that much fuel though. That'll keep us in the air for 9 hours, so we're not going to need that. I'm not streaming for 9 more hours. I can't remember what the thing was on this. So I'll just use, what was ours? Trying to remember. It was 8755 was the one I learnt to fly on, but I could be wrong on that. Let's leave that. And then what's live weather there right now? 2:36 a.m. I mean, we could see the beautiful RGB at Ashgabat, but I'd have to find my way to Ashgabat first, and I don't know which direction to fly. I think it's like northeast. Pen heavy to call sign. Pom did that. That's a bit too basic for me though. You set a preset, you can do live weather but change the time, huh? Preset. Live weather but... Ah! That, yes. Good call, good call. I like that. So we'll set it to like 7:29. Cool. And we'll just start on the runway. Actually, no, we'll start in the fucking parking area. The jab's easy to start up. It's 7:36? Huh, okay. It was showing me like 2 AM, but I guess it hadn't changed it yet from the other flight. Where am I gonna put this that I won't knock it over? Put it there, I guess. How's a Jabiru? In the sim or in real life? In real life, it's, I mean, it's not super pleasant to fly. It's very light, so it tends to be very bumpy in flight. The controls are extremely heavy and awkward, but as a, like, just a little bush plane, it's really nice. It's light, it's cheap, it's easy to fly. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not that pleasant because the controls are super heavy. But it's stable. Like, the Bristol's got really, like, touch-light controls, but it's much more twitchy. In the sim, the Jab seems quite nice. It's missing some of the graphical bells and whistles that the vanilla aircraft have, and again, the sound isn't quite up to the same standard. So this is something people really undersell about this sim, is the sound is amazing. Like, the internal sounds are spot on for the light sport aircraft. Because you get like the buzz as you hit certain engine settings. You hear the like the sound of the wheels on the tarmac as you're either taxiing at high speed or taking off and landing is really quite loud. You feel it through the seat as well, and it nails that. It gets it exactly right. It's the only sim which seems to do that. DCS does really well with flyby sounds, and the jet sounds are really good, but DCS doesn't do the runway sound. It doesn't do, you know, the engine resonating within the airframe. Nothing except this sim that I've ever seen does it, let alone vanilla. Bet they just sat inside the planes and recorded it live. They probably did. They probably did. But like, it's not just a transient effect either. Like, you know, sometimes sound designers will cheat by recording a sound, just mixing it in and playing it at random. It's not random. It corresponds to the actual engine setting that you would expect it to do that at. It's a little dark in here, but whatever. Okay, so the Jabiru, this is something that is worth noting, unless the bind... Oh, the bind does do it. Okay, so that's how the parking brake in the Jab works. You cannot click it, or if you can, the click zone is somewhere I haven't found, but it does work on the bind. So the parking brake on the Jab is you just ratchet the brake in place, pretty much. It's bone simple. Oh, there's a... Oh, I didn't even notice this before, dude. Hello. Get your arm off the pad, though. Wheel spats. Prop type. Oh, wow. Here we go. Items shown are cosmetic only, don't have an effect on flight performance or handling. So yeah, swapping the props won't do anything, unlike the A2A Spitfire. But we can put the co-pilot in at least, which is cool. And then you can hide that. I don't know how you get it back, but that's really, really cool. I like that. Okay, so master power, avionics, fuel pump, easy to start, very easy to start. We'll put that on for visibility. We don't need choke, it's not fucking cold. Well, it actually might be this time of year. Cabin heat we don't need. Flaps we don't need for takeoff. Make sure they're actually up, which they are. Okay. COM 1. We want... Hello. There we go. COM 1's on. I have no idea what the local frequency is. Okay, so that's just a scroll up and down. Turn the transponder. Transponder's not showing. Hello? Wakey wakey? Power? There it is. Okay, there we are. So we're on standby. And we'll just leave it for now. We won't bother setting it just yet. Because I can't remember what the code is that you're meant to use normally. In uncontrolled airspace. This would be controlled airspace, I'm pretty sure it's a fucking airport, but I flew out the back of Bathurst, so I never had to deal with most of this shit. The transponder was usually already set, or I'd set it to whatever they said on the fucking checklist, and that was it. That was the only time I ever bothered with the transponder. Never spoke to Melbourne Centre. I did listen in on them once. I was flying to Orange, but never actually spoke to them. That should be everything. Aerobatics prohibited, spins are prohibited, intentional spins. Smoking and IMC is prohibited. You don't want to do aerobatics in a jab, you'll take the wings off. I think the doors on this open. The doors on this do open. Okay. Do a hammerhead in the jab? Probably a bad idea. I'm gonna go ahead and say that one right now. The closest thing to aerobatics I ever did in this was practicing avoiding other aircraft, which is just 90 degrees of bank and then pull the stick. Just died because allies keep their... I told you, man, don't play on Hoggit. You're gonna keep running into that shit if you play on Hoggit, because that's all they do is just fucking jam it 24/7, launch 10 AMRAAMs at the first thing they see. Like, you're never gonna be able to use your radar if that's the place you play on. GS is pretty bad with it too, but Hoggit's worse because they all just turn their jammers on and never ever turn them off. We'll take off from this runway because I feel like it. Actually, does anyone know what the airport code for Ashgabat is? I'm assuming it has an airport. It's a capital city, surely it would. Let me look it up. It's probably going to be too far to fly in the jab because it'll be super far away. UTAA, God, you're quick. Thank you very much. TAA, Ashgabat. Fuck yeah, son. Ho 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 ho. How far away is it? I don't think we're going to Ashgabat, Chief. I mean, I could. The Jap has the endurance to do it, but holy shit, that's a long flight. We'll do a flight around here, and then we'll do one from Ashgabat. How about that? How far away is it? Very. Very. It doesn't tell you. This is laid out differently than the fucking, the one we used. Ours had more information. Whatever. We'll fly from here. We'll do like a circuit of the town here or something, and then we'll start a new flight out at Ashgabat. Okay, airspeed's alive, looking for 70 knots. Up she goes. Let speed build to 80, and then we'll start climbing. We'll try and hold 80. 314 kilometers, that's about 2 hours. We could do that. We could actually do that. It's a bad idea, because I've already been streaming for like 8 hours, but we could do it. What PC do I have? If you put ! specs in chat, the bot will tell you. Brand new PC. I've only had it for about... Well, I've had it for a bit longer, but I only assembled it about a week ago, so... I'm still getting used to this myself. My old PC was very, very outdated. I mean, the blue 29s will come get me if I do... Which code is it? It's... I think it's this. It's 76 or 77, I think. Haven't played MS 2020 since about 3 to 4 update. I wouldn't know. I've literally only been able to play it for the past week because my old PC couldn't even run this. I was on Windows 7 before, so I literally could not start the game. 7700 is emergency. I think one is emergency and one is you get fighters to come escort you. Like, that isn't an emergency, but we'll set it 77. Yeah, there we... Oh, 7500, there we go. There we go. Haha. Good enough. And we want to turn right. What heading? Well, it's not even going to fucking tell me because I don't have a fucking compass. We'll head in this general direction. Now, the issue with doing this in the jab is the jab doesn't have any sort of autopilot, so if this is going to be a 2-hour flight, I'm going to be dead by the end of it. Like, my back's already sore, but it is a fairly stable plane, so if I get it above any turbulence, we could probably just trim it, leave it, because I need to eat as well. Power off a little. We get the short Staccato. Maybe, probably not right away though. If I do get it, it'll be in the future. It's not a plane I'm super interested in. Like, it's not that I don't like it or anything. I'm just not super into it. So I might pick it up, but if I do, it'll be in the future rather than straight away. I'm not super excited for it. Still rocking P3D 5.1. I mostly do combat sims, so the only civvy sim I have on my PC other than this is FSX, which I didn't play that often. I pretty much only bought FSX because it had an Avro Vulcan for it, and I really wanted to fly a Vulcan. DCS? Yeah, me too. MiG-21, mainly. Other things too, but mainly MiG-21. Most of my regulars are DCS people, or IL-2 people, or both. And some ArmA people. Or War Thunder, yeah. Man, you gotta get back into DCS. Come fly the MiG-21 with me. The Cold War server was fucking fucking jumping today. I almost didn't get in. Like, it was full when I tried to join at first. The air's nice and still. I've only been able to do this once in real life, and it was in the middle of winter at 9 AM. I could fly the entire time with my hands off the controls and it wouldn't be an issue. But usually, especially around Bathurst and especially in the summer, if you took your hands off the controls for about 5 seconds, you'd be upside down. Like, it gets that bumpy. I do like that you can turn the passenger on with this module, even if his headphone cable is, like, levitating. I like having pilot bodies in things. It just adds that little bit extra immersion. I know some people hate it. I know some people won't fly a plane if it doesn't have it. There are a few DCS guys, particularly with VR, who are like that. They won't fly a plane if it doesn't have a pilot body in it. It's not a must for me, but it's something I really, really like having. You know, if I need to access a switch that's under the pilot's arms, I'll just turn the body off, flick the switch, turn it back on. The only issue I have with them is when it's something like the Vigan, where the pilot's oxygen mask is like just hanging by his cheek, and so if you move your head much from the center position, you end up clipping through the body. But it's nice to have for immersion purposes. And to give you a sense of scale of the cockpit as well, especially without VR, there's no other way to sense the scale of the cockpit. Started flying the A4 with Seraphim, trying to learn air-to-air refueling. I haven't done air-to-air refueling with the A4 yet. That's actually something I need to do. That is a really fun little aircraft to fly. It's a really good mod. For those of you who haven't checked out the DCS Community A4E, go ahead and do it. Just make sure you're using the EFM version. I think it's publicly available now. I know that they basically said, look, link it to people, we don't care. So the old public version was using the simple flight model, so it was, you know, very, very simplified, whereas the new EFM is basically what you'd find in any full fidelity module. It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Real joy to fly. It has its temperamental moments, but it's a joy to fly. Want my MiG-23, please? Yeah, same. I can't wait for the 23. I love that plane so much. Corrupted my FSX installing a user airport and AI aircraft. Now when I load it up, nothing but water shows up. Yeah, it took me a long time to get some of the Orbex scenery to work. Like, I had a lot of issues with it. Even in this, actually, when I installed the Moscow scenery I got, it was overlaying over the top of the existing scenery, so I had two Kremlins, one on top of the other. It looked very, very funny, but it was also very, very stupid. I've fixed that now, but I think London might have some issues. That, or it was just because my internet was choking at the time. Switch to X-Plane 11 because of it, because I want to try this, or P3D. P3D is, as far as I know, I haven't actually ever flown it, but as far as I know, it's just Lockheed Martin polishing FSX. Like, it's still, at its core, it's still FSX. It's probably more capable, but, you know, it never occurred to me that I should probably buy anything for it, because I already have FSX. Why would I want FSX but polished? And then I've still got X-Plane to worry about, which I'm probably still going to buy at some point, just for the Tupolev. For the 154, because I love that plane. But, you know, now for a lot of stuff I also have this. So, I'm kind of holding off on X-Plane until there's a Steam sale, and until I know for sure that some of the planes I want won't be coming to this. And that will probably make me buy it, but I think I'm pretty much done buying stuff for FSX at this point, and I don't think I'll pick up P3D. There's just not much point. So, you may notice, those of you who were here for my last Jabiru flight in this sim, I have a passenger this time, purely so I don't have to hold my stick pegged halfway to the right to counter the roll, because the Jab only has pitch trim, like a MiG-21 actually, and you really notice. You really notice. So that entire flight from Canberra up to Bathurst, I was holding the stick about half right, because the default curves in this game are screwed up. I still gotta fix them. We're actually off course considerably. Good thing I checked that. We would have ended up in fucking, I don't know, Afghanistan. Same in the 152. It's probably the same in a lot of light civilian aircraft. I noticed the Bonanza, the version that's in this, has roll trim. It doesn't have rudder trim as far as I know. Rudder trim's a big one. Like, not so much in this because it doesn't have a whole lot of horses behind it anyway, but in the Bristol, because it's extremely light and has a much more powerful, well, I say much more powerful, it's like 110 horse, but it's still more powerful than this. In the Bristol, you would really notice the power changes because it would start slipping something fierce. It's like trying to fly a Yak 1. You have to just hold one rudder over, or one rudder pedal over halfway, like the entire flight. It's really annoying. By the time I was done flying it, I'd just be absolutely wrecked from holding the pedals over the entire flight to counter the prop, and then also my arm would be sore from the stick. The Bristol stick wasn't, like, the controls weren't heavy like the Jab, but it was a left-hand stick for the piloting command seat. And also, aside from not being adapted to left-hand sticks, I don't like side sticks at all, let alone left-hand ones. Just the way it was, like the length it was from me, because I've got kind of long gangly fingers and long gangly arms, it makes it really awkward. Shit that's designed for normal people doesn't fit me very well. And here we are in wonderful, sunny Turkmenistan. Bit west-northwest of Muddy. Heading to Ashgabat, because of course we are. I hope you're enjoying this, Pom. You better still be here, you fucker. Better not have sent me off to fucking Ashgabat and then left. Be very upset. Does Tawny know you fly this? I don't know. Who's Tawny? Is he a streamer? I mean, I don't really care. He knew I flew FSX anyway, so I don't care. Like, I enjoy combat sims more because it's something I can't do in real life, but at the same time, I do enjoy civvy sims to an extent. Either flying aircraft I can't have in DCS, or just flying places I'm never going to fly in real life. Got killed finger banging a kangaroo's wife. Yeah, sounds about right. Well, he moved too, I think, and I don't know if he... I don't think he got a new PC. I think he was just setting his PC back up and upgrading or something. I don't remember, but he's been off for ages now. She might have. What's that down there? I'm assuming that's not snow. Is that like salt or something, maybe? Man, look at all this infrastructure. It's like better than Australia. God, I would kill people for roads like this. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'd be thinking. I know it does get quite cold in the desert over there in winter, but that doesn't look like snow to me. That does look like salt or something. At the blistering speed of 90 knots. At least the weather's calm, so I just got my hand on the stick, that's it. I'm not touching the rudder at the moment. Wind erosion? Yeah, it could be. Well, I mean, at least if we have to set down, we got plenty of options. Does look bumpy, but there's some roads that run down there, so, and they're quite straight. I have not, in fact, Prey. I've seen surprisingly little diversity in aircraft flying here. Especially when it comes to, like, general aviation, most of what you see is either Cessnas or Jabs, the occasional Bristol, and a lot of autogyros. But as far as, like, light fixed-wing aviation goes in this country, the Jabiru is pretty much king shit. These things are cheap as chips, really common, easy to maintain, easy to fly, so a lot of people fly them. Chemical bleaching from spent booster stages coming over the horizon. They'd be going, the other way, because Baikonur's up northeast, I think. So they'd be going over the Altai Mountains, then probably over the corner of Mongolia, and then over eastern Russia. Polar? Yeah, could, well, no, well, maybe. If they were going south, because I think we're southeast right now. I'm trying to remember my Central Asian geography, I think we're southeast of Baikonur. Sure there's lots of long easies in Oz? There probably are, I just haven't seen any. Like I said, most of what I've seen is Jabs, a couple Bristells, shitloads of Cessnas. Bruh, imagine elevation. Imagine hills. It's just dead flat here. Absolutely dead flat. And the plane is flying dead flat as well. On that note, I'm gonna just kind of let this thing mostly fly. In fact, can I get the AI to fly this? I'm gonna have something to eat. Oh no, I can, no, where are you no, where the fuck are you going? No. Okay, he can't do that. He's not doing that. That's... Okay. Never mind. I'll just point it in the right direction, but I'm gonna flip the microphone and the camera off so you guys aren't subject to the horrific sight and sound that is me trying to consume food. And then I'm gonna go grab myself something to eat, because I am fucking hungry. Alright. Let's level off, please. There's a slight climb going on. Now we've got a slight descent going on. A touch of back trim. Touch of back trim. Alright, I think we're good. We're also veering off course again. Right. Bear with me. I will be back in a few minutes. Hello, I've returned. Yeah, that was me putting my feet back on the pedals. It'll do that. We are off course by a considerable margin. What are we heading up north? Surprisingly enough, there is some elevated terrain over there. Shocking, I know. Should have tons of fuel left. Not that I trust the fuel gauges in this, because they weren't trustworthy in the real thing either, but yeah, we're good enough. Tow brakes really take a lot of pressure to register in real life, or would it depend on the type of aircraft? It probably depends on the design of the brakes. The Jabiru doesn't have tow brakes. The Jabiru has that boy there. The Bristol did have tow brakes from memory, and it didn't take a whole lot of pressure. Very off course. Very, very off course. Yeah, exactly. More pressure, more stop. Generally, you wouldn't want to, like, slam on the brakes, because that would result in bad things. But you put some pressure on. If you needed to slow down faster, you put a bit more pressure on. But you wouldn't, like, stand on the brakes unless there was some sort of fucking emergency, and then you'd probably make the problem worse anyway. That is a lot of, like, fields for there being no buildings. Like, I know that they were generally nomadic before the whole Soviet Union thing happened, but Jesus, that is a lot of fields, and I have not seen a single building for miles. Oh, there we go. It's like a little... No, that's a field as well. So is that. That kind of greyish colour looks like it might be a city of some sort, but I don't know. Not a whole lot out here. Really not a whole lot out here. Oh, can you stop zooming in too much, please? There we go. So we got some mountains over there. That has been the sole point of interest on this entire flight. I swear to God. I hope this is worth it, Pom. Is that a canal? I think it is. Yeah, I think these are canals. So that's why it's, you know, cultivated. Because they've run this great big canal through, I guess off the Caspian. Fly the Grand Canyon to Hoover Dam or do the Mark Loop. Grand Canyon's a pretty good shout, actually. I might do that. I mean, well, we know for one thing that that canal system is not connected to the Aral Sea, otherwise there wouldn't be water in it. Just like there's no water in the Aral Sea. Yeah, more like Arid Sea, exactly. I wonder whatever happened to Ivan's Secrets. There's like going to be a source mod, like a single player game that took place on Rebirth Island, at least partially on Rebirth Island. And then they did the thing that source mods did in like the mid-2000s where they said, oh, we're going to move to the Crysis engine. And then that was like radio silence for the rest of it. Two good mods I was interested in. Ivan's Secrets and Raindrop. Both basically faded from existence because they decided they didn't want to use Source anymore because it was too limited and they were going to go to Crysis. Or Crytek, whatever the engine's called. They had so much potential. Raindrop, despite being made in Source, like the original maps for it, despite being made in Source, they looked like they were in Stalker or something like that. They were really impressive. It's kind of like Dear Esther, how it doesn't look like it's Source, even though it is. Yeah, same thing. It looked incredible. But last I heard, the whole project got pretty much sidelined permanently. So all we have to show for it is some pretty screenshots and the music from one of the trailers. I did ask the guy that was making it if he was planning on perhaps releasing some of the maps in their present state to like using Gary's mod or something, or Source Filmmaker, because they'd be fantastic for making stuff in those, but I think he did reply, but I don't think he ever ended up releasing them. Which is a shame. Real shame. I think he lost his hard drive or something from memory. There's like some reason he didn't do it. Man, how fucking far have we got to go? Too far. And I don't think the avionics in this have any fancy modes on them. 3D vision. Oh, that's the synthetic terrain, right? Yeah, I don't know. If anyone knows where that fucking waypoint is. Oh, I can use this, can't I? I can zoom out on... Oh, no. Zoom out. We're like a quarter of the way there. Oh my god. Bro, please. Oh, well. And of course I go off course while I'm busy focusing on that. There we go, there's all your operational limits. We had another... Oh yeah, there's the sound warning level. I remember that, because it was like the noise level exceeds 95 decibels. Make sure you're wearing a headset at all times. An empty weight penciled in the corner, 289 kilos. Getting really slow as well. Put a little bit more power on. Putting the light in light aircraft, yeah. Well, the max takeoff weight of the Jabiru is 600 kilos. Because 600 kilos is / was the cutoff weight for light sport aircraft here. I know they were thinking of raising it to like 720, but I don't know if that ever happened. Or was it 720 or 750? Something like that. I don't know if that ever ended up happening, or it might still be in discussion. We're climbing a little, so we'll give it a bit more trim. Yeah, 85 horse of pure speed. Pure fucking speed. I should have done this in a jet. I regret this decision greatly. Do we have any airports close? Almost certainly not. If I go for nearest, it'll be back to Mari, probably. And that'll be like another, what, half hour at least. But if I land in the middle of nowhere, it won't credit me the landing, I've noticed. Because even if you like land without damaging the aircraft in a field or on a road or whatever, it doesn't give you credit for the landing in this, in the logbook. Not that it matters, I don't really care that much. But I'm tempted to just set it down here somewhere and then start a new flight from Ashgabat, so we're not flying for fucking 3 hours to get there. Yeah, it is a bit. It is a bit. Yeah, let's do it. We'll pick a landing site on the way down. I'm not really that fussy. Yeah, they make their own engines. They're one of the major engine manufacturers here for light aircraft. Them and Rotax are pretty much the two big ones for light sport aircraft. So the Jabiru that I flew in obviously had a Jabiru engine, and the Bristol I flew in had a Rotax. Yeah, same here. Where do we want to land? That looks a bit rough. That's a canal. I don't want to land in the fucking canal. Is there... Surely there must be some kind of fucking civilization here. Some kind of settlement. Surely. Like, who? Who tends to these farms? That's like my question. Who the fuck is tending to this place? Like, look at it all. Look at it all. It's like fucking Northern Alberta, but Northern Alberta has farmhouses at least. Bristol as in B-R-I-S-T-E-L-L. BRM Aero Bristol. BRM Aero is the company. It's a Czech manufacturer. Same old ladies with brooms who keep Ashgabat clean. Probably. Very probably. I guess that could be a house down... Oh no. Maybe. It's something. It's some kind of man-made structure. Oh! That's somewhere else I should do a flight. Is the fucking Cosmodrome. Might do that after Ashgabat. Then we can save the Grand Canyon for next time, maybe. Seen any wildlife yet in-game? No, not yet. I haven't, like, done a huge amount of flying with this. I've done a little bit. None of those look particularly appealing to land in. Like, they look like they got really rough surfaces. But surely they'll be better than that, so... Try to the guy in Russia, fucking Matthias Rust. Yeah. Yeah, just sneak past the entire PVO. Land on fucking... He didn't even land on Red Square. He wanted to land on Red Square, but it was full of people. So he landed on the bridge instead. I don't know how he didn't kill himself. I think on that particular day, for some reason, they'd taken down the trolley bus cables, because it had electrified trolley buses that ran through there. And if those cables had been up, he probably would have killed himself trying to land. Like, he got so lucky on so many counts. You know what? Let's make this exciting. Oh. Yeah, turn that off. So that's just wind noise you can hear now, I guess. We don't need that if the engine's off. Yep, engine's definitely off, throttle's not doing anything. One of these. We're actually a little fast. Best glide speed in the jab is 65 from memory. But we don't need to really glide, we got plenty of options right here. They're shitty options, but they're options all the same. Yeah. Yeah, the PVO was kind of crippled by the after effects of KAL 007, which is a shame. I mean, it's a shame it happened in the first place, it fucking shouldn't have, but the fact that it crippled the entire air defense force was... it shouldn't have done that. Yeah, exactly. Go for this one. We'll pull full flaps now because we're definitely going to make it. I just oversped the flaps, but I don't really care at this point. We usually wait until 80 knots or less. But we'll just bring it in here. It's a little bit bumpy, but not too awful. Oh, it is actually a little bumpy now that I look at it closer. But it's landable. The brakes on the jab are fairly effective. Wouldn't take much to stop it. There we go. Don't know why I still had the fuel pump on. It's not like the engine was running. Nope. Didn't like that. Nope. So that's Iran down there. Ashgabat, there we go. Set as departure. Let's take something a little zippier. This one's quite pleasant to fly and it's got really good visibility, so we'll take that. Weight and balance, we are going to be... what? How are we going to be overweight with that? I guess because of the front passenger, so we'll just set that to... we'll set that to nothing. We'll set the front passenger to nothing. There we go. Now I can actually take fuel. I'll just start on the runway. Hey Capex, or Cracks, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to read that, to be honest. Welcome, we're doing some flight sim. That wasn't a very Monk Steer landing, to be honest. That was pretty smooth. That was better than some landings I've done on the runway. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, look at this time of day. Oh, what the fuck? I've got a... what? How did I turn this on? I got a headlamp. I guess this aircraft doesn't have any cockpit lights. That might be why. Okay. We'll turn that off. We'll put the flaps down to their first position, which should be auto, but it registers as 15 in this, I guess. And we need the appropriate soundtrack, I think. Once I find it. There we go. Where's Pom when you need him? He should be here for this. Oh, look at the sunrise. Don't want to blow your eardrums out too much. There we go. Obviously, they need an Ashgabat scenery pack, because they're kind of underselling the city here. Yeah, exactly. The giant statue, the fucking statue of the Ruchdama. Check out the lighting though. Very pretty. Yeah, plenty of those. Plenty of those. I gotta say, there's like too much traffic on the roads, and some of those cars are colours that aren't silver and white, so that's banned. That's not allowed. They're in trouble. It's a long story. But I'm not surprised that Shazam doesn't recognize it. The ATC is going to bitch at me. I'll just acknowledge it and then not actually change it. I'm pretty sure this thing's not rated for aerobatics, but oh well. Look how flat it is to the north. It's dead flat. These are probably the mountains we could see on the way from Mari and the Jab, but we're just a very long way away. We really do need some blue MiG-29s here. Trying to figure out where stuff actually is. So that's where all the industry is, I guess. But where are the great big grandiose palaces and mosques and shit? No, but it's like a running joke from Pom's stream. It is a very long story. I'd say we've probably gone past where most of the really impressive buildings should be, but of course in the sim, they don't really show up. Look at the light on those clouds though. Not too far from there? Oh, really? Don't tell Pom that, he'll never let you go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I wonder which one of these is the hotel that Geordie stayed in. Probably closer to the center of the city than that. Actually, maybe it's not, because I remember their hotel was actually quite, like, there was a really long avenue before they got anywhere from it. Getting a bit fast for this plane's liking. It's starting to vibrate on me. Which building is that? I recognize the shape of it, I'm just trying to remember which one it is. Obviously, AutoGen hasn't done it justice, but at least it made an attempt. No, I can't get my zoom right again. There we go. The traffic's following dirt roads, but you can't really see them, so it looks like there's... Actually, the game thinks there's roads there, but there's not. It's just drawn random, like, road pathing across the sand. Very cool. I bet you I know why. I bet you they built up this part of the city since they got the imagery data, and the Bing Maps data has the new streets, but the Bing imagery data doesn't. I guarantee you that's what happened. It's the International Bus Station, that building. Ah, okay. Interesting. But I bet you that's what happened, because I noticed that with Canberra as well. There are a couple of spots where the imagery on Google, which is what I usually use if I'm going to use, you know, maps to get somewhere, I looked it up, and they had photogrammetry for the entire of Canberra, but there was a couple of areas of it that they didn't have any buildings on because it was still a construction site when the imagery was taken, but they had road data because there were roads there now. They'd actually built it up. And we got something spicy here. This, I want to say this image data is probably about 5 or 10 years out of date, I reckon. Because Edmonton's no less than 5 years out of date. Newcastle's no less than 5 years out of date. I'd be going closer to 10 on both of them. So I would say Ashgabat here is probably about 10 years out of date, maybe even slightly more. Yeah, Jordo went to Turkmenistan. I think he went there twice. He did like a whole series of videos on it, dude. It's fucking hilarious. Think it's the nicest game set in the past? Yeah. It'd be nice if, I mean, I know you couldn't because satellite data, but it'd be really cool if there was a way to like use a slider to advance or retreat time. Set it back to like the 70s and let's go. That's the reason why Pom became so interested in it. Is because Pom saw one of his videos about it. And that was it. Once Pom saw that, that was the fucking end of it. It was nothing but Turkmenistan for the next however many months it's been. So I'd say probably now, if I was to fly over up-to-date scenery, the city would look nothing alike, especially if it was photogrammetry instead of autogen. It would be totally different. I reckon the Cosmodrome will be auto-gen too, and it'll probably fuck it up. I kind of want to fly there, but I kind of am not expecting much. Big Maps is claiming a 2021 copyright the same supplier is listed on Google. Might not be accurate. The copyright date doesn't mean the imagery date. I think it just means that they want to keep the copyrights up to speed. Because I can tell you right now that imagery I've seen on Google copyrighted 2021 is from 2016 or earlier. In fact, the Google images, or the Google mapping images for Newcastle, as in Newcastle, Australia, are from no later than early 2015. They cannot be any newer than that because there's a building which I specifically know when it was built, and it's not even, it's just a barren lot. It's not even a proper construction site in the Google Maps imagery. And the Google Maps stuff in Newcastle is photogrammetric. It is in this as well. Actually, you know what? Since Baikonur is probably going to be a big letdown because autogen is not adapted to spaceports, we could do Newcastle. I could do a tour of Newcastle. I miss living there. It was a nice place. Alright. Gear speed for this is 90, I think, so we're already below it. We're just going to eyeball this in. Go full flap. Nose is going to come up a bit. The spicy building is the Center for Management of Infectious Diseases. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, there we go. There's some proper Ashgabat vistas right there. Except buildings are all like beige. They should be fucking gleaming white marble. Blindingly bright. Gonna check the door to hell. I'm not sure where exactly it is from here. It's probably quite a long ways, I'd imagine. Isn't that in like the northeast of the country or something? Google and Bing are both the same for some areas. So Edmonton, they're both the same, I think, for most of it, not all of it. Google has more photogrammetric than Bing does. Newcastle, they're both the same. Darvaza, I have no idea where that is. And there's probably not an airport. We could check, but I don't think there'd be an airport. Some places Bing is better, funnily enough. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, I guess. Might have exclusivity with certain providers. Okay, so that's interesting. Because this aircraft doesn't have cockpit lighting, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it does. Instead, it gives you a headlamp that automatically turns on when it gets dark and automatically turns off when it gets light out, which is quite nice. That's a cool little touch. Let me check. If there's an airport near it, we could go there, but I don't want to be flying for like an hour to get there, because I've already been streaming too long. I'm probably going off the runway. I'm quickly typing something. There we go. It's kinda 260 kilometers north of Ashgabat. Yeah, that's like an hour in this plane. Actually, that's a little over an hour, I think, because this thing cruises around 140 knots, 150 knots. We could do it another day. We won't do it today. So maybe next stream we'll go to the Gates of Hell. And then to keep with the Gates of Hell theme, we could do a flight over Wyong. We'll just park it here. Okay, parking brake. Avionics off. Backup battery. There we go. Happy days. So it's 160 nautical miles, which is about an hour. So we can do that next stream. Let's go to Nui. We'll fly from Williamtown rather than Cessnock, because, you know, I don't want to grow a second head. Might be worth learning how to do scenery for this, just to make the burning crater light up at night. Yeah, very true. Or, like, make some better scenery for Ashgabat, complete with the RGB street lamps. Just, that would be, like, the best add-on for this. Just a very specific scenery pack only for Ashgabat. This city that, like, 99% of the world doesn't even know exists. Or if they have Hornets Park there, probably not, because the photogrammetry doesn't start until past Stockton. Like, part of the harbour's not even done. I think it starts partway down Kuragang Island, from memory. Yeah. Yeah, really. Me too. I know Pom certainly would. Let's take the Icon. This is a cool little plane. It's much slower, but it's got pretty good all-round visibility, and we can land in water if we want to. At least, I think we should be able to. The aircraft can. I don't know if the sim has seaplanes as such yet, but we'll find out one way or another. Presumably, since it features the Icon as a headline aircraft, yeah, you would be able to. I really like the Icon. It's a cool little plane. It's a cool concept. The problem is that it's ridiculously expensive, so it's a rich people toy. And by rich people toy, I mean rich people kill themselves in it because they don't know how to fly kind of toy. Oh, what the fuck. Also the way that if you adjust that slider, it changes everything equally. I'm not a fan of that. 0. You can't highlight the whole thing. You have to delete from the back, if that makes any sense at all. Words are hard. 170. 170. Okay, we'll be a little overweight, so we'll dial that back. There we go. We're 1 pound underweight. 74% fuel. That's good enough. Get their government to sponsor it. I'm sure they'd love the representation. They probably would. They probably would, actually. Not a fan of how the Icon behaves here, though. Doesn't seem consistent with reality based on what I've seen. Also mediocre water landings. Yeah, I have not seen how an Icon flies in real life, so I wouldn't know any better. My first exposure to the Icon was the sim no one talks about, Microsoft Flight. I didn't even know it existed until then. It's a cool little plane though, I really like it. I don't know if you're meant to use flaps for takeoff in this, but we probably don't need to. Water rudder. Of course, it's a flying boat.
2116 miles, south inbound NDB, Yankee runway 30 approach.
Turn the lights on.
Commander at Niner 21 Willie Tower.
Although,
Yankee runway 30 approach.
I don't think we've got...
47
That's interesting, you can actually click things on the stick in this, whereas most other aircraft you can't. Release parking brake. How do I turn the dash lights on? Maybe it's automatic, they only do it at night or something. Flaps are already partway down, so we'll just go with what we got. Sounds like a fucking sports car. So this is all just auto-gen scenery, so we probably won't see any RAAF Hornets. It's missing the aircraft shelters, so most of the buildings that look like that, that's probably an actual hangar, but there'll be a lot of buildings that look kind of like that, but shorter, and they're not closed-in buildings, they're just shelters, like sun shelters, basically. Little bumpy. Oh, quite a bit bumpy. Oh, right there, those things. Those right there are just open shelters for the aircraft. What the fuck is this flying car? Yeah, it's Icon A5. It's designed to be like a car. That's the whole point of this plane. It's meant to be like a sports car that flies and floats. Come off the power a bit. We're thrashing the engine a little. PPL for this? Probably for this, yeah. I don't remember if it's light enough to come under residential. Actually, oh, not recreational. Actually, it might be RA. It might be just light enough to come under RA. I can't remember, though. Because I do think I remember reading an article about it in the RAOS magazine. And usually they write about recreational aircraft, but they also sometimes have, like, interesting non-recreational stuff, so... Who knows? I'll never be able to afford one, so it's not relevant to me anyway. So Port Stevens over there, which is a lovely place to go visit, but because it's probably auto-gen, it won't be quite as lovely as it is in real life. Specifically meant to meet US... Okay, well, it'll meet ours too then, because ours are basically the same as the US ones from memory. Bumpity bumpity. So this is Stockton Beach we're flying over. It's like a couple miles of uninterrupted sand, but it's not like a beach you go to with the family. It's mostly four-wheel driving, going down the dunes on pieces of cardboard and surfing. There's a shipwreck down here, the Sigma, but I don't think the Sigma wreck is visible in this sim. It was in FSX because it kind of showed through the waves when they took the imagery, but for this, I don't think it is. Got a new screen? Yeah, I got a second monitor. It's the same as my main monitor though. I didn't upgrade the main one because I couldn't really afford it. I'm not a fan of the way the instrumentation's done on this. They've tried too hard to make the instrumentation look like a car's instruments. And so, like the altimeter. The fuck? How am I meant to read this? Oh, feet times 1,000. Yeah, that's useful. Thank you. Brilliant altimeter. Very useful increments. Does the test button for this work? Oh, it does. Nice. But I do really like this little plane. So the Sigma should be under me, I think. It's this end of the beach. I don't think it's quite down as far as Stockton itself, but it's up this end.
J8755 one tree, you are leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
It sounds kind of like a sports car. Yeah, I'm not going to actually change frequency. Again, I can't be bothered.
J8755 one tree, frequency change.
Just blindly hit one to reply to those? I gotcha. Bit of a seam in the water there. There's another one at the actual inlet to the harbour. See that? There's a seam right across because the photogrammetry doesn't quite match up with the autogen data. So there's a very slight waterfall there, kind of like the ones we saw in Jasper. When we get closer, you'll be able to see it better, but there's a lighthouse there. And then there's Fort Scratchley. I think that's Fort Scratchley up there, yeah. And there's trees on the breakwater for some reason. Like this is the thing, the photogrammetry doesn't take over from the trees entirely, and so it puts trees in silly places sometimes. Example being the tip of the breakwater where there shouldn't be any trees, and over on some of these ships where there shouldn't be any trees. But it's still pretty impressive how accurate it is. You know, it has its moments, but oh my god, are you insane? You would not bring a boat that close to that fucking bath. You'd be shipwrecked. That's so shallow there.
Commander at 921, turn next taxiway.
So we'll go around Stockton first and Kooragang Island and we'll come back. So this is Stockton down here. This is a kind of a nice end of town, so to speak. Costa Concordia too. I watched the fucking Internet Historian video on that the other day. That was hysterical. That shit was so fucking funny. I mean, except the fact that people died. That was kind of not funny, but everything else about it was magical. See what I mean? Not sure that's how ships work. Asobo. Good effort, but not sure about that one. You can actually see the boundary of the autogen because the trees change, and you can see the difference in the color of the ground as well. That's the big giveaway, is the color of the ground and the types of trees. And you can see the photogrammetry struggles a bit with some of these houses. Also, it is trying to stream in data while I'm streaming out data, so that doesn't help, I'd imagine. That's the dockyards there, and then Carrington over there. This is where the Orica plant is. So there's an explosives plant here that makes explosives for mining and fertilizer. They have enough fucking ammonium nitrate stored there that they could level the entire city if it went up. There's a petition to get it out of Newcastle, which should have happened a long time ago, especially after what happened in Beirut recently. You would think they would have sat up and gone, oh fuck, maybe the second largest city in the state shouldn't have one of these in it. You know, a factory that produces the stuff, but no. Profits over brains, I guess. This is the coal loader here. These are the the new coal loaders, I think the other ones, the old ones, and then they've got another coal loader they were going to build on the old BHP site, right where I'm looking. So Newcastle is the biggest coal harbour in the world, to the point that during the Crimean War in 1854, the New South Wales government, New South Wales being a separate colony, Australia didn't exist back then as a country, was worried the Russian Navy would come down and invade Newcastle to access the Hunter River and its coal reserves. That's why Fort Scratchley exists. That's some big brain hours. Imagine thinking the 19th century Russian Navy could competently navigate itself to Australia, let alone get there without sinking each other. So yeah, that's all coal. This is still autogen, by the way, so you can see it hasn't quite figured out what this is meant to be. But at least it didn't turn it into buildings. I thought it would turn it into like warehouses or something, but it hasn't, which is a big plus. So this is the Hunter River running down that way. Hexham's over there somewhere. We could visit that, I guess. But we'll double back. So this is where BHP used to be. This used to be a very large steel works. And also the primary employer in Newcastle. When BHP closed down about 15, 20 years ago, Newcastle lost something like 20 or 30,000 jobs. And instead of turning it into something like, you know, a little less polluting, there's still bits of the steel works left, like the rolling mills and stuff, but they're turning it into another coal loader. Big brain. Magic of scenery is, of course, it's been generated with little to no human intervention, so slight jank like that's understandable. Yeah, absolutely. And as the technology improves, it'll only get better, but it is funny still. So here we go. Here we have the boundary of the photogrammetry, basically. Kooragang Island's still mostly autogen. This part is autogen, as you can see off the left wing, but off the right wing, you can see that is all photogrammetry, and it actually interpreted the coal loaders correctly. Obviously, hollow things like the undersides of bridges, cranes, stuff like that gives it a bit of trouble, but it's not too bad. The view from this isn't as good all round as I thought it would be. I probably should have taken something else for this, but we might do a water landing when we're done. We'll go over to Pelican and land there, pull up at the jetty. Now, the nice thing about this being scenery from 5 to 10 years ago is that things that don't exist anymore are preserved, immortalized even, in the sim. One of which is Newcastle's penis, the Queen's Wharf Tower, right there. That got demolished like I think 2 or 3 years ago, maybe a little less. That's the brewery next to it, which is a pretty decent pub, but that's the Queen's Wharf Tower. They demolished it because apparently the tourists found it offensive and off-putting. Fucking NIMBYs. They come in from Melbourne or Sydney and they decide, no, I don't want that in my backyard. Get rid of it, please. See the houses there gave the autogen a bit of trouble. It also causes weird shit with trees sometimes, which is why they've tried to replace trees with autogen trees where possible. So the photogrammetry does struggle with it. Look at the fucking handprints on that window. What the fuck? Someone, like, tie their kid into the passenger seat and leave him half the day? Okay, so that's Fort Scratchley. Obviously it was upgraded over the years. It actually fired shots in anger during World War II at a Japanese submarine off the coast. But that was built in 1854 or 55 because of the Russians. This is the problem though. Newcastle's a really nice place to live except for the imminent threat of Orica exploding and taking everyone in the town with it. So all the fucking shitheads from Sydney and Melbourne move up, and they've colonized the place, and they absolutely ruin it. Like, they started closing down pubs because they were too noisy. They started not holding events anymore because they caused too much disruption to traffic. Like, just fuck off. Go back to Sydney, go back to Melbourne, stay the fuck out of our town. Working class towns for working class people, that's all I'm saying. That's Customs House there, next to the train station, which is not running trains anymore, off the left wing. That's a pub now, / club. The railway line doesn't run to the main train station anymore because the state government saw the opportunity to make a bunch of money for their friends and squirrel some away in brown paper bags for themselves. So they've ripped up all of the old train line, which is still here in this scenery. That's Civic Station there. Anyway, they ripped up the old train line right down to Wickham, which is off my nose. And now they've got the Wickham interchange. So from Wickham, you have to either get the bus, walk, or get a tram. And by the way, the trams are barely running. It cost them something like 16 million, I think it was. Was it 16 million, or was it a bigger number? It was a lot of millions. Anyway, there were many zeros attached to the end of the number. It cost them a stupid amount of money to build the light rail. And it disrupts traffic. It makes the parking problem even worse, because there's no parking in Newcastle, basically anywhere, except down there at Market Town. And it makes the problem worse, because the tram takes up 2 lanes of the road, and the road was already too narrow. And they barely run it, right? So they got rid of the old heavy rail, which worked perfectly well and ran regular services, so they could build fucking light rail and make a bunch of money off kickbacks. Where's Frontline Hobbies? Under the nose. So, Frontline is right about there. That building I just went past before. From memory. I'll double back. And Frontline takes up the entire block. Like, the entire ground floor of that block is Frontline. Yeah, it's the building that I am flying over right now. That kind of corner building. Do another lap. Give her a bit more juice because we're getting a little slow. Why would you demolish the Queen's Wharf Tower? Look at this beautiful piece of architecture. Honestly, it smelled of piss. It was filthy. No one ever went up there, but it was a funny joke. Just because it was an eyesore, it was our eyesore, okay? We didn't want to get rid of it. Alright, Frontline is that building there, right there. Now, Defense Force Recruiting is that building right there. I can tell you that one right now. So these were partway built when they did the scenery. There's all tower blocks along the waterfront now, which all the fucking rich cunts from Sydney and Melbourne move it into. And they've basically, because that's where the dockyards used to be, right? Well, the city side of the dockyards. And they've proceeded to gentrify the entire of this end of town and pushed all of the actual locals out to the west towards Islington. So yeah, all of these were still being built at the time they did the scenery here. There's offices there as well. Those are offices. These are apartments under construction. More apartments under construction. They're higher rise than that now. That's the old court there, I think. The water tank looking motherfucker is council chambers, that big round building. And then down here somewhere is the post office. Actually, no, the post office is further into town, I think. So that that area there, that construction / demolition site, that's how I can tell when this scenery was done. Because now that has a fucking massive offense to architecture in it. It's part of Newcastle University. They built this horrible looking building there. Where was I? A bit further out west by the uni. That is the post office there, I think. It's one of these buildings. I never actually got to see the post office up close because it was always fucking surrounded by construction fencing, because the thing's been derelict for so long, it's a health hazard. I unfortunately think they're going to demolish it, really. They can't even refurbish it at this point because it's so far gone. It's true of a lot of the buildings in Newcastle. They're in a shocking state. I don't know why it thinks that's like a giant reservoir or pool or something. Ever been to Victoria? No, I haven't actually. Down... Shit, where's the junction? Like, down here. In this general area, an RAAF Sabre crashed back in the, I want to say, like, 50s, early 60s. There's, like, a little memorial to it and everything. Right, so... This is Wickham, and down that way is Carrington. If we follow along this way, we end up in Islington. We're kind of flying over the edge of Izzo now, and then Mayfield. Now, from the air, you get to see all kinds of things you never actually get to see on the ground, this being one of them. I have no idea what this place does. I never saw this place. I think it's a storage place, but it used to be some kind of factory. I had no idea it was here, because I'd never seen it. You know, you don't see it from the bus routes that I used to get. Yeah, Wickham self-storage, but it was some kind of factory at some point, and I don't know what. I'll have to look it up. There's a lot of old sort of industrial areas around here that are either derelict or repurposed into self-storage. Now, if we follow this, it should take us to Tyers Hill, to the TAFE. Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Edmonton's pretty good too, the parts of it that it covers anyway. But then Edmonton also has a few things... What the fuck are those cars doing? Edmonton has a few things that cause funniness, like the high-level bridge. The high level looks hilarious. Because it looks like a giant wall instead of a bridge. This is, over here off the left is Broadmeadow. That's the Newcastle Entertainment Centre right there. That big, bluish turquoise and white building. So Broadmeadow Station should be just next to it. In fact, Broadmeadow Station should be off my nose, right there. Yeah, right under the nose now is Broady, and then that's the Ent Centre. So 9 Ways is right there. That's 9 Ways, so called because there are 9 ways you can go. Who would have thought? Hope yours... It's not great, but it's not as fucked as yours. Definitely not. Let's see, footy stadium over there, with that blinking beacon just in the distance. So, I'll do another buzz around this end of town, then I'll come back to Broadmeadow. I'm trying to find Tyers Hill TAFE. I know it's here somewhere, because that creek should run, or an offshoot of that creek should run through it. In fact, there it is, right there. Yeah, there it is. That's Tyers Hill TAFE campus. Right there. Oop, stuck my head out. So we're over Islington now. There's the pool. Mayfield is off that way. That's part of the old steelworks there. Like I said, they kept part of it. But we'll head over, we'll see if I can find my old local pub, the Duke. The Duke of Wellington. They had really, really good food. It was a nice spot. And if you were regular, they really played favourites with you. Like, most pubs do, but they really did. Whoop. Just keep sticking my head out. So this is the Knights' home stadium. Right there. Hence the red and blue seating. And then the Duke should be... It's part of the way up the hill. I think it's over this... No? I'm trying to think which direction it is. When I'm in the air compared to when I've been on the ground, my sense of direction finding is completely different. It's really weird. That's west. Okay, yeah, that's west, so the Duke is under me right now. So there's two wests in... Well, three wests now in Newcastle. It's like a sports club. So that's the west that we usually went to. There's another west in Mayfield, which I went there and I was so drunk I forgot which one we went to. So I almost got lost on the way home. I walked like 11 kilometers through mud. It was fun. Took me an hour to find my glasses when I woke up the next morning. And then the last one's in Newcastle itself, in town. So the Duke is just up the road from West. It'll be off my nose here somewhere. In fact, I already see it. Right. On the... Nope, sorry, I'm lying. That's General Roberts. That is the Duke under my right wing. I just went over. We'll double back. Getting a little slow, give us some more. Yeah, that's the Duke down there. On that corner right there. So that was my old local. The John Hunter Hospital's up here. On top of one of these ridge lines. So we're heading out towards Charlestown now. There's the hospital. How the wings hold back on the icon, it could be carrier based. Yeah, like a little light scout plane. That'd be pretty neat. Not a very military aesthetic though, I will say. So that's the main hospital in Newcastle. I used to live just on the same block as Armada Hospital, which is much smaller but still pretty decent sized. But this is one of, particularly the eastern coast of Australia, this is one of the major hospitals. Usually if someone in New South Wales is badly fucked up, you either hear about them going down to Sydney somewhere, like the RPA, or maybe Westmead, or they go to John Hunter. How am I going on fuel? Where is my fuel gauge? Oh, it's right in front of me. Yeah, okay, we're good on fuel. We got tons. Has some pretty decent endurance, considering I've been sitting at, like, pretty high throttle settings the whole time. What am I looking at over there? Is that... I think that's Charlestown Plaza, I think. I could be... Actually, no, I'm sorry. That's Kotara. I'm dumb as fuck. That's Kotara. Adamstown's off the right, so my old depot is, where is it? It's not that far along. It's right near the railway line. There it is. Right there. Oh, I wonder if you can see the assault boats. Let's go have a look. So we were co-located with a whole bunch of different kinds of units. We had engineers, we had transport corps, we even had catering corps, artillery, everything. But the transport boys, and girls, used to keep their old, like, Vietnam-era assault boats parked out in the vehicle park. You might maybe be able to make them out as we get closer. Oh, just barely. It's those two things on the end. The two indistinct shapes on the end. They had, like, shark mouths painted on them and everything. Oh, can you stop zooming out too far, please? So that's Katara down there. And you'd see that coming in on the train. Then Broadmeadow is over there. So the train line just runs straight through here, down through this massive siding, and then into Broadmeadow, which is like a major interchange. Anyway, let's keep going this way. So we found most of the landmarks. Yeah. I know, right? Found most of the landmarks. Let's go find Newcastle University and my old place. Because there's some other interesting stuff around there too. Well, I think it's interesting. You guys are probably bored to tears at this point. There's West's again. So yeah, we used to walk to the pub. So we'd walk down past West's along this road, back up here. So my place is like in this general area. Actually, it's on this hill, I think. So this is Lambton here. Or New Lambton, actually. This is the New Lambton end of it. That's part of Broadmeadow down there. So Broadmeadow had, like, Broadmeadow and Georgetown. Broadmeadow had a rail workshop where a lot of our trains were built until the government decided to buy ones off South Korea that were the wrong size. Oops. So this is on the way out. I'm actually just about over my place right now because I'd walk past all this on the way down to Broady. And then I'd follow this road, walk along here. If I needed to go to the pub or whatever, I'd shortcut across here. If I was coming back from... yeah, if I was coming back from there, I'd just cut across there. Then that's the train works there. You can actually see the trains out in the yards. And if you were really lucky as you got the bus through the back of Georgetown, you'd have to stop and wait for a brand new train to roll out, because they'd take them out the other way onto the line up to Hamilton. Right along this train line here, next to the road and down there. Then Waratah Village is right over there, which was probably my second closest shopping centre. In straight line distance, it was probably closer to me than Jasmine, but Jasmine was quicker to walk to. Oh, look, Jazz, there's a Coles down there. And then if I can just come round from a different angle, because I'll have a better view that way, my place should be on top of this hill. In fact... Yep, right on top of this hill off the nose. I don't live there anymore, so I don't care to tell you guys this, but my old place is... Wait, one. Right there. That's a pistol club down there, which I kept meaning to join but never got round to. And then there were a bunch of reservoirs up the top of this ridgeline that we lived on. You can see they were still building a couple of them, so those are still under construction, although the game shows them full. That one's still being built, and this is the Martyr Hospital I'm flying over now. So like I said, it's a pretty good sized hospital. Not quite as big as John Hunter, but close. Then it goes back up my hill. So my house is right over there. Well, my old house is right over there. It was a really nice place. I wish I could have stayed there. I would have been pretty happy staying there for the time, like for the foreseeable future, basically. It's a great place to live, except the internet. This is Newcastle University off the right side. It's Birabon? Yeah, that building's Birabon. So this is all residential. This is the Hunter building. It's kind of hard to see it in this because of the trees, but that is a beautiful old, like, late 60s brutalist building. This is just a power substation and some of the uni facilities. That's the train station that hooks up with the uni, the name of which I cannot remember for the life of me now. It starts with a B, I think. Sandgate off the nose. Sandgate's about the cutoff point for photogrammetry, I think. I need to turn the light on, it's getting dark in here. Jesus Christ, it's because it's fucking 5:30. I've been streaming since fucking 6 AM. Jesus Christ. Why do I do this to myself? Oh, there we go. Now I've got a light. Yeah, I used to hear, like, people shooting down there, and I thought, oh, there must be, like, constant ongoing construction around here, and then I realized, no, it's a pistol range, that's why. So this is all just autogen, see? But you can tell the difference quite easily. So that is the Newcastle Institute of Energy Research there as well. That's near there. That's the medical science, my bad. So that's medical science. Architecture is somewhere in there. History and languages and shit is over here. Yeah, that's the medical labs in there. There's an auditorium there. Near was fun. I had to have like a fucking special clearance to go in there to do any cleaning work because there was all explosives and stuff. This is engineering. Those are probably the oldest buildings on the uni and they are in very sorry state. I can tell you that much. You can see Newcastle University is a lovely place built on swamp, and so the mosquitoes would like grow to the size of your hand. And there would be thousands of them in the summer. It was wonderful. Not. So yeah, that's near. It's all like industrial and stuff. And medical science there. That's, yeah, architecture's hidden under the trees, but it's in that block. That is the Shortland Union there. That's, I forget what that was. And that's a Hunter building again. So all that there is residence. Actually, no, that's art. That's residence. And then that's... What's that block? That was art as well, I think. The one with the funny roof. You can't see much of the university from the air because literally it was a swamp. The whole thing was a swamp. Wobbly Custard and Studio Canuck. Thanks for the follows, guys. I do appreciate them. Alright, let's get away from the uni. That's the high school at Jesmond, that's what that is, yeah. Because I used to have to come down that hill to go to the shops. There's so much I want to show you guys around here, but like, I'll probably be here for another couple of hours just flying back and forth over the town. That's Wall's End off the nose, that's not photogrammetry. Like, you can see the cutoff line, like it's brighter out there, that's where the autogen begins. This is Jasmine, so that's the shopping centre I used to go to, and then this is all like fucking industrial shit. I don't know, I never went down there. Meanwhile, I hear shots randomly in the middle of the night occasionally for the last 25 years we've lived here. That's not a question. Yeah, really. I've yet to have someone get shot outside my window, so I'm beating my sister on that one. Unless you count her as winning, because it did happen to her. Happened to my cousin, too, actually, back in Edmonton. That's the that's ICT, and that's the Great Hall at the uni. That's what that is. And then that's Macmillan, which is history and culture and fucking languages, whatever. So we'll go over here. This is off my nose. This great big mess of warehouses and shit is the Mollycop wire plant, which I think used to be part of BHP. But it's a really good landmark. You don't notice as much from the air, but on the ground you can see it from most of Newcastle. So it was a good way to kind of direction find my way home if I accidentally ended up in a street I wasn't familiar with. I just looked for this thing on the skyline. Unfortunately, I never got to have a look inside of it. I absolutely love industrial stuff. Like, I just find it fascinating. I would have loved to get in there and have a look at it at some point. It's still operating. It's not like it's abandoned or anything. Parts of it are, but most of it's still in operation. Then Newcastle University owned an old brick plant, which I've already gone over. It was behind me. Had to do some work there one time, which was interesting. Nice old building. Actually, it's right under my wing there that I passed over. So this is all former BHP here. Like, they've started building new industrial stuff on it, but this all used to be the BHP steelworks from those coal loaders that you saw. Like, where they're building the new one. Like, over there. All of this, all along the waterfront, all the way down there, almost to Hexham, was BHP. Also, there are palm trees down there for some reason. Oh well. Oh, and the bridge just... Okay. But... Alright. Still, it's mostly got it right. I can't hold that against it. And then Mayfield, which was mostly housing for the people that worked at BHP until it closed down, is off my left wing. That's also where the wire plant is. Then if you go down here a bit further, you get to Hexham, but Hexham won't have photogrammetry, so you probably won't see anything interesting there. Has a lovely old, was it a swing bridge or drawbridge? I think it was a swing bridge. But again, you won't be able to see it. Ooh. I hear thunder. Spicy. No wonder it got dark so quickly. This is... You know what? This is still photogrammetry. Color me astonished. Right up until there, I think. That looks like the boundary of it. Because that's autogen there. So they did photogrammetry right up to that tree line. I think that's the Sandgate Cemetery, from memory. Just judging by the fact it's empty and there's trees planted in rows and there's lots of stuff on the ground I can't quite make out. I think that's where the Sandgate Cemetery was, but I only ever went there once, so I don't remember. It's so cool to be able to look at places in this game and be like, I recognize that building. I used to live there. I know someone that works there. I love it. And, I mean, for some people, maybe the novelty would wear off quickly. For me, I don't think it's ever going to wear off. That's just so awesome. And all these, like, especially because I'm interested in city planning and architecture, actually being able to see buildings I recognize from real life is wonderful. Look at the way different cities are laid out. Bitch about the way different cities are laid out. Where was I going to go? So we've already done basically all of that. Let's go out past Jezzo. And then we'll come back around through Glendale, I think. So that's the high school at Jasmine. There was a primary school right there under my left wing. Well, behind me now. I did cleaning there for a while. which was conveniently close to home, considering I had to get up at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning for work. So this is Wallsend off the nose, kind of out on the edge of Newcastle, and then as you go further south, you get towards Lake Macquarie, and that somewhere along here is the boundary between Newcastle and Lake Macquarie, but the actual town kind of sprawls over both. If you're like right near the center of town, it's probably photogram. I don't know actually for Melbourne. I've never checked, but if it's not like in the middle of a fairly major city, it's probably going to be autogen. I was going to say, this thing doesn't have a slip ball in it, but I think it has like a digital one on that little display there. I was kind of surprised at some of the places that have it. I was surprised that Newcastle had it. I was extremely surprised Edmonton had it. Okay, so that's all like Charlestown and Cardiff and stuff down there. I think that specifically is Cardiff off in that direction, or is no, because the train line goes through it. Yeah, I think Cardiff's like over there, because then it cuts through there and then goes Katara, Adamstown, so it like goes up and over. Yeah, this is Cardiff, right in that area. Because that's like, when you pass that train depot, that's like, I'm almost at civilization now. When you're coming back into Newcastle. This is the southern part of, actually that's Argenton. This is where the Pasminco lead smelter used to be. It's been remediated to what extent it can be and built on. This is all autogen, of course, but... So this is where the lead smelter used to be. And there's actually, I found a video about that recently. It was a video about the lead smelting process after World War II, and they specifically name-dropped Pasminco. I was like, huh, I've been there. Because I used to, when I was doing my community services course, I was looking at going into counselling. Then I realised I probably needed counselling. I was doing work experience at a small community centre just here. This is Boolaroo that I'm looking at, and the community centre was right there in that complex. So this is being turned into McMansions, that's being turned into commercial and light industrial. Then the train line is under me, so the train line doesn't cross that. It stays under me out past Cockle Creek. Then there should be a power station here somewhere, but it's missing. So Araring Power Plant, which is one of the largest power stations in New South Wales, should be in here somewhere, and one of these coal mines is the feeder mine for it, but I can't work out which one because I think there's trees over the top of it. But Araring is around here somewhere. Yeah, there's quite a bit. I was surprised. And then there's like really major cities that you would think would have it, and they don't. Moscow doesn't have it. Moscow is all autogen. I think Bremen has it, Hamburg has it, where else? Because I was looking up around Germany for different stuff, old Soviet air bases and U-boat pens and things like that. I found a couple of cities that had it. Cologne didn't even have bridges, oof. Well, the Harbour Bridge wasn't even in the beta, I don't think. But I've got a Sydney scenery pack anyway, so I definitely have it now. A little bumpy down here. Yeah, so Araring Power Station should be somewhere in the area I'm in. In fact, no, that's not it. That's too close to... Vales Point Power Station, which has been closed for years, is off my nose somewhere. You can see the coal loaders, like the conveyor belts. Actually, you know what? Maybe that is Araring. I don't think so. I thought Araring was further north and further inland, but it could be. It's really hard to tell because I've only ever seen it from the ground, right? I used to go past it on the train, and it's facing the train line, but the train line kind of zigzags through here a bit. Either way, it's around here somewhere. So this is all, like, this whole area, in fact, Newcastle in general, the Hunter Valley in general, is shot through with coal mines. The more modern ones are open pits, obviously, but the older ones are shafts, and so there's a very real danger anywhere in the Hunter Valley that if you're not careful, your house might subside into an old coal mine somewhere. It's pretty great. Is that smoke on the nose? No, that's a cloud, low altitude cloud. I mean, it could be smoke. I don't know if it interprets smoke as clouds on the live weather. I don't know if it does that. Still going okay on fuel. We could probably make it down to the fucking sunny coast on this. Well, we could definitely make it the sunny coast on this. I was going to land at Pelican, which is roughly off my nose, but I got plenty of fuel, so we may as well go down to, like, fucking, I don't know. We could probably make it to Sydney on this fuel, now I think about it. If I don't fart ass around too much longer. So Vales Point Power Station is somewhere around here? Somewhere? This is Lake Macquarie off the nose. It is quite large. Water landings are just 3,000 RPM and fly the AOA indicator in the center? Huh, okay. Well, we could definitely try one at some point. I don't think any of the Central Coast is going to be photogrammetry. Sydney will be, the centre of Sydney, although I don't know if the Orbex scenery out on Mux with that, because it might override it, I'm not sure. And I think only, like, the very centre of Sydney is photogrammetry in this. Again, like, the difference between Google Maps and Bing Maps coverage in terms of what is fully rendered and what's not is kind of... There is a noticeable difference. Bing Maps tends to have less. They're in the same area, but they have less. Fun fact about this aircraft, it's spin resistant, has full roll authority, nose up in a 30-knot stall. Ah! Nice! Please don't encourage me to have bad ideas. No, that works for me. I'm used to flying things that are pretty difficult to spin. Canberra, Darwin. Why would you do photogrammetry for Darwin? Who the fuck cares about Darwin, dude? What the fuck? Like, of all the places, Darwin, really? Bruh. Maybe they have the RAAF base and Robertson Barracks in 3D. That would be interesting to see. Hobart. Yeah, you can see all the people having two heads. Worked on this plane and experienced firsthand. It's very impressive for an LSA. Yeah, it looks like a really cool little plane. It's just, I will never get to fly one because the price is, like, oh my god, please, no, my wallet. But I didn't even know this plane existed until the Microsoft Flight Simulator We Shall Not Name released, and I tried it out, and I was like, what the fuck is this thing? It looks like a car inside, and I actually really like it. Normally I wouldn't go for this aesthetic, but I do actually like this. It's quite nicely designed. That's Pelican airstrip down there, so that's actually a float plane base. I don't think they use the land part of it very often, but a lot of float planes fly from there. How's that for a beach? You guys like the beach? We have beach. Whoop. Keep sticking my head out. You can see another one of those joint lines where sometimes the seams in the satellite imagery cause weirdness with the water. Another one there. This should be Swansea right there. That's the Swansea Bridge. Apparently it's quite an interesting dive site because Dad used to go there and dive under the bridge quite often with his mates. There's a video of an icon crash for sales guy just taking off right into trees and trying to save it in a full stall. Ugh, jeez. Yeah, that might not be the best way to demonstrate the aircraft. You know, you kind of want to leave yourself some margin of error. Man, we got tons of fuel. This thing's really fuel efficient. Really, really fuel efficient. Yeah, that's the way it usually goes, right? You trust sales to talk it up, you never trust sales to actually demonstrate it. So this is all Central Coast here, pretty much. Like the Central Coast slash Lake Macquarie slash Newcastle boundary is about here. I think like all these places out in the little spits of land in the middle, I think they still count as Lake Macquarie, but down on the coast here is Central Coast. And then down off the nose is the entrance, which also has a really impressive beach. Air's a little bumpy as we head south. When we're flying through the Petronas Towers. That seems like a good way to die. I tried flying through Tower Bridge, and it ended very, very poorly. Yeah, very different things. But not in MSFS, where through and into are often the same thing. Oh, God damn it. You know what? I'll be right back. I think if I put this... I think even if the aircraft doesn't have autopilot, if you press the autopilot button, it straight and levels you so you can run away and do stuff, because I need to run away and rinse my face off, because my eyes are stinging like crazy. Generally not a good idea to fly with no eyesight. There we go, now I can see again. Kind of. Always happens at the worst possible time. Usually while driving, actually. That's when it's really bad. Jesus, take the wheel. Yeah, Jesus has been doing an alright job. Aircraft's still kind of going where I want it to go. Oh, helps if I unpause the track IR. Yeah, I kind of need to be able to see where I'm going, guys, so I had to ditch out for a second. Warnervale Aerodrome should be somewhere around here. I think it's further inland, but it should be around here somewhere. Flying under bridges generally doesn't work. Yeah, I noticed that. Because even with the Orbeck scenery that actually has its own version of Tower Bridge, you cannot fly through it. You will go splat. Remember how I said that if we weren't going to visit the gates of hell today in Turkmenistan, we're going to visit the next best thing, which is Wyong? We're going to be visiting Wyong at this rate, because we're most of the way there already. The Central Coast would have been a nice place to live, except it was full of old people and unsavory characters, shall we say. It was like Florida of the South, basically. What's in Wyong? Nothing fucking good, I'll tell you that much. Gosford's not much better, but at least it's not Wyong. Minute 2 around Singapore yet? Nah, not yet. I gotta find myself. I'm sure it exists. Oh, excuse me as I fidget around some more. I gotta see if I can find myself some scenery of. I want to get Hong Kong before they closed Kai Tak, and I want to do flights into there with different things. I'm sure someone will do it. I know that there's a version with the towers that they put in since they closed the airport, but I want the version with the airport. There is one? Ah, yes. Excellent. Yeah, I did see one, but it was a modern one, but I'm sure there's one that's not modern as well. Isn't it Singapore? I swear I saw one. Was it Singapore or was it something else? There was one that was one of the really impressive Southeast Asian cities. I cannot for the life of me remember which it is now. Payware Orbit. It probably was then, yeah, that'd be it. Because I was sure I saw one. Tawny waiting room. I wonder if he did decide. Was he just moving, or was he upgrading his PC as he moved as well, like I was? I can't remember. Because it might explain why he's been gone for so long. He's been looking for the M2 screw again. But I hope he's back on soon, dude. I'm getting withdrawals. Who am I gonna shit talk now? Yeah, this is the entrance off the nose. So called because it is the entrance where the sea can go to Lake Macquarie. Last time I talked, he was waiting for a new green screen. Is he getting another one of these, or like a full-on, like, big green screen? Because I'm probably going to get a big one at some point. This one was great for the old flat because I didn't have much space and it's perfect size for it. But here I got tons of space. I may as well just get like a full-size one. Although I will probably have like a coffee table or something next to me once I finish furnishing it. Big one? Ah, yeah. Be a shit-talking dummy till he gets back. Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. So yeah, this is the entrance. This is, the Autogen is not doing these houses justice because this is rich peopleville. Went and visited a friend from TAFE down here one time, and one of my other friends from TAFE who came with me, who lived in Mayfield, and ended up living just down the road from me in Newcastle. He had a non-stop hour-long panic attack because her house was too nice. He had never been in a house that nice in his life. He legit had a panic attack. Like, it was the funniest shit I've ever seen. Like, he just kind of stood there zoned out staring. He wouldn't sit down, he wouldn't touch anything, he wouldn't speak. And the house we were visiting is actually right along here, and like I said, the Autogen does not do it justice. These houses are so much nicer than that in real life. Use NVIDIA Broadcast, remove the background. Works in low light conditions too. I'm going to have to try that out. I'm absolutely going to have to try that out. Although, it might not work out too well for me because this green screen is the only thing that lets me use my track IR currently during daylight hours. I get too much glare from the window behind me, and I haven't had a chance to replace that blind yet. The blind doesn't work, so I need either a curtain or a new blind. Otherwise, if I try and use track IR during the day, it's just useless all over the place. I end up like upside down and back to front, and it's seizure-inducing just about. I have no clue where this is because I have not... Oh! Hang on, is this... No, which side was Tumbiumbi on? I can't remember. That looks kind of like it might be Mangara, but I don't know. I didn't come down to this part of the coast very often. I've only been to the entrance like twice. So Erina should be further down that way. I've been there plenty, but I'm a bit lost here. Friend has the same issue, except only for about 5-10 minutes of the day. Because one of his blinds is out when the sun shines at the right spot, messes with the tracker. Yeah. Yeah, I used to be like that, like it would only do it for an hour or so a day, sometimes less, but here it's basically all afternoon. Anytime after lunchtime here it causes me issues. Figure out where I am. Figure out where the train line is, and then I know where I am. Because I use public transport to navigate. Because I usually get public transport places. I kind of feel like this might be Tumbiumbi, maybe. That looks like Mingara. That's probably Mingara there. So yeah, this would be Tumbi. And then that means Wyong should be further down. I don't think it's further. Is it further inland? I don't remember. We might have passed already. I can't remember how far down the train line it was. Yeah, just get like full-on block-out curtains. Just ask him if you can replace the blinds. I mean, they might say no, but it's worth asking. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to say, can I replace the blinds, since you guys know they don't work? Or at least, can you get someone to fix them so they do work? Oh, uh-oh. I think we're at, yeah. Oh, maybe, hang on. Is that Tuggerah? Am I in Wyong or am I in Tuggerah? I can't tell. Or... is that built? Oh, no. Maybe not. Yeah, no, this is too built up. This is like Narara or something. And Lizaro is down here, so Wyong is like over there somewhere. Let's not go to Wyong. You don't want to go there anyway. Oh, frame rate. Hello. What happened there? What happened there? See, I do get frame drops now and then, but it's not very frequent, and I don't know what causes it. That's really odd. Because I have no idea what's brought that about. The only thing I can think is it's trying to load something, like it's trying to load another aircraft. That's probably what it is, actually. I bet you that's what it is. Because another plane was just in the same general area as me. What the fuck is this? I think we're at the back end of Gosford now, but I can't see the train line. Oh, no, that's a train line there. Okay, never mind. No, that's a road. Where is the train line? There. I don't know, dude. This is the back end of Gosford anyway. I know roughly where I am. Yeah, likewise. I mean, with this PC, I'd be more surprised if it didn't run well, but I am surprised that it does run quite well. Alright. Welcome to Gosford. I'm sorry for bringing you to this place. There's the speedway. Right there. And there's the sewer treatment plant next to it. But hey, there's my high school. And boy did it fuck that up. That's a covered basketball court, not a warehouse. Yeah, see, it really screwed it, and there's a golf course. It really screwed that up, but Australian public school buildings have a very distinctive look to them, so I can't blame them for not getting that right. That's Gosford Hospital there on that hill. Yeah, this is where I spent most of my time living here. That was my high school down there. That's Gosford Hospital. It's Gosford Station down there. So then we got the golf course, we got the race course. My school had like a farm attached to it. We shared it with Henry Kendall, so I can find that too. But yeah, that's not how the buildings looked at all. It's in the right arrangement, but that's not what they looked like. The top half, like the uphill half, was like an old building from the late 20s, 3-story, and the bottom half was like 3-story concrete from the 60s, I think, 50s or 60s, no, 60s or 70s, my bad. And then the school farm was back down there, right, like there-ish. I think that's Henry Kendall there. Yeah, that'd be Henry Kendall there, so that's the other high school in the area. That Singer's Meats on the corner. So these buildings aren't right, but they're close enough. The swimming pool I used to swim at was down there. That's a hotel, so they kind of got that right. Super cheap, that's Adcock Park. Now we're over West Gosford. How do they do the shops here? How big is my school? It wasn't that big. I think there were 1,200 students there, which is like about normal for a school in like a built-up area like this. I think Henry Kendall had more, but I went to, as my sister called it when she was little, special school. I went to an academically selective school, which didn't really do a whole lot for me anyway, but oh well. Better than going to Henry Kendall and getting my head stuck down the toilet every other day. But yeah, it wasn't that big of a school, and it was selective, so it was like not a catch-all kind of school for everyone in the area, but wasn't small either. There's a Navy Cadets base, depot, clubhouse, whatever the fuck you'd call them, somewhere down here. Like off the nose, pretty much. That's Fagan Park, I think it was called. Yeah, down there. So that's the railway line there, and then it was just under my wing on that road that goes out into the bush. That's Point Clare. My primary school I went to is right there, and it is not that size. It's all single story. It's tiny. That makes it look so much bigger than it really is. This imagery is, yeah, at least about 10 years old, because that's oldie there. Yeah, I know, right? 3 shy. Flying over one of my old houses. This is the house I lived in for most of the time that we lived here. It's under the left wing. Just about under me now. It's quite a large house, actually, so I wonder how this sim shows it. Interestingly, it shows a street where there shouldn't... Oh, no, you know what? I'm dumb. I've gone too far, that's why. I was like, what? Our street wasn't that big. No, my bad. It was in this valley. Yeah. There we go. That's my old street. And then my old house is that long one there. Because it was on a double block. So that was where I mostly grew up here in Australia. How much fuel? Jesus, this thing sips. We literally could go to Sydney. We could probably make Wollongong if we really tried. How are those clouds, though? Beautiful. .427 nautical mile range, that's pretty good. Waiting for the clouds in DCS to be just as good, yeah, except with worse frames. Oh, hello, we got traffic up there. Now, here's a question for those of you who have played this more than me. Have you ever seen somebody contrailing? Because I have not, and I've seen planes that I would have thought would be contrailing the altitude they were at, and they were not. I haven't been into cons myself, but is that a thing, or have they not modelled it yet? Not modelled. Okay, gotcha. So he should be conning. I'm glad they're adding it at least. Okay, well, welcome to Woi Woi. Again, I apologise for bringing you all down here. That's... what the fuck? Those are mangroves. That shouldn't be that tall. Jesus. Deepwater Plaza? More like Deep Hole Plaza? Well, I mean, to be fair, the AI is going to have trouble telling the difference between gum trees, like normal sort of normie deciduous trees, and mangroves. Like, I don't blame it for not knowing what a mangrove tree is meant to be. This is the sports car plane, indeed. Oh, there's the Rip Bridge, I think? Yeah, there's St. Hubert's Island. That should be St. Hubert's Island. And then this should be the Rip Bridge. But it's an auto-gen bridge. It looks a lot more impressive than that in real life. I think it's taller than that in real life as well. Used to go fishing by it. Yeah, that should be St. Hubert's Island there, I think. Or, wait, no, is the Rip Bridge further up? Fuck, I don't remember. I think this is the Rip Bridge. Or, no. My bad. I think it comes after you go past St. Hubert's Island from Woi Woi. So you go out here. Yeah, that's St. Hubert's Island. Love to live on reclaimed fucking wetland. Is that a sinkhole? Dude, what the fuck? What was that? Huh. They were driving on the right? Yeah, I know. Look, cut it some slack, yeah? They can't know everything. Oh no, that was the Rip Bridge, I think. My bad. Yeah, that was the Rip Bridge, because you come in the other way. Usually when you go to St. Hubert's from Woi Woi. Someone divided by 0. I haven't found a monolith yet. I found a couple of, like, glitched out trees that were, like, a couple dozen meters tall, but I've yet to find a monolith. Oh, look. It picked up somebody's boat wake as the texture for the water. Or for the bottom of the water, I should say. Oristras just joined your server and put his name in Cyrillic. Yes. Our strength grows. Ship wakes are also not currently implemented. I don't think I've seen any ships moving in this, to be fair. I've seen a lot of stationary ones. I don't think I've seen one moving. We got more traffic off the nose. No doubt we'll see a fair bit here because we're getting closer to Sydney. One of the major routes out of Sydney Airport's pretty much right above me. Someone just released a freeware add-on with thousands of shipping routes? Oh shit, yeah. Really? If you guys want to like link stuff for this in Discord, by all means, please do. I'm totally keen for it, and I have enough storage space now that I can actually go crazy with installing add-ons. I still don't understand why there are so many fingerprints on the windows and why they're so small. Like, it looks like some demented child has just all over the windows in this thing. Formation flight time, let's go. I mean, I don't think I'm connected to the, like, online flying stuff right now, but if I was, I wouldn't say no. I do have to fucking end the stream pretty soon, though, because I really need to, like, get up, walk around, and get some more food. I've been enjoying myself too much. Oh, dust. Clouds are really bad for me because I spot every speck of dust on this screen and I can't unsee it. Stream bender? Oh, dude. Not until I get this desk set up better so I don't kill my legs. Like, my fucking legs are so sore from these pedals. Not because of the pedals, but because of the way I have to sit to not smash my knees to use them. It's really uncomfortable. On the plus side, I actually get marginally more exercise here than I did in Bathurst because instead of walking 50 meters across the car park to get to the shops, I have to walk 1.5 Ks either direction. Used to be 2.5 in Newcastle, so, and it was uphill both ways, but here it's not too bad of a walk. Nah, dude, that's close. That's close by Australian standards. That's like to a supermarket, not a corner store. Like, to a corner store, it's literally like 500 meters, but if that, actually, no, it's less than that. It's probably about 200. But 1.3 is nothing. I used to do the 2.5 in Newcastle quite happily, except when it was summer coming back up the other way, because it's a really steep hill. Yeah, dude. 1.5's not that far. See, I can't run worth shit, but I don't mind walking over long distances. When I lived up in Newcastle, if I was either really lazy and didn't want to wait for a bus or a taxi, or, you know, didn't want to spend on a taxi, or didn't want to wait for a train or whatever, or if I was really, really fucking drunk and thought it would be a good idea, I would walk like 10 kilometers from Newcastle itself back home. Didn't bother me. I'd be a little sore by the time I got home, but I'd just, you know, chill out, have a drink, take the rest of the day off. When I was working at Newcastle Uni, it was about a kilometre to work every morning. About a kilometre and a half, something like that. Might have been a bit less. Depending where in the uni I was working on that specific day. Some days I'd have to walk 2 or 3 Ks just to get there, and then I'd be walking about another 5 during the day. Other days I was at the end near my place. Oh, hello. What? Why? Why though? Bruh. Who are you gonna be deep sea trawling in the fucking Hawkesbury? I get it, it's allowed to make mistakes, but it's funny when it does. 1 kilometre to the metro station standard in Moscow? Yeah. And you don't want to be driving, so it's 1 kilometre or 10 hours in traffic, so take your poison. Which one? Wave flying Prius? I like this plane. Actually, I didn't stream it, but I did do a flight over Moscow the other day. But Moscow's all autogen, there's no photogrammetry there. It's like the autogen's reasonably accurate, but it's not perfect. Illegal whaling operation hiding from the cops. Maybe. Oh, he's moving. Yeah, I see what you mean, there's no wake. Oh well. They can add it later, it's not a big deal. It's Microsoft Flight Simulator, not Microsoft Ship Simulator. Although, technically, for me right now, it could be either, if I wanted to land this thing. Yeah, we're easily going to have the fuel to make Sydney, guys. What do you reckon? I'm thinking Sydney Harbour. Maybe even Botany Bay. Oh, hello. We found a seam. There are quite a few places like that where the autogen and the satellite imagery do some funny things with water boundaries, but it's not too bad. You do notice them, but they're not super common. Yeah, like 1 kilometre is like 10 minutes maybe, that's fine. I don't mind a 10-minute walk. 10-minute walk's quite nice. When I was in Bathurst, if I missed the bus from the airport back home, because the buses didn't go very often from Raglan, I would just walk it sometimes. Sometimes if I was like really fucked from flying, I'd get a taxi, because you'd be so sore after flying to Jabiru for 3 hours. But, like if I'd had only an hour of flying, or if I was in a particularly good mood, I'd just walk it. It'd be like a 5k walk. Be a little sweaty by the time I got home, because it was quite a long walk in the hot sun, but it wasn't bad. Another funny thing regarding boats, similarly spawn them at sea level, so you have submarines on anything inland, or hover boats even. Nice. I've seen hover traffic, but I think that is because the traffic is programmed to follow the navigation map, like the actual street map, and the street map and the photogrammetry / autogen do not always agree on where the terrain is. So it's actually quite common to see cars driving completely off-road in bizarre directions, or because it's, you know, something's been built there since the scenery was built, or scenery was taken, or you'll see cars levitating slightly because the road map disagrees on the terrain height at that specific point. As you guys may have noticed, between this and my previous Flight Sim stream where I was flying around Bathurst, Canberra, and my parents' place, the vast majority of the Australian population lives on the coast. Like, it's something ridiculous, like 80-20 or something like that. 80-20 or 70-30, something like that. So, the further inland you go, the less people you see outside of a couple of towns. Weather here is the same as now in Melbourne. Well, I guess we're close enough that if it's a big weather system, it would be. Back when I was studying at this coastal city, we were like 5 kilometers away from the institute to the hostel, so some days, like Fridays, we just walked it. Yeah, I mean, if it's nice weather, a 5 kilometer walk can be quite pleasant. If it's not uphill both ways. Uphill both ways in 5 kilometers, that's a deal breaker even for me. So we're getting down into northern Sydney now. This is rich peopleville. So we can just, you know, wind down the window and give it to them as we go past. You can see Sydney's skyline in the distance, just faintly. You guys might not be able to tell it apart from the trees because of the stream encoding, but cluster buildings there, big cluster buildings there. That's the actual city. More buildings, more buildings, more buildings. Fucking Parramatta's somewhere out that way. I know, right, Super Tondon? Look, it's irony, okay? They'll never expect it coming from this plane. Hey, Fallen. How you going, man? Good to see you. I've been futzing about for like 2 hours in this plane, even though I said I was going to end the stream hours and hours ago. We're doing a tour down the east coast of Australia from Williamtown, Newcastle Airport / RAAF Williamtown to wherever we end up, somewhere in Sydney probably. We're most of the way to Sydney already. I mean, technically we are in Sydney, but, like, Sydney itself. Where's my AN2? I wonder if Octopus G is going to do anything for this, because the AN2 that he made for the older Sims was incredible. Between that and the I-16 for DCS, and now a LA-7 for DCS in the works. So I think probably eventually when it goes on sale on Steam, I will pick up X-Plane just because I want to fly the 2154. That's like literally the reason I want to get that, is so I can fly the 2154. I love that thing so much. Main 2's in progress. Think siblings. Ooh, nice. I have to watch out for that. Some madman made a float version of the X-Cup. That would go really well here. Oh, I can see the Harbour Bridge already. Okay, so that tall, skinny thing that you can probably only see the top of is Centrepoint Tower right there. Then that's the Harbour Bridge. So that's North Sydney. So Dad used to work in, like, this region somewhere. We'll come in from the harbour and then we'll kind of go north and then we'll loop back south. Like, around the harbour, so you guys can see. Where's the stick in this plane? Right there. And it's got a trim hat on it, and then the throttle's that thing in the middle, where the gear shift would be in a car. And it's dual controls, of course, but only the piloting command side has instruments. So I'm not entirely sure why they made it dual controls if the passenger doesn't have instruments. That seems like not the greatest idea. So we're actually in Sydney Harbour now. Passenger can only fly VFR, yeah, but they don't even have an airspeed indicator. I mean, I guess you could put up on the EFIS, but I don't trust those things also. If they try and read off the left side, they'll get parallax, if they can even see it from there. Do demo flights? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hey, Bart! Good timing. Oh, hello. What do we got here? Oh, big boy. A big boy. I don't know what he's doing in Sydney Harbour. They don't come in here anymore. They go to Botany Bay instead. But, you know, whatever. He really shouldn't be in here. I don't even know how he got in here. Sydney Harbour's really deep. I think it's actually one of the deepest natural harbours in the world, if not the deepest, but still, how the fuck? How's he gonna get out of here? Him too! Like, madman, what are you doing? Oh, there we go. Say hello to the RAN. Oh, there's actually a ship there. That's cool. Join the Navy. Oh, there's a couple of them. Nice. Okay, I'm not going to chance it going under the bridge because I know how that ended last time I tried it. We'll go to the top. We actually have... That looks like a Sydney ferry to me. Yeah, those are Sydney ferries, and there's Circular Quay down there. That's really cool that they actually modelled Sydney ferries in. What about the Sirius building? They did not do it justice. Very sad. Orbex, I got something to talk to you guys about. If you're going to do a Sydney Landmarks pack, you do not skip the Sirius building. Because that is a fucking Sydney landmark. And I'm sick of brutalism erasure. It's a beautiful building. It should be represented properly. So I can't remember where the photogrammetry starts and stops by default, but I think Orbex partially overwrites it. I'm not entirely sure. They got the skyline right, I'll give them that, but they are missing the Sirius building, and I find that extremely offensive. It hurts every fibre of my being. There's the toaster. Well, they didn't do a special custom model for the toaster either, so we'll give them credit for that, I guess. What the fuck? Is that meant to be an elevated road? I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm quite certain that's not an elevated road in real life. Oh, a couple of years ago, I got to watch the New Year's fireworks from right over here, because I was staying at a friend's place, right along the waterfront. It was incredible. Right under the nose now. I only got to do it once, but it was very memorable. Then we go along here. There's the Anzac Bridge. At least they put that in. The Orbex Sydney scenery for FSX, they just had, like, they replaced the suspension bridge that was in the game by default, which is actually closer to accurate than what they put there. My ship on the left. I've been over several of my previous houses at this point. Pointing them out as we go. Where's the... I'm trying to remember. White Bay Power Station. It's somewhere around here. I'm not super familiar with Sydney. I know it's on the waterfront near the Harbour Bridge, somewhere between it and the Anzac Bridge, but I don't remember where exactly. But that's where they filmed a bunch of movies. It's a cool old power station, but I think they've demolished most of it now. Not even joking where my ship is there. It's White Bay. Oh yeah, there you go then. So, I guess... Oh, that's probably meant to be the power station over there, but Autogen fucked it. Probably. Because I think it's on that side. Still flying, yes. Because I have no concept of self-control. More traffic off the nose. These clouds are really something. When this comes to DCS, like the clouds, it will be really, really quite a game changer. I think they're doing the new flare at the same time as well, and I think they're also making the clouds fuck with IR. So no more firing Sidewinders into a cloud bank and seeing it hit anyway. No more Erst-only memes either, especially in bad weather. Oh yeah, no, I took it as a compliment. I have no self-control. Why am I like this? Please send help. Unfortunately, while they've got Anzac Bridge, they don't have the actual statues on it. There's a Aussie digger at one end and then a Kiwi at the other end, standing reverse arms, watching over the bridge. Oh, hello. You must be on final right there. Because the airport's off my right wing, sticking out into Botany Bay. So that's Centre Point Tower, the tall skinny boy in the middle. That is Barangaroo. So I guess... They even finished building that? I don't fucking remember. I haven't been to Sydney for ages. That's the New South Wales state government's little shameful thing there, where all of Sydney, especially the parts which are, you know, historically places you go to party and hang out with friends, it's all alcohol-free zone. You know what's not an alcohol-free zone? Fucking that. You know why? A lot of money changed hands to make that happen. It's also Sydney's second casino. Crown Casino is somewhere else, I don't even remember where. Further into town, I think. So yes, no fun allowed in New South Wales, according to Gladys. Oh look, they even did the little ferry terminal. Except there. That's the only place you're allowed to have fun in the state of New South Wales, according to Gladys Berejiklian. Anywhere else, banned. Absolutely not allowed. Oh, I thought we were going to have a crash there. It kind of stuttered for a second. Yeah, Crown Casino's been here forever. That's the National Maritime Museum. There's HMAS Vampire and the Onslow next to her. For those of you who don't know, there is actually a Vampire mod, well, Daring Class, Australian Daring Class mod for DCS, and it's really nice. So Vampire right there is added by it. as well as Vendetta. Voyager missed out because Voyager, at the time of the refit they modelled, was on the bottom of the sea because the Royal Australian Navy's most effective guided anti-ship missile, the HMAS Melbourne, decided to cut her in half. There's Central Station, so that's Sydney's main train station. Redfern's down that way. UTS is around here somewhere. Behind me, I think. Yeah, Melbourne has a 100% success rate on sinking destroyers. Navy ships really sitting between boarding distance from those civilian ships? What, the... back there, Maritime Museum, yeah. Because it's a museum, right? Vampire was decommissioned long ago. She's just sitting there as an exhibit. Floating exhibit. Same with Onslow. Like, every other weekend during the school holidays, I pestered Dad to drive us down to Sydney so I could go and climb all over Vampire. We even got to do one of the special tours they did after closing hours, where they'd get a small group of people in and they'd actually take us down to the bottom of the ship into the gun houses and stuff. It's really awesome. I spent many happy weekends on that boat. But speaking of the Navy, which side are they on? They're on this side, I think. Or is it the next one over? I've lost them. They were around here. No, that's where they are. They're over here. Here's the Navy. These two troublemakers, how are you ever going to get them back out? Like, come on, man. Have some brains. DM'd it to you because I didn't realise it's still streaming, but when I asked you to change my name, the way everyone made a deal out of it made me feel like as a Lance Corporal went to the OIC with a question if Corporal could have helped with it. That wasn't the intent, but, you know, I'm glad to have given you that wonderful nostalgia. There we go. Oh, these must be our new boats, because that is not a Oliver Hazard Perry. Oh, maybe a really super heavily upgraded one. When did we retire the last of the OHPs? I don't even remember. I don't know if that's just a generic destroyer model, if those are actually Australian ships, but whatever. That's where they're meant to be. Head back over this way. So there's Central Station again, right down there. Anzac class frigates, there you go. That shows you how much time I spend thinking about the Navy. This... what is that? I think that's new. I don't think I've ever seen that building before. I haven't been to Darling Harbour in fucking forever. That's the convention centre. That's the Maritime Museum there with its attendant ships. The Powerhouse Museum... hold up. Powerhouse should be back there, actually. Is that... oh, don't you fucking tell me. I know that the state government were going to try and move the Powerhouse to fucking Parramatta so they could buy up the old building and bulldoze it and turn it into luxury apartments because they're fucking blood-sucking leeches. But Powerhouse should be here somewhere. Somewhere. think it's a little further down. I don't know. I know it's in this general area, I just can't remember where exactly. But I think that's about where it should be. So I don't know if they've already fucking sold it all off or what. Because again, I haven't been to Sydney forever. Oh no, that's the powerhouse there. That building right there, that's the Powerhouse Museum. It used to be the old Ultimo power plant, hence the name. So I don't know what that is next to it, but I don't think I've seen that building in person. Come off the power a bit, we're getting a bit fast. Yeah, that's the Powerhouse Museum there, and that's where the chimneys used to come out of it. You can see they plugged the holes. Oh, you can even see the sign, Powerhouse Museum. Huh. Look at that. If only I was observant and could see with my eyes, I would have noticed that. Do we follow the Parramatta River, or do we go to Botany Bay? You know what? Fuck it, we can do both. I've been going for like 11 hours at this point. Why not just keep going? Play at Tucson sometime. Want to see how well they have the Boneyard modelled? Probably not that well. Unless they've done photogrammetry for it, which they might have, it'll just be auto-gen. So you'll just see the planes in 2D on the ground, but you won't see the actual models. And the photogrammetry doesn't cope well with parked aircraft, I've discovered. Yeah, but that's 8 hours on this current stream. I had to stop the stream, remember, to change the encoding, so it's been a little more than that. Now let's go up this way. What's that? Is that... No, that's not UTS. UTS is closer. Oh, actually, maybe. Because the railway line goes past... I don't fucking remember. Go up this way. Check out northern Sydney. Up around, like, Chatswood and shit. Where Dad used to work. I'll see if I can find the, old Nortel building, actually. That'd be a good meme. See if I can find Nortel. Well, you guys know, if you really have been enjoying watching the ArmA campaign and you have ArmA 3, feel free to join the 345th and play with us. Fuck, you don't even need to, like, join to play with this. You can just hop in the Discord and say, hey, I want to come along, and you'll come along. And then we'll blame our war crimes on you instead. Simple. That is the old naval base, I think. Played it exactly once, don't understand it. It's pretty simple. Just think first-person shooter, but super janky, and you do everything through the scroll wheel. What if it wasn't at 6 AM? Yeah, I know the times are kind of sketchy for Australians. That sucks. Because my mate Anseth, who was in chat the other day, we've known each other for fucking donkey's years. He wanted to play with us, but what are you doing down there? You shouldn't be there. But he can't because he is going to work at that time of morning, so I told him just do what I did. Pretend you've got like some religious commitments on the same day and then just play ArmA instead. Like my old supervisor, the one that was a real piece of shit, I hope I never see the bastard again. He was a really holier than thou kind of Jehovah's Witness, and he'd go to his Bible study group, and if you interrupted him during his Bible study group, if you had to message him or call him or whatever, he'd be pissed. So I told him, oh yeah, I can't come in on Sunday mornings anymore because we used to play on Saturdays GMT instead of Sundays like we do now. And he's like, oh, you know, you got some sort of commitment or something? And I was like, yeah, I can't make it in. I didn't specify what it was for, but I also didn't not specify what it was for. You know, I was intentionally vague because I knew he'd assume it was some kind of religious thing and he'd automatically write it off. I was just like, yes, ArmA time. And then, because of that, he never tried to call me in on a Sunday morning either. It was fucking fantastic. I think that should be Chatswood there. It's the only tall buildings around here, so yeah, that should be Chatswood. I wonder what that is. It's quite a large piece of vacant land. It must be something either expensive or important, or both. Have that much fucking vacant land in Sydney, Jesus. What a surprise. A golf course in northern Sydney. Surely not. Never tell my supervisors why I'm taking time off. We have a deal. I don't come in, you don't pay me, and we're square. Yeah, that'd be nice. That's how it's supposed to work, but that's generally not how it's worked with any of the jobs I've had. If you don't come in when they expect you to, or you want time off when they, or, like, you want to change your times around when they expect you to be there, it's fucking 20 questions, and you have to try and dodge them. Because otherwise, if it's not your, you know, if it's not something super sacred, they'll try and argue you out of it. It's like, no, fuck off, I don't want to come into work. I got shit to do. Used to get out of high school by faking a fever, by putting my fire stove on and having my face like 3 inches away. That is stunning, Trip. That is absolutely just 5,000 IQ, my son. There's a small Navy base there? Is there? I never noticed that. Probably because I've never been in that part of Sydney. Oh, maybe once on the ferry. Look at you knowing your way around. One of these is Nortel. I'm pretty sure this is meant to be Chatswood, but the buildings aren't right, because they're just auto-gen, but one of these will be Nortel. Well, what was Nortel? I think, actually, you know what? I think it's that boy right there that I just flew past. I think that used to be the Nortel building. Or actually, was it that or was it one of them? I don't know. Because it had a very specific shape, which doesn't show up with the auto-gen. But either way, one of those towers is where Dad used to work until Nortel H hit and died. Then Parramatta's out over that way, you can see the towers. But welcome to Sydney. Check out this sprawl. Sydney is like probably the sprawliest city in Australia. It's any vacant land basically between the Tasman Sea and the Blue Mountains is Sydney. Yeah, like if I was feeling sick enough to say I couldn't go into school, my parents were just like, yeah, well, don't go in, pretty much. Because I never really wanted to take time off school. Well, sometimes I did if I was having a particularly shitty time at school, which I did. But like, especially towards the end of high school, I actually was really enjoying school, except the parts where I was asleep through lessons because I didn't sleep at night. So I was happy to go in. It was like the only fucking social interaction I got. So I never really tried to get out of it that much. Big city? Yeah, huge city. Most Australian cities aren't very big. Like, you compare them to any given city in the US and they're fucking tiny, but Sydney is legit fucking massive. It just sprawls and sprawls and sprawls. Like, that line in the distance below the clouds, that's the Blue Mountains. Sydney touches the bottom of those. Like, literally, like, Emu Plains, Penrith, all out there, they touch the bottom of those. And then look how much we got over there. And then south, down to the Illawarra. And then north, like you saw, up to the Hawkesbury River. So it's massive. Basically, if I zoom all the way out, everything from here, like this whole area, where the fucking controlled airspace markers are, pretty much, is Sydney. And then immediately north of it, you got the Central Coast, and immediately south of it, you got Wollongong. So you got major cities either side. Well, Wollongong's a major city. The Central Coast isn't really a city, it's just a very built-up area. A contiguous built-up area, but it's not one city. It's a series of towns. That looks like it should be Parramatta over there, but they're missing a shit ton of... One of those is it, but they're missing a shit ton of buildings because Parra's heaps built up now. They've got towers everywhere. Actually, yeah, no. One of them will be Para. I can't remember which. I only, like, this part of Sydney I only ever came to on the train, so I only know the part that's next to the train line. Massive cities sketch me out, too many people. I mean, I don't mind them. I'm from a pretty big city. I didn't live there that long, but I'm from one, so... I don't know, the place I'm in now is pretty much just right. Like, it's a reasonably sized town, but it's right next to Canberra, so... I have a huge, well, pretty huge city next to me. Canberra's nowhere near as big as Sydney, but it's still pretty big. Newcastle was technically a big city. It's the second most populous city in New South Wales, and it's one of the most populous cities in Australia. But it doesn't feel like a city, it feels like a country town. Like, Newcastle literally feels like a small town. I don't know why, but it's like every second or third person I met, I either knew them or I knew someone who knew them. Like, it was really weird, but... And I haven't really experienced that anywhere else. It was only in Newcastle. So there's the CBD off the left. And the airport is smack bang off the nose. You can see planes flying over it right now. That's Kingsford Smith International Airport right there. New cockpit space saying all about my social interaction. Oof. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, the place I lived in Bathurst, because it was above a restaurant in a commercial block, I had a few neighbours on the other side of the car park, but they were mostly, like, people that would go to work and come home and sleep, and you'd rarely see them. And then I had the same thing going on, so my social interaction in Bathurst was basically either at work or when people came to visit me. Like, I was pretty much in a hermit cave there, and so because I've moved here and I'm living in a complex with, I think there's like 50 flats in this complex, just in this complex alone, it took a bit of adjusting to, it's still taking a bit of adjusting to, because there's people around me, there's lots of people, and I can hear them and they can probably hear me. After being a fucking hermit for like 4 years. It's kind of weird, but it's nice. It's actually like kind of pleasant being able to hear other people again. And it not be like ice heads fighting each other outside my window like it was in Bathurst at fucking 3 in the morning. I'm just gonna casually like disrupt air traffic by flying around the airport. The size of this place, though. Oh, I could have gone to RAAF Richmond, actually. We'll do it in a future flight. There's so much. I just, like, I'm not doing this all in one flight. I don't have too much fuel left. So this is Botany Bay. This is where the British first landed. They didn't actually land in Sydney Harbour first. But they landed here, they set up a colony, then they kind of went up north to the Parramatta River, which is, you know, where Sydney Harbour exits. Or what Sydney Harbour is the exit of, I should say. And I think even in the early 1800s, they've gone as far as, like, Parramatta itself, out west. And just took the attitude of, you know, fuck you, this is mine now, because that's what they did. It's really funny though, because obviously the local Aboriginal people did not take kindly to that after a point. You know, they were kind of wary, but they're like, okay, well this is fine as long as they don't do anything unpleasant. And then they did very unpleasant things, and it caused several wars. One of which, this is like every bushfire season. I just think of this. And I'm like, how could you build a house out in a mountain in the bush and not expect it coming? Like, this is a country where when I think it was Pemulwuy. It was one of the leaders of the Aboriginal people that were waging war in Western Sydney. It was out by Parramatta. When they had the shits with the British, they lit a fire way out along the, I think it was along the Nepean River, so it was way out near the Blue Mountains, because they knew the wind was blowing towards the sea, and they just like left it, and about 2 days later it torched the entire settlement of Parramatta. Like, bruh, that should have been the first sign that, like, this whole building houses and trying to turn the place into, like, the UK but smaller, that's not gonna work. Just don't. I think the locals have the right idea. This is where those container ships should have actually been. This is Botany Bay, so this is where all the container shipping's handled out of now. Not ideal. No, it's very much less than ideal. Oh, leaks and screaming, yeah, that's also less than ideal. Although, see, the place I was in at Bathurst, by the time I moved, they were doing something next door. I don't know if they were renovating. It was like an architect's drafting office. I don't know if they were renovating the office or if they were just, like, building models, and by building models, I mean industrial-scale models. Because for several weeks before I moved, it was just constant drilling into the wall that my bedroom was, like, next to. Fucking hammering and bashing shit around. Like, I had cracks in the wall too, so if I walked past I could hear conversation as if they were in the room with me. It was just, that was not ideal either. Very not ideal. The building here, I thought that I wouldn't have as much issue with sound, so I don't so much mind hearing other people. It did sketch me out at first just because, you know, hermit, but now I'm okay with it. But I'm more concerned I don't want to wake my neighbours up or inconvenience them at whatever fucking hour of the morning I'm awake, because what even is a functional sleep cycle? And even though it's double brick, the problem is the windows are single glazed. So all the sound just goes out the windows, bounces off the building behind me or next to me, and then comes back in. What's the point of having concrete floors, ceilings, and double bricking? Get soundproofing foams? I'm probably going to have to. I'll put some on the wall in front of me and a few more near the door. You met any that... Well, I haven't... I've met a couple, like, when I first moved in, but I haven't really spoken to anybody yet, because I don't really... Like, I haven't left here that long. Unless I'm going into town. I'm one of these people that I'm not really, like, social around my own home, so I don't really invite people over or whatever. I'm either at home or I'm somewhere else. If I want to socialise, I usually go out to do it, but... I mean, the people I have seen around here, they seem alright. There's a guy when I was moving in, I think he's one of my upstairs neighbours, he said hi. He sounded like he was actually from somewhere towards home, judging by his accent, so... But yeah, seems nice enough. This street's apparently quite okay. The next street over is the sketchy street, I'm told. And then the real estate agent told me if I ever have a car I want to do an insurance job on, I just park it at the train station. Apparently that's like 100% success rate. So, there you go. And then just past the sketchy street is the state border. With furniture and block order sound. I got a bit of furniture in here, not much. I still need a sofa. I got a bookcase that needs to go behind me. I've got probably like a little chest of drawers or something next to my desk, so I have that extra space to put stuff on, because my desk is a bit smaller than the old one. Not by much, but my old one was pressed up against the kitchen countertop, so I had all that extra storage if I needed it. I often had like papers and shit on it that I was working with. But yeah, like, the front hallway is kind of narrow, so there's not really much I can do with furniture there. Maybe a bookcase or something. I'm not overly concerned about it. Like, during the day, it's probably not a big deal. Like, I don't think anyone... Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think anyone cares that much about during the day, because we can all hear each other anyway to an extent. But I just don't want to be, like, streaming ArmA at fucking 4 AM when we come out of daylight savings and accidentally yell and wake someone up. You know, I don't want to be that guy, because I've had to deal with that guy before in some of the places I've lived. And I know my voice is very loud and carries very well. Unfortunately. Now, I might land us in Botany Bay. The other thing I could do... I was going to go out to Lake Burragarang, but that's a bit far. So that's the main water supply for Sydney. My parents live just on the other side of it. So this is Sydney here, right? This is the edge of Sydney. This is Lake Burragarang, and my parents live here, like right here. Look how close they are to Sydney, but they're remote with satellite internet. Hey, Conti! Cheers for the... Holy shit, that's a big raid. Welcome, everybody. I hope you had a good stream, man. You've caught me on hour... Jesus, I don't know, probably like 12 of a bad life choice. We're just chilling out, flying around the coast. Did a bit of touristing. I've been pointing out stuff to chat. Boring them to tears with the geography of eastern New South Wales. Flying and floating Mercedes. Yeah, it's a nice plane. I quite like it. Normally, like, this kind of design wouldn't be my thing. You know me, I like my obnoxious teal cockpit and my steam gauges, but I don't know. This is just... I like this. This is cozy. And well, I mean, I don't know how good the flight model is, like how accurate it is, but if it flies anything like it flies in this, it's quite pleasant. Can you show us Mount Druitt? You know what? You know what? Sure, why not? Let's go to fucking Mount Druitt. We'll probably get shot down, but let's go to Mount Druitt. If I can find it from the air, that's the thing. If I find the railway line, I might be able to, so I've got to find Strathfield, then hook out west. Oh, a little bumpy. A little bumpy. From Mount Druitt, and I'm not a criminal. Look, all I'm saying is, the last time I had to get a train through Mount Druitt, you know that, like, the sign that tells you which district you're in? Right under the Mount Druitt sign, like, just past it, there was a piece of, there was like a fucking canal or a creek or something, and a piece of, like, barren land. There was an upside-down, burnt-out car there. That's all I'm saying. That was my "you're now in Mount Druitt" sign. Do you guys still have that car park with, like, the stairway to nowhere, or did they finally build something on top of that? Oh, hello. Frames? Frames, hello? What's happened here? See, it happens every now and then, but there's no rhyme or reason to it. We've been doing laps around Sydney for like an hour now with beautiful frames, and suddenly it just decides to shit itself and die. It's very odd, but oh well. Still better optimized than DCS. Not even joking on that one, I wish I was. Mount Druitt's the Sydney equivalent of Surrey, BC. Oh, Mount Druitt's a magical place. Magical place. But yeah, I need to find the railway line, otherwise I won't find Mount Druitt. There we go. Frames are back now. We obviously entered some kind of localized time distortion anomaly, but now we're out of it. Just the locals recycling cars. Yep, okay, I believe it. My main knowledge of Sydney comes from just getting the train around, so it's not perfect. Something I've noticed from playing this is things look very different from the air than they do from the ground, and things that I thought were more or less straight lines between one point and another are actually not. Really not. Oh, there's the time distortion anomaly again. It might be as it's loading in chunks of terrain, perhaps, although it's weird that it's doing it now because it wasn't before. Or it could be loading other aircraft, maybe, because there's a lot of flights around here. And I think Pom said his suspicion was that it's when it's loading the live flights, that's what kills it. And More Theta isn't even modelled, so couldn't. I was very offended to find, because I got the Orbex landmarks for Sydney, because I thought, shit, why not? I was extremely offended to find they put all this detail into the Harbour Bridge. It looks absolutely gorgeous, and they've left the Sirius flats as autogen. Like, I know I'm in a minority here, but I am against the erasure of brutalist architecture, and I'm very offended that they didn't actually portray that properly. Emu Plains has the best Maccas in Sydney. What if you want to get stabbed? Sure. This... Oh, Jesus. Where are my frames? This looks familiar. The ugliest building in Sydney? How dare you? It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Look, they say there's no accounting for taste. And people that wanted that building demolished definitely prove that. Don't have bad areas in Sydney? Oh, yeah, okay. If you say so. I mean, I beg to differ, but... What? Man, where have my frames gone? How one boat tour guy described it? Well, he's on a boat. Of course he's not going to have fucking good taste, is he? Probably wears really fucking expensive slippers, too. Wonder if the boat show's on. Let's go to the boat show. We could in this thing, actually. We totally could in this thing. Wait, hang on. Am I... oh, Jesus. Am I going the right direction? I think I am. I need a landmark I recognize. And the skyline has changed so much since they took all the imagery for this. I once had a very interesting train trip home from Gosford with a man that was excitedly telling anyone and everyone within earshot that he was going home to Maroubra, in between repeating the same 2 lines of a Fleetwood Mac song off-key. God bless. Remember what I said about the sprawl? Yeah, how's this for sprawl? And only now have they decided they should probably build up instead of out. If it wasn't a fancy boat. I mean, it's still a boat, though. Like, just being a boat is fancy enough for me, frankly. This doesn't look like a 2154. I don't have the 2154, sadly. I don't even have X-Plane at the moment. I'm going to have to pick it up on sale. But if you come here more often, you will see me in something with a very similar coloured cockpit. The MiG-21 is my pride and joy in DCS. I absolutely love flying that thing, and I spend most of my time on stream flying it. Sydney ferries are fancy to you? Fair point. Fair point. But again, no accounting for taste, so it all comes back to the same thing. But hey, you survived a trip on Sydney ferry, so congratulations. I'm guessing that's the one time they didn't manage to run it into something. 3 floating lights near my head. I do indeed know that. The 3 magical floating lights near my head control where I look in game. That looks entirely too good for what the traffic is actually like. And there's not enough dickheads cutting each other off. Or tradies and utes tailgating people. Okay, I'm still lost. Is that meant to be Parramatta? I think that's Parramatta, maybe, but I can't tell because it's like 3 times the size now and it's got like towers everywhere. This is the problem. The imagery is so old. Yeah, there we go. So at least I have some vague idea of where I am. Yeah, there's like Parramatta now has about 10 times as many buildings in it, and there's towers springing up everywhere. It's crazy. Oh yeah, there's a train station. Okay. So from the train station, we want to go this way. and then totally lose sight of the train line. Oh, it's under me. There it is. I'll have to check. I think there's probably a bind to do it. I just haven't checked what it is, but I need to be able to move my default head position around because it feels like in a lot of these aircraft you sit very low, and I do not like that. I'd rather be able to like see over the nose a bit. I can always like kind of cheese it by resetting my track IR while I'm hunched down, but thought it was arrow keys. Oh my god, he's a genius. But does that save the default? I guess not. I'm thinking something like DCS or IL2 where I can save that position and will always go back to that. Think you can save? Ah! Those clever, clever people at Asobo. They know me so well. Default pilot height's 4'5". Yeah, it feels like it. Seriously feels like it. I mean, I kind of get it in DCS with some of the aircraft, because you're meant to sit at a certain height to see the HUD properly or whatever, but in this it doesn't really make much sense. I want to see over the nose so I can see where I'm going a bit better. Also, it makes landing significantly easier. Lieutenant Smartass, thanks for the follow, and hopefully you're enjoying the trip. So for those of you who came over from Conti's stream, I more so do DCS than civvy stuff, but I mean flying is flying to me. I'm incompetent, completely incompetent at both, don't worry. Don't be fooled into thinking I'm any good at DCS just because I'm not good at this. But I just got this up and running because I got a new PC about a week or two ago, and I've been wanting to play this for ages, basically since it was announced, and I am really impressed, actually. Really, really impressed. Hit Control Alt a number to save a camp position, then Alt number to use it. Ah. So, if I was to pause my track IR, recenter it in that position, Control Alt 1, and now if I press 1, it should, oh, if I don't fuck that up, press 1, it should go back to it. I guess if I was to Alt 1, there we go. Oh yeah! Oh, oh no. Oh no. Now I've done it. Okay. Hang on. How do you work this one? This is different than the one I'm used to working. What code did he even get me? I don't fucking know. I wasn't listening. Please respond. 0414. How do I enter digit?
Radar contact 10 miles northeast of Yankee Kilo India Sierra 500 feet. Altimeter 29.74.
There we go. I was hoping we could get away without him noticing me. Oh well.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Expect vectors ILS runway 34 left approach. FedEx.
We're flying Spitfires? I was also flying a Spitfire earlier. I am quite suitably impressed with the Spitfire. Turns out I also grossly underestimated the Spitfire's landing distance after trying to put it down on a race course because I had no fuel left. Conti rated you so we understand. It's good. I'm glad we're on the same page. That is always a good thing. Ooh. Some sort of reservoir or something? Or a sewer treatment plant, one or the other. Probably a reservoir. Some nice low cloud off there in the foothills. How are we going on fuel? Oh, we're okay. I mean, if I stay close to the river, we're all good, right? As long as there's a long, straight bit of it. I've yet to do a water landing in this game. I don't know, I kind of feel like Lake Borogarang is the go. We should have the fuel to make it. This thing sips. I thought I'd be out of fuel like 2 hours ago. Gotta run lunchtime? Well past lunchtime for me. But, yeah, cheers for the raid, man. Good to see you, and, I hope to catch one of your streams again soon. For those of you who are my regulars and haven't followed Conti yet, please go do it. He flies a variety of flight sims. He does also do DCS sometimes. So, nothing too scary and unfamiliar for you cretins. And he is well worth a follow. Land on the Nepean. Bro, I wouldn't want to fucking land on the Nepean. I'd catch something. Even worse if I tried to land on the Georges River. Jesus Christ. So for those of you who haven't heard this story before, I was in the Army Reserve for a while, and one of our exercises we did was improvised river crossings, so they bust us all down to some fucking boat park or something on the edge of the Georges River. Near side was all park. It was near the entrance to Holsworthy, so, you know, conveniently close. And the far side was all fancy McMansion houses, and there were all people out sipping their fucking champagne on the balconies and stuff, watching us. And so we had different improvised boats. My section had a jerry can raft we put together. It worked very well. Another section had, you know, they were floating across on their packs just to demonstrate that it could be done. You know, if you don't have anything else, your pack will act as a buoy, so you can float across. And then a section comprised mostly of people who can't swim, funnily enough, got a half-ton trailer, because in theory a half-ton army trailer should float. It did float really well until it was in the middle of the Georges River, at which point it began taking on water very quickly because it wasn't very well maintained. This caused the people inside to begin panicking. The first guy stood up, tipped it over, so it's now taking on water not through the bottom but through the side. The rest of them start flapping. They're all trying to bail the thing out. At this point, we're sitting on the jetty, because we commandeered these people's jetty, right? You know, defense purposes. We're sitting on the jetty watching them, laughing our asses off, while, you know, the good people of whatever fucking suburb it was are sitting on their balconies, still sipping wine, watching this whole thing go down. Eventually we figured, shit, we should probably go pick them up, since some of them legit couldn't swim. Went over and grabbed them. The trailer sank to the bottom of the river, but was carried by the current a couple hundred meters from the nearest boat ramp. So we spent the rest of the afternoon sitting on our asses waiting for the engineers to turn up and figure out a way to get the trailer back off the bottom of the river and then get it to the boat ramp so they could get it back out. Not only that, but we had an entire section who then had to fill out L&Ds for entrenching tools because they'd been using them as oars, and they all went to the bottom with the trailer. It was one of my fonder memories of going to Sydney. Hit a jet ski landing on the Georges? Yeah, seriously. Or a bunch of morons in a half-ton trailer. No, I think we'll go for Lake Borogarang. Go out and land there. Bit more water to play with as well. Simplays SG, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, we used to go there for some weekends and Tuesdays every now and then. Fucking miserable place. Other than that, my overriding memory of Holsworthy is it being hotter than hell. Every piece of foliage that grows out on the range at Holsworthy is, you know those really shitty whippy branches? That, but with spiky leaves as well. So the bastard in front of you would hook one and it'd just come right in the face. I fucking hated that place so much. I'm glad that I only had to go there every once in a while. I wasn't fucking posted there. Thought it'd be a good idea to move up north to live with 1 and 2. Yeah, I know. I had a mate from school that went into 2RA, and he thoroughly regretted his decision. Because I was talking to him one day, and he's like, oh, I didn't know you were in the chocks. I was like, yeah, I didn't know you joined the regs. He's like, oh yeah, I'm up with Tura. He says it's shit. Like, every morning I wake up, I just throw up immediately because it's so humid. Like, shit, okay. Well, don't sell the place too hard then. Well, I know, right? So I'm sure it's a perfectly good idea. Nothing bad will come from it. Who do they even have in Holsworthy now? I think there's still engineers there. I think actually the Choco engineers, I'm pretty sure they were Chocks, from out at Penrith when they closed that. What was it? 5 CER, I think. They might have been regs, but I think they were Chocks. They went out to Holsworthy. Commandos are still there. I don't know what else. It's been fucking forever since I've been there. SAS? Did they move them over? I thought they were out west. Like, I knew that, 4 Commando used to be there when that was a thing. I think 2 was there. Been forever. We used to steal shit off people when we went there as well. Like, my unit specifically had hot boxes and fucking equipment trunks and stuff with every unit in the Australian Army penciled on the top of it. Apparently we were really good thieves. Nearly there. Nearly. I think the dam's on the northern end of the lake, so we should be seeing it pretty soon. Hey Chandrian, it's nice to be back. Hopefully Tawny's not too much longer as well. I thought he'd surely beat me back to it, but apparently not. Oh, sucked in FedEx 9073. Watch me now fuck my landing up, having said that. Haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, he's been off for ages. Doing YouTube videos. Yeah, he's been doing the YouTube stuff for a while, but he hasn't been streaming, so hopefully soon. But I'm heartbroken, man. I got no one to mock. I'm sure Nuts is fucking dying as well. Like, I don't know what Nuts does with himself when Tawny's not streaming. Who the fuck's he gonna listen to while he's out working? Yeah, it is. The Icon A5. It's quite a nice plane. Let's go. Let's do a showcase view of it. Fancy view. Where is it? Camera. Showcase. There we go. I think there's a way I can get the camera to rotate. Maybe not. Free camera. Oh, no. Camera going. Is that it? Probably not. I don't know. Either way, you can see what it is. It's a little light flying boat. Just sits in the sex pool. Yeah. Yeah, really. So I think the dam... I've probably already gone over it. I want to find it. I've never actually seen the Warragamba Dam before. Except photos. That's the other thing, actually. Will they have modeled the dam, or will the autogen freak out and turn it into an apartment building or something? Oh, get off my back. Jesus. Yeah, cool. I'm not going to contact Sydney Approach, so I'm not fucking going to Sydney. Leave me alone. Ah, there's the dam. Well, you can't miss that, can you? off the power a bit because I'm a bit fast. I like the low clouds in the mountains, that's quite nice.
Jetstar 661, you are 20 miles southwest of Sydney. Maintain present heading and altitude. Contact Sydney Tower on 124.7.
Where are we? We are at the Warragamba Dam. So, it's west of Sydney. This is where Sydney gets most of its water from. And the autogen did not do pleasant things to the dam, but at least it tried. It kinda got it. Kinda. Like, you can actually see the shape of the spillway there. Oh, this is beautiful. Let's land here. Let's do this. I don't know what the speeds are for this thing. Maneuvering speed is 78 knots, I think it is. Watch it consider this as hard ground or something and kill me. I'm sure it will. Give us some flaps. Which river is this? I don't actually know, if I'm honest. My Sydney geography is not very good. I've been to Sydney, but I do not live in Sydney. So, I'm only kind of familiar with it. Probably still going a bit fast. The water doesn't look very flat, I have to admit. Oh, oh, there we go. Hey! We did it! We didn't explode. Nice. Water rudder. There we go. Used to live in Penrith. I used to get the train through Penrith pretty often, but when I first moved here, we lived in Chatswood for a bit, but other than that, I've never lived in Sydney. I've always lived either on the Central Coast or Newcastle or out west. But used to go there pretty often. There we go. How effective is a water rudder? Not bad. Usually if I went much north in Newcastle, it was because Dad was going diving somewhere. He'd take us with him. Like, we went up to Southwest Rocks a couple times. Where else did we go? I don't remember. Southwest Rocks, I think Forster at some point. Went to Nelson Bay a lot. Used to go to Nelson Bay like every couple months. I think we'll just park her up here in this nice little cloud bank. Except I have no idea how I'm supposed to stop this thing in the water. They're like water breaks that come out of it? Ooh. I have no idea. I don't think so. I doubt it. The pedals make a nice sound. Yeah, I have no idea how I'm meant to stop this thing in the water. Just engines off. I suppose that would do it. There we go. So that was a... I don't know why it says 3:57 AM. It must be referencing off GMT for that. Total time of flight. That was only 2.5 hours? Are you serious? I feel like way longer than that. But, oh well, there we go. Doesn't count the landing. Doesn't count the landing. Thank you very much. I guess you need to land at like a seaplane base or something for it to count. I don't know, it should, like, as long as you don't damage the aircraft in the landing, it should count as a landing, as far as I'm concerned. But it also missed a couple of my takeoffs for some reason. Who knows? Bit of jank. But, on that note, I've been streaming since 6 AM, so I think I need some dinner and a bit of a break. Thank you all very much for watching. Thanks to everyone that came over from Conti and hung around. I will see you guys probably in a couple days. Definitely won't be streaming tomorrow. I might stream like day after, or yeah, in a couple days probably. We'll be doing some more DCS. I've got to squeeze in a few other games as well, and I need to get workers and resources set up so I can start playing that on stream too. In the meantime, let's see who I can raid. Pass all you along to someone else so you can see how somebody more competent than me flies. Bear with me. I never set these raids up in advance, so it takes me forever to do them. Who have we got? Oh, Pom's on. Actually, you know what? M1 Grand is playing, who is an old friend of mine I used to play World of Tanks with, so I'm going to send you his way. It's completely out of the flight sim genre, but I think we'll drop a raid on him because I have not seen him in an age. Okay, there we go. That should be all set up. Thanks again for watching, guys. Wherever you are, have a wonderful, safe day. Hope you enjoy the rest of it. And I will catch you later in the week. See ya.